What's up, guys? Have you been looking for a React Native, Django, WebSockets, real-time communication app tutorial that goes for like 10 plus hours? Then you've come to the right place. This is what we're going to build. A chat app. It's going to have a profile page, list of users, list of friends. We're going to be able to make and send requests. It's all going to be real time. I'm going to send a request. It's going to pop up here instantly. We accept our friend. It's going to pop up in our friends list instantly. We're going to start typing to our friend. We get an update right then and there. We can look in here, and we're even going to have typing indicators. So when we start typing here, we've got our little message bubble. Our messages update straight away. You can see our little bubbles working here. As soon as we send our message, it's done. And this is our app. We're also going to be able to upload thumbnails via our WebSocket. So we click, we choose a new thumbnail, updates instantly. It's just gonna work exactly the way that we expect. It's gonna be so awesome. It's gonna be so cool. We're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna encounter lots of different issues. We're gonna work through them slowly, bit by bit. And yeah, can't wait. So let's get to it. So we're just gonna set up our project here. We're gonna create a React Native project, and we're going to create a Django project inside the one folder. And we're going to call the Django API, we're just going to call it API, and then the actual app we're going to call app. And we're just going to get all that set up before we get too far ahead of ourselves. And the folder that we're going to put it in, we're just going to call it realtime-chat. That's where we're going to be working from. Now, to create a React Native project, first you need to set up your environment here. Depending on what environment you're working on, I'm going to be working on Mac because I'm going to have the Android and the iOS simulator open at the same time so that we can test our chat like in real time. We can watch the bubble working when we start typing. We can see the messages received instantly. So I'm not going to go through how to install this. This is something you should already be very well familiar with. We're going to fly through this project. It's definitely an intermediate level project. It's going to be a lot of fun, so let's go. Now to create a project, really simple. We find, where is it? To create a project, the command is right here. So we're going to go, we're going to call this real-time chat, and we're going to change the name straight away. Sweet. All right. Now we're going to rename real-time chat. I'm just going to call it app. The reason why we called it real-time chat initially is because the actual app name, the name of, like the name that's going to be given to the app for the native iOS project, the Android project, is going to be called native chat, which is just we just want that anyway. So we're going to move that to that. We're going to open VS Code, which we should be using. We're going to make it full screen because that's going to be a lot easier for us. And now we've just got this app. That's it, nothing else. Now when we want to run, we don't want that. When we want to run our apps, instead of typing in the command that's going to run our app in the simulator for iOS and Android. We're just going to make a make file, and we're going to put our commands in that, and then it's going to be really, really easy to run that command. So to run iOS, we're going to go run iOS, and we're just going to go from the root, we're going to go cd into app, and in this, within the same command, we're going to go npm run iOS. However, this will work. This will work perfectly fine. I'm going to do something slightly different, and I'll show you exactly why. So I'm just going to open up the simulator app here. It's just going to pick iPhone Pro Max. And see when we go open simulator, see how you've got iOS, you've got iPhone SE, 14, 14 Plus, 14 Pro, 14 Pro Max, blah, 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 all this. If you don't specify, it's just going to pick whichever one's open or the first one in the list. I don't want it to pick the first one in the list. This one, it picked this one because I've previously opened this, but that's fine. So I want to basically specify this iPhone 14 Pro Max in the command right here. And the command looks like pass those arguments. And then I'm going to make. Should work. It'll just take a second to build and run. Yo! Alright, it's working. Sweet. So it builds. We've got our simulator running. We've got the actual iPhones, the actual, the correct iPhone that we picked running. All good. Now we're going to close that down. We're going to close this down. Terminate. And now we're going to do exactly the same thing, but for Android. So we're going to make another one. Call this Run Android. Remove all this, run Android, clear that. Now we're going to go make run Android. Yeehaw! Alright, that worked. So we've got it running for each one individually. That's fine. Now we'll close this down, and we'll close this down as well. Today, yep. So now we're going to create one more, and this is going to run both at once. So we're going to go run. I don't know if you're familiar with makefiles, but you can just do something like this. Android run iOS, and then when we run, then it's going to do both of them at the same time, or in sequence, not at the same time. It's going to do one after another. And so now we've closed everything down. We're going to clear that. And the reason why we put run at the top is because if we just run make without any arguments, it's going to just pick the first one. So we run make, and then we'll wait for all that to work. And then we'll be fully good to go. It's not ready yet, it's still building. Alrighty, now we've got both working. We've got both simulators running with a single command. We've got the right simulator running, the right iPhone. Everything is all good. Now we can move on to the next part. Okay, now we're going to set up our API. Pretty easy to do. So we're going to create a Python virtual environment to contain all of our Python packages. We're going to use virtual env to do that. If you don't have it on Mac, you can use brew to install it, virtual env, and we'll just wait for that to, I've already got it, so it shouldn't do anything interesting. Yeah, it's all good. So virtual env -p, version of Python you want to use, mine's Python 3, and yeah, we're going to call it env. Take a second, and it's created this file here, no, this folder here, sorry, and all of our packages and stuff are going to be contained within that, which is nice. So if we want to wipe out that Python environment, we just wipe out that folder. To activate it, we're going to go source env bin activate, and we're going to pip install Django. Pip freeze so that we can see all the packages that have been installed with this particular environment. It's just those three. Now to create a new Django project, we go Django admin start project, and I'm going to call it core, and you'll see why I do it, why I call it core in a second. So now it's created a folder called core. We're going to go into core. You can see we've got an inner core here. Do I have a tree? Yeah. So the reason why I called the project core is so that this folder here would also be called core, and that's because it contains our core functionality, our settings, our web server, all that kind of stuff. It's just the way that I like to name these types of projects, as opposed to having this folder name something different across multiple projects. Anyway, I just don't like it. So I'll do it this way. I'm going to go out here, and in the outer core, we're going to rename that to API. Now we've got API, app, and our env. So we've got the API and the app, the two different applications separated in the root folder here. Now we need to activate, sorry, not activate, we need to run our API server. And so to do that, we can create another make command, and we're going to call this server. And to do that, we're going to go, first we're going to want to activate or source from the root directory. We're going to want to source our virtual environment first. The way we do that inside the make file is, instead of writing source, we just use the dot here. So I'm not sure if you've ever seen this before, but trust me, it'll make sense. Bin, and then activate, and then within the same command, and we're going to, in the same command, cd into the API folder, and a third, we're going to Python, because the Python that will be activated will be this Python, not our global Python, manage.py run server. And that's going to allow us to manage everything from our root directory. This is why we're creating our make file in this way. So if I want to run the server, I can deactivate, don't need that anymore. I can quickly run make server from the root, and it will do everything that we need to do. Now this means that it's working, like this is good. So another thing we're going to do is we're going to, yep, now it works, we're all good. And now we've got our React Native app set up on both Android, iOS, that's all good. And we've also got the API. Now let's start coding. Okay, now we're going to start coding, which is the fun part. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out where is our code. It's in here. So this app.tsx, This is our entry point. Another thing too, we're not going to use TypeScript with this TSX. That is not a topic for this tutorial, so we're basically going to get rid of that. We're going to clear out a bunch of stuff. We're just going to get rid of, almost everything in this file. I'm going to get rid of all the TypeScript related stuff. Is it dark mode? We're not going to worry about that. Background style, we're not going to worry about that. All this new screen stuff, we can get rid of that. Leave that empty because we're going to keep that. Save area view. Status bar, we're going to lose that. Scroll view, sorry, we're going to lose that. We're going to get rid of this style sheet as well. We're not going to use style sheets, we're going to use inline styles because it's just simpler. We end up writing all this code. If you want to separate it out, feel free to do so. Props with children, don't need that. Get rid of these semicolons, you don't actually need semicolons here. And we're going to rename this to app.jsx instead of tsx. Now we save that, and it'll update. This is exactly what we expect to see. What? This. Yeah, we're gonna. Because we changed the name of our entry file, it's not gonna like that. So we need to reload. Reload by clicking on the terminal here and then hitting the R key. And that'll reload it, and that should work. We'll just make sure that it does indeed work. Text. Got to make sure that text is imported up here. We're going to go hello, and here we're going to go flex 1, justify content, center, align items, center. Save that. Yep, prove that it works. It works. Alrighty. Now the first thing we're going to make is a splash screen. Interesting little splash screen we're going to make for ourselves, which is sort of like a custom one. There are packages that will allow you to change the actual native code, like the native splash screen that the app uses, but we're going to bypass that. We're just going to make our own view that is just going to display first. Basically, like it's going to be the first actual React Native view that displays, and that's going to play, or that's going to be displayed while it is it is basically authenticating once you log in. Once you open the app. If you have stored credentials, it's going to talk to the API and log you in and get you a fresh token, all that sort of stuff. While that's happening, we're going to display our own nice little animation. So that's what we're going to build first, which is the essentially part of the entry point. Enough of that. What we need to do is we need to set up, so we're in the root, we're going to create a folder. We're going to create a folder called source. And this is where all of our code is going to go. First thing we're going to want to do is create a folder called screens. This is where this is a navigation thing, which we'll get to. We want another one called assets. And we want another one called common. These are the only folders that we're going to need for the time being. In screens, we're going to create a file called, what's this prettier? Get rid of that. In screens, file splash.jsx. We're going to give it some boilerplate, which is just going to be function splash screen export defaults splash screen. Up here we're going to go import text. I'm just going to return splash. That'll do for now. And in our main app, we're going to go import splash screen from screens splash. Too easy. I'm going to take that and we're going to get rid of this for now, and we're just going to return splash screen. That'll be the easiest thing to do. It's got to go source. Anyone who caught that, you are a legend. Now, yep, you can see it up there in that tiny little corner. It's working. Cool. Okay, so in our splash screen, we're going to make something a little bit more, something a little bit better than that. We're going to start off with a safe area view. And then inside that, we're going to have a status bar object, which we're going to set to bar style light content, because we want the color of the status bar text to be light here, because we're going to have a dark background, and we'll actually create that now. So we're going to style. We're going to align items center. Actually, going to flex 1 so that it extends the whole height. Align items, justify content, center that as well. Background color black. Yep. Good so far. And then we're going to have a view object, a text object, real-time chat. And we'll style the text as well. Style. Color will be white. We'll text align center. We'll have a font size of 48, big text. And that's all we'll have for now. View doesn't exist, make sure to import that. Formatting is always nice. Here we go. All right, now we've got real-time chat. Now we've got some nice text. The only problem is, it's not very nice text, is it? It's pretty hideous. Now, we want way better text than that. So what we're going to do is we're going to import our own custom fonts. So inside assets, we're going to create a folder called fonts. And inside fonts, we're going to find a font that we like. Now, I found one here called Leckery 1, which I think looks absolutely mint. So we're going to follow this little instruction manual. So we need this file here, React config. We need to create that here in our root, in the root of our app. React native.config.js. Create this file, drop that in here, and then instead of that, we need to go .source. fonts. That's all we need to do. Then we need to grab our font, which you can just go here. You can search fonts all over the place. You can go to Google Fonts. You can pick anything you want. There's millions. They're all royalty free, or I believe. If I'm wrong, oops. Pretty sure they're all good, but this is the one I already found, and it's one I like, so I'm going to go download family. And I've got it here. We just need to drag it over into fonts like that. It's going to copy it for us, which is what we want. We can't view it, which we don't care about. And then once we do that, there's one more step, which is laid out in our little helpful little article here. We need to run this command, npx native asset. And that command is going to actually deposit that font into the native applications for us. We have, if we open up our root, we see we have an iOS and an Android folder. They contain the actual native applications if you're not super familiar with how these things, how React Native project is put together. So we need to go to our terminal, and then we'll go, what was it? npx React Native asset. So we go on here, and we need to go cd app. From the app root, run that command. And because it knows where to find the font files, we'll do that. Yep, I believe that worked. That looks good. And so now we're going to go to our VS Code again. I'm going to go to our splash screen, and then here we're going to go font family, and we should be able to use that font straight away. So we'll go I have no idea how to pronounce that. And then that should work for us. We might need to reload. We won't need to reload it. We need to rebuild it. So we need to go make run, because we changed something in the native app. So we need to rebuild the native apps for it to actually recognize that change with that font. But once that does work, which it should now, then we should be able to use our font finally after all that messing around. There we go. Now we can use our font. How good is that? Now I think what we'll do is I'm going to fix up my windows. Now what we can do is we can separate out this title here, this view. I'm going to call this title. Chat. We're going to, inside common, create a title object, a reusable object, because we're going to reuse this in the future. So reusable object makes our life easier. Title function return all this stuff. And we're passing the text here, so we're going to call this text return, export default title, and we're going to import text. Make sure we import that. And we'll also give it the color. And then we come here, and then we give it the text, and we give it the color. In this case, it's going to be white. Now we've added a reusable component there, which is always nice. reloading alone. We did not import our title, so we're going to go import title from wherever it is. Yep. Sweet. It works. Now we have a reusable title component. How good is that? Now, it's looking a bit still. Don't we wish that we could animate it? Don't we wish that it would bob up and down or something like that? Hey, what a good idea. I think so too. Let's do that. Okay, so we're going to use React animations. Built into React. Pretty easy to use. We're going to need this object, this animated object, and that's pretty much all we're going to need. Oh, we're also going to need to import a use effect, because we need to use effects. If you've used React before, which you should have, you will be very familiar with this little number. And this is going to be on, yeah, when there's an empty list here, it just means it's going to run once at the very beginning. We want to create const animated value. Animated equals new animated dot value. Set it to 0. And how long do we want this to go for? Our animation, our up and down animation, we'll just give it 800 milliseconds, which is pretty good. Then we're going to animate. We're going to animate the object to move up, and we're going to animate the object to move down in a sequence. So the way to do that, so what you would normally do if you want to create an animation, you go animated.timing, which means that over the time period, animated timing, animated, and then we give an object, and I'm going to go to value. Basically means this animated value starts at 0. We want to animate it to, say, 20. Get out of the way. And then the duration, which is going to be the duration we just created. Yes, we get it. And then use native driver to true. It's just, I'm not really sure what that is, but I know that it's needed. So, actually, let's change this to 5,000. So, and actually we'll call this, we'll come with we've got a better name for this. This will be translate y, which is exactly what we're going to be changing. We're going to go down here, and to animate a view, we've got to change this from a view to an animated view. And style, translate y. That should be all that we need, I think. Yeah. And in main, we've got a spelling error. Animated. There we go. Let's fix that. Now, when we reload, hopefully it'll float upwards really slowly. It's not. Why is that? Does it need to be in this list? Try again. It's not working. Why isn't it working? Ah, we didn't actually start the animation. Yeah, that was silly. We have to call start. Let's try again. There we go. Ah, it's actually moving down. Very, 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 very slowly. Yep, that's exact. You know, we'll change it and we'll do it 200. Try again. Yeah. Woo! Look at that. Now, we actually want it to move down and then back up. So we'll change this. So we're gonna have two animations in sequence. So it's go up to 200 and it's going to go back to 0. But we can't just, the way that we need to call these is we need to wrap these two animations in a sequence. They are a sequence of animations. I wonder what type of object we're going to need for that. Oh, a sequence. That's right. A sequence object as a list. And I'm going to add, just indent these like that. And then now we're going to press start on our sequence. Now when I save that, need one of these, save that. Now it's going to go all the way down, and then it should come all the way back up. Woo! How good was that? All right, so we're going to change this back to 20, and we're going to change this back to about 80, about 800 milliseconds. So it went up and down very, very slowly. Now we want this animation to loop. We want it to loop over and over and over, essentially forever. So we're going to put every single thing inside an animated .loop. Now when we save that, come back, we should bob up and down essentially forever, which is exactly what we wanted. Reload that just so it clears, make sure it's all good. Yep. Now we have a nice little splash animation. How good is that? Okay, now we're going to add navigation. We're going to use this package, which we can install very easily. React-navigation/native. And we're going to have to install a few things, it looks like. So we're going to cd into our app. Must be in the app. Don't make the mistake of doing it in the root directory. That's going to not going to work. So we're going to install that. While that's working, we're going to grab this. Easy peasy. Next one. Now we're also going to use the stack navigation and tab navigation. And we have to install additional packages for those. So for stack, it's all in the documentation here. Navigators, stack. We want the native stack. Install the native stack. Make sure it's the native stack and not the stack. We don't want that. We also want bottom tabs. Yeah. So bottom tabs. That should do us for now. Now, is there anything else? Ah, yeah, we need to do a pod install. So that's one thing we need to do, npx pod install, and this will set up everything that needs to happen on the iOS, like the native application. It needs to just make some changes. It uses pod files to do that. If you've used React Native in any sort of depth, you'll know, you should have come across pod files before. Sweet. And there's one extra thing we need to do. Yep. We need to add this to our Android project. So to do that, this is kind of annoying, but got to do it. I'm going to open Android Studio. And this is just some app that I had from before. We don't really care about that. I'm going to open chats, app, and then Android inside our actual real-time chat app, and then just highlight the Android folder and hit open. Trust, yeah. So we're going to open that. It's going to take a second to load. It takes a second. Okay. We need to open the real-time chats, app, Java, real-time chat, and then in our main activity, I believe it was, in our main activity we need to add this function, this onCreate function, for some reason. Double click that, open it up, and you should be able to just place it anywhere. I'm just going to place it at the end. Hit save. Go back here. Also need to add the following import statement to the top of this file. Yeah, that makes sense. So in this needs to be an import. Add one additional import, and I'll add it at the top so that it's alphabetical, because I'm weird about that. And then that just imports this bundle here. Save that. Quit. Don't need to do anything else there. This change is required to avoid crashes related to view state not being persistent, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's done. Now this is done. Now we can cd back into our root, and we're going to completely make run. Now we remember we created that run. It's going to run on both. I'm just going to rebuild. Sweet. Alrighty, looks like that worked. Now we're going to start building out some of our views. And first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a bunch of different views that we're going to sort of pad this out a bit. So we're going to first create a SignIn. SignIn.jsx, and in that we're just going to add some boilerplate. It's going to be pretty simple. We're going to go easy peasy. Then we're going to make another one called SignUp, which is going to be our register. JSX. Sign up. we're going to create one called home.jsx. I'm going to make another one called search, which we're going to use to search for our friends. And one more for now. It's going to be our messages or our chat. Messages, messages, messages. All right, we've definitely got enough for the moment. Now over here we're going to import our SignIn screen. See, if you pick it, well, I'll do it again, import SignUp. It's much easier if you let VS Code find it for you, because then it'll select the import path and it'll do all that for you. So we picked sign up. Wow, that was easy. Imports home screen. Import search. Import messages. Easy peasy. Now we're going to add, with our navigation, we need to wrap our entire app in something called a navigation container, which we can find here. Navigation container. It's pretty easy. We can copy it from here, or we can type it out ourselves. Either one is fine. We'll get rid of our splash screen for the time being. Get rid of that. We also need to navigation container, bang, and it's going to import it for us, which is very handy. Now inside our navigation container, we're going to have a status bar. So our app is going to be, the theme is going to be light. We're not going to deal with a dark screen, so we want the actual status bar text to be dark, so that it's, you know, dark text on white background. Now we need a stack navigator. First we need to create a stack. And in order to do that, we need to create this constant stack object. Create native stack navigator, that one right there. It's going to import it for us. And then I like to put everything that is, you know, everything that's mine, I like to put at the bottom, and then everything that's like from a library, I like to put on the top, but that's just me. So you have to create stack navigator, and all of this is in the documentation, which we can go down here, native stack, installation. How do we use it? We have to create a stack object here, and then we need to wrap everything inside this stack navigator. So we'll just grab that, just drop that in there. And then our screens, we've got a bunch of different screens here. So our first screen is going to be our splash screen, and then sign in, sign up, our home, search, our messages. And then you can probably tell what we're going to do here with this component, our splash screen, sign in, sign up, search, messages screen, screen, and screen. Now when we save or reload, it should just give us our, nothing should change. It should display exactly the same thing. Except now we have a navigation bar at the top, which means it's working. It's exactly what we want, what we expect. Now we're going to get rid of this navigation bar on certain screens, which we're going to do the way you can pass an option here that says options equals header shown. Yeah, we've got all the options here. False. So you can pass it that way. See, it's gone now. It's gone on one. It's not gone on the other one. Yep, now it's gone. But I don't like to do it that way. I like to do it in a different way. The way we're going to do it is I'm going to go to the splash object. Up here I'm going to go use layout effect. And we grab that. It's imported for us because we let VS Code do it for us. Now this is very similar to use effects. The only difference is this runs before anything renders. So, you know, use effect runs, I think after once, this one runs before use effect. That's pretty much all we need to know for the time being. And all of our screens are passed a navigation object, which we can access just like that. We can deconstruct it there like that. And then inside our layout effect, before anything is rendered, before anything happens, we can change, we can set some options. We can go navigation.set options, and then we can set header shown false in here. Now, I like to do it in here. I like to manage the screen options within the actual screen itself instead of passing them here, because I like to keep this nice and clean, because if you don't, you can have, you know, options equals, you know, blah 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 blah, like, and it just gets quite messy. I don't like it there. Trust me. It's a lot cleaner and makes a lot more sense, I believe. But that's just me. Okay, so now when we reload, it should still be missing, and that's exactly what we would expect. It's good. Now, how do we navigate? That's something we really are interested in doing as well. So the way I'm going to do that is we're going to have some state. So we're going to create a state right now, and that's going to be, it's going to basically tell us if our app has initialized yet. Because remember, we said we're going to display this while it is looking. While it's, if you have stored credentials, it's going to see, it's going to hit the database, and it's going to relog you in, and it's going to get a fresh token, all this kind of stuff. If that process is complete, then this initialized value will be true. We're going to use state, and we're going to call this true. Now, the way that it's recommended that you handle this type of situation, where you want to display part of your stack navigation in a certain situation. Say we might want to display only the splash, and you can't navigate to any of the other part of the state at all. And then when you're logged in, for example, let's just say I'm logged in, I don't want to press back and then end up at the sign in. For example, you don't want that. You want, basically, if you're signed in, you want to separate this. You want this to be separate. And if you're not signed in, then you only really want to display these. And if it's loading, you want to display the first one. This creates, and will conditionally render only this little block, only this little block, or only this little block. And so the first thing we'll do is we'll go, if it's not initialized, then we will conditionally show this. So if it's not initialized, then we want to display our splash. And if it is initialized, but it's not authenticated, I'll grab another one, authenticated, we'll say that that's false for now, authenticated, ugh. Okay. If it's not initialized, then we want to display the splash. If it is initialized but it's not authenticated, then we want to display our sign in, sign up, all that kind of stuff. But if we are initialized and we are authenticated, then we can go ahead and display the goods, the hidden protected part of the application, which we're only going to show if we have like a valid user and all that kind of stuff. Indent that. Sweet. And this is our actual entry point of our app. Like, this is where all the business happens, and it's either going to display, the correct, section. We can save that, and then we'll say, okay, it's not initialized. That's what we're going to start with. Reload. Not initialized. It's displaying our custom splash, which is what we want. If it is initialized, set that to true, then we want to display our sign-in page, which is exactly what we get here. If authentication is true, then we want to display our home, and our home is going to contain our tab view, which we're going to make next. Okay, now we're going to add a tab view to this home screen. This is when we're logged in. This is what we're going to be displayed with, and it's like a dashboard. We're going to have a couple of tabs here, so we need to make a tab view. Really easy. Bottom tabs, the documentation here. We already installed that. It's all good. We need to create a tab object in the same way that we created a stack object. We need to create that. So we'll just copy these two. Go over to our home. That's where we're going to put it. Drop that in there. Get rid of these semicolon. Just taking up space. And we're going to just grab this tab navigator. Gonna make it a lot easier for us. And we're going to ditch. We're just going to replace this altogether. we need some screens. So we're going to actually have to create some additional screens here. Go to the search, copy that, create. First one's going to be called requests. This is going to be when we receive a friend request, this is where that's going to go. And then we can paste that, change the name, requests, easy. Then we're going to make another one called friends. So this is going to be our friend list, chat list. Grab just one of these, friends. And one more. It's going to be our profile page. Profile.jsx. Fill that. Profile. Save that, and make sure that request is saved as well. Get rid of this. Get rid of these. Clean this up a bit. Go away. Cool. Now we want to import those. Go import request screen. Yep. Import friends screen. Import profile screen. Easy. And we're just going to rename these requests. You can probably guess where this is going. Easy peasy. And it reloads all by itself, but we'll reload it again just because we can. And this is what you should see. So the icons here are, I'm not really sure what this default icon is, some sort of triangle, something ugly. You can see here we've got two header bars, which we don't want. We don't want that. We're going to actually get rid of this header bar. But for the time being, we can see that we can go to our different tabs. Same here, friends, profile. It's exactly what we want. Now we're going to remove this top home. We're going to remove this top home navigation bar, which we don't want. So to do that, we're going to do exactly the same thing that we did with our splash. So we go to our splash, use layout effect. We'll just copy that. Go back to home, and then in the root here, and we're going to need our navigation, and we're going to need to import this. There we go. Put that at the top. And that should do it. Yep, gets rid of it. It's exactly what we wanted. Now we have a nice tab view. Excellent. Now these icons look like rubbish, so we're going to make way better ones. We're going to use Fontawesome Icons. And to do that, we're going to go to the Fontawesome documentation here, and we're just going to follow this. It's going to be pretty simple. Make sure it's for React. Well, you don't actually have to go to this yourself. You can if you want to, or you can just follow along here. Copy that, And I'm just going to cd into our app. Make sure you cd into the app. If you do it in the root, it's going to not work, and you're going to look like a fool. Okay, then we're going to need to run the pod install. Now we can run this. We used a different one a minute ago, but we just run that. We could also do the npx React Native pod install, something like that. I can't remember what it was. Whatever. Then we're just going to use the free solid SVG icons. We're not going to worry about any of the others. Just going to install that. If you want other styles or the pro or this type of stuff, you need an account and a token, you know, like a pro account token for this, which you need to set up. It's annoying. But we're just going to use, as I said, the first one. We're just going to use solid icons and the free version. So we're going to cd back out of that iOS folder, which it popped us in, clear, and we're going to create a new folder inside our source. We're going to call it core, which is going to contain some core functionality, if the name didn't give that away. So we're going to call this fontawesome.js. Oh, we forgot to install that. My bad. My mind is erratic. So we're going to install that first, and then we're going to import it all. And we're going to import it all in the simplest possible way. You can see the documentation here. How do we use it? So we need this library. So we're going to import this library here. Import library. We're going to import all of the free solid. So that's going to be solid. And then this is going to be FAS. That's going to get all of the Fontawesome solid icons, every single one of them. We're not going to pick and choose. Now, we would want to pick and choose like this, where we just pick out a specific icon and then add that to the library. With this FAB or FAS, in our case, we're going to add this to the library, and we're going to add every single icon, so we don't have to worry about, oh, did we include that one into our did we include that one into our library, blah 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 blah. We're just going to include all of them. In the real world, you would probably want to only include the icons you're going to use, as opposed to including them all. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to import all of them. Now we need to import this into our main app, which we're going to do in our main app JS. JSX, this one up here. So it's going to be included for the entire project, and we're just going to go import. We're not going to import, we're just going to import the entire contents of the Fontawesome file. So it's going to go here, source, core, Fontawesome. That's all we're going to do, and that's going to import all this, run it, blah 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 blah, everything we need. So that's just separates it out into its own little file, folder, whatever, which is good for us. And then once we do that, we need to rebuild our app. Sorry. So we come back here, we're going to make run. CD back out into the root, make run, and that's going to rebuild our entire app. Our simulators and whatnot, we're going to rebuild. So we'll wait for that. Alrighty. That's rebuilt. Now we're going to actually use them, our new icons. So the first place we're going to use them is we're going to add 1, 2, 3 icons to our tab view. So we're going to go to our home, and we're going to update the options for our tab view. So to do that, we're going to add some screen options. Find all this in the documentation. You kind of have to dig through it a bit. In the guides, tab navigation, customizing the appearance, here screen options, blah 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 blah. So yeah, just if you want to explore this yourself, this is all in the documentation. I'll just show you what I've done. And this will allow us to actually set or return the icon, the actual object, depending on the route and depending on what's going on at the time. So we're going to have three different icons, and we're just going to place the name of them in a dictionary that correspond to the actual names 1, 2, 3 request, friends, profile of the screens. And so when the route name, the route that has a few properties, when the route.name is equal to this one, requests, we want to return, or we want to grab the bell icon, which is going to be sensible because our requests, notifications, roughly speaking. I feel like that works nicely. Our friends, for that, we're going to use the inbox icon from Fontawesome. And if you want to look for custom icons using Fontawesome, so it's really easy, Fontawesome search. You can tell I've been here many a time. So I'm going to search for profile. And then, oh, I like that one. That looks great. And then I come here, and then the actual name of it is just user. And you can see here, FA user. We don't need this FA. I think you can include it, but we don't actually need to include it because we don't need to differentiate between, solid or anything like that. We could just use the username. Trust me. Trust in me. And the inbox icon. Let's just show you that one. Inbox. This one here looks great. Trust me. And then profile, we're going to use the user, the one that we just saw. We're going to use that one. And so const icon, we're going to pick the actual icon, icons route.name. It's going to fetch. It's going to fetch the icon that we want, and then we're going to return the Fontawesome icon, which we're going to go back to the documentation. Yep. So to actually use it, we're going to use this object. So we're going to have to import this Fontawesome icon. So we're going to have to go at the top, and let's just import that Fontawesome icon. And we're going to return a Fontawesome icon. I'm going to go icon is equal to icon. The size, we're going to give it 28, something like that. 26, no, this one's good. And then the color is going to be equal to this color that we are provided with. And we're going to set the color as well of the tab. We're going to set the tab bar active tint color. I'm going to set that to like a dark. See, I think by default Actually, you know what? Let's just do this first. And it's refreshing. Let's hit R and make it refresh faster. Hopefully we didn't break anything. There we go, look at that. We got some sexy icons, if I do say so myself. But they're blue, we don't like the blue. Blue is, We're going to change this to sort of like a dark. So the theme of our app is going to be quite dark, as you probably saw in the preview. I'm going to just give this a not quite black, but quite dark color. And Android updated that, but iOS didn't. There we go. That looks nice. And I'm not a fan of the text either. I just want the icon itself. That to me looks a lot cleaner. And so the way we can do that is we can set the screen. As you can see, the screen options has got heaps of different things here, which we can set all sorts of stuff. Tab bar show later. Call that false. Save it. Come back, and now we just have the icons themselves, which I like. I'm all about it. I think it looks great. All right, awesome. Actually, while we're here, we're going to add another button. We're going to add a button over here, which is going to be our search button, which is going to be visible on all 3 pages, or all 3 tabs, I should say. It doesn't matter which one. And while we're at it, we're going to just we're going to just change we're going to add, a header right, and then providing it with a function, we're going to return an actual icon and also a button. And you'll see why we're doing this in a moment. Touchable opacity, and then we're going to return a Fontawesome icon. The color, we're going to make that dark, but slightly lighter than the other ones. The size, what size will we give that? Make it a little bit smaller. And the icon, or the icon name itself, will be the magnifying glass for the search, because this is going to be for a, so we'll drop this down on a new line here. Now we'll save that, and didn't update. Let's refresh. That's why. We gave it curly brackets, and if we give it curly brackets, we need to actually drop in a return statement like this. But if we give it just normal brackets, save that. There we go. We've got a little button up there, but we need to give it add a style, call this style, and we'll give it a margin right of, I don't know, 16. Save, and that pushes it across there. Boom! How easy was that? Alrighty. Now, what do we need to do next? What we need is a royalty-free blank profile picture. Which, yeah, we need something like this. Which I'm not sure if we can just rip it straight from Google. I mean, of course you can, of course I don't recommend you doing that, wink wink, for legal reasons. Date unknown. Description, author, licensing. This work is ineligible for copyright, therefore public domain because it consists entirely of information, blah, 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 blah. Excellent. All right. That means we can fucking use it. SVG. We don't want an SVG. What we want is you want to open image in a new tab. PNG. Yep. We're gonna save that. I'm gonna call this profile. We're gonna save it to yeah, we go YouTube, real-time chat, app, source, assets, and we're going to save that in there. And that's it. Wow, that took, all right, easy, easy peasy. A public domain image, which you should always use public domain, or if you're going to use someone's shit, then attribute them even, you know. Yeah, that was easy. Now we're going to add the header left. I'm going to do pretty much the same thing, but with this one, we're going to create a view. Make sure it's imported, which it should have been. Yep, there. View, and then an image, which, yeah, we just imported that. Oh, no, wrong one. We want to use a React Native image, so we get rid of this crap. And then our image is going to be source. Source, for now, we're going to update this later. We're just going to go require, and we have to go relative. We're going to go assets, assets profile PNG. Yep. Going to add some style. We'll call this width. We'll call it 28. Height 28. Save that. We need to close our image. Now save it again. There we go. Now our image is up there. Now we want to offset this the same way we did this one, but we want to go margin left 16. Save that. There we go. We have. We also want to give this a border radius of 14. Save it again. And then now it's more of a rounded. Let's give that. Can we give it a background? We might be able to. Background color. There we go. So there we've got a blank profile image. Now we've got our tabs all set up, and then when we click through them, our header buttons, this is a button, this is not, this is just going to be our thumbnail when we are loading a user object and all this kind of stuff. Ugh, what's wrong with this? Some errors here. Yeah. It's all good, it's all good. Yep. Now we've built out our stack navigator and our tab navigator. And now we're going to build out all of our different screens. So all of our screens that we've made here, we've filled out the splash, but we're going to fill out all the rest of them now. We're going to start with the sign up, sign in, and then we're going to make our way to the screens that have our friend, our friend list, our messages, our chat, the message has a chat, our profile pictures, all this kind of stuff. We're going to build all that out next. Okay, now we're going to create our sign in and our sign up views. So we're going to go to our root and we're going to toggle off the authenticated. We're going to say, no, we're not authenticated. We want to show the sign in page. One of the first things we want to do is see how this background is like a gray. It's not quite like it's a light color, but it's gray. We don't want that. Gray, it's a really ugly gray. And we're going to change that. Now, we could do it by changing the background of this safe area view. So we could go style equals flex 1 to make it grow all the way to the top, to the bottom. We can go background color white. Save that, come back here, and now it's fully white. But what happens when we authenticate again? Now all of the other navigation screens, they're still got that ugly gray. We don't want that. We want to set the background color. Get rid of this. We want to set the background color. Get rid of this. Here. False. We want to set the background color on every single screen. Now the way we do that is we need to pass something to our navigation container. We need to create, well, first we need to import the default theme, and then we just need to make a small change to it. And the way we do that is we go to our navigation container and we import the default theme. And then we're going to create a theme up here. I'm just going to go const, this is all in the documentation, light theme is equal to the default theme. We're just going to basically copy it. And we're going to update the colors key. We're going to update the background color to white. Easy peasy. And then we're going to pass this theme to our navigation controller. Save that. And now our background is white. Now we'll just make sure, it might be hard to see, so we'll change it to red. It works. Cool. Now we're going to build out this sign-in view. And we're going to get rid of this, we don't want to have this header bar showing on this either. So remember how we did that? We went to our splash screen. And we can see we've got the use layout effect, header shown no. We're just going to copy that, drop that in the top, make sure it imports like that, save. We need to pass our navigation. Anyone who caught that is a legend. Save again, come back, and then now it's gone. Our header bar is totally wiped out. We don't want that. Goody, goody, goody. Let's reload this anyway. Sweet. Now we're just going to build this out. We got to give our safe area view. It's not expanding all the way to the top. All the way to the bottom unless we give it a flex of 1. I'll show you what that means. The blue. So when I give it a background, you can see that safe area view is not actually extending the whole way. We want to fill up the entire screen with this. And so the way we do that, we go flex 1, save, come back, and now it fills the whole thing. So that's, that's why we always give it a flex of 1. If we're trying to fill it up, we're going to get rid of this. View. view. Make sure we need to import view. That was silly of us. Import it. There we're good. Now we want to add the same text. Let's go back. Let's clean some of this up. Get rid of that. Now set this to false. We want to have the same text or title object. We want to use that on our login screen just because it looks really nice. So I'll put that back, and we put that into its own title object. Remember, it's our title object, and so we're going to use that in Splash. We use that in Splash. Here it is, right here, our title. Just copy that. Now let's clean some of this up a bit. Makes it a little bit more easy to read, hopefully. So now we've got our title object, but we want to set the color to this dark. And we also want to make sure that it's imported. So we need to come up here, import title, bang, that's the one. Save that. There we go. How nice does that look? We also want to add some inputs. So these are going to be some custom text inputs that we're going to create. I'm just going to create it up here for now. Function input return. We're going to have a text heading. We'll call this heading for now, and then a text input object. Down here, and we'll create 2 of those. Input. And we're going to, so heading, we're going to give this a title. I'm going to call this username. And password. We got to style that. That looks terrible. So to style that, we don't want that. We don't want align items. And then our heading text, we want to style that. We want to deconstruct our title, and then we want to place our title there. We want to provide some styles to this text. Give it color. Call it 7. It's a nice color. And we'll put some another line because we've got a lot more styles to come. We're going to style our text inputs. that. Yeah. I'm going to provide some padding on our actual view. And we'll stick it here. Call it 20 pixels. Brings that in. Nice. Looks really nice. And if we click on this, yep. Close that. Sweet. So we've got some text inputs starting to work. Now we want to put some distance between, we want to add a little bit of a gap here. That's the easiest way to do that. And we'll put a massive gap on the title object. Title. This won't matter when we're in the splash. In fact, it'll actually help because we're moving it up and down. And it'll fill that space. Let's call it 40. 30. I like 30. Looks good. Now we need a button, like a sign-in button. Function button. Give that a title as well. Add our button down here. Sign in. Save that. Now let's style it. Style of text. Yeah. Now we need a big gap. Well, we want a decent gap there, so get that 20. Nice. How bloody good is that looking? Alrighty, so when we click here, so interesting thing about these simulators, so you can use the keyboard without actually having to press this. You know, you can just use the keyboard straight away. The delete, that helps a lot too. On Android, now click out of that, yeah. But on iOS, keyboard, use the same keyboard, connect hardware. There we go. Okay. So connect hardware keyboard. So we need to click that. I believe that means, yeah, so that's Control Shift K. That lets us use our actual computer's keyboard. Now, Command K will allow us to use the actual soft, you know, keyboard here. But, that one works too. Toggle, keyboard, connect, hardware. Now the hardware doesn't work. You can only use that one. Okay. We want to Command-Shift-K, allowing us to use the actual keyboard. And then Command-K will allow us to use Command-K. Yeah, so Command-K will toggle this one. Or you can just use the hardware keyboard. Either one. So it works slightly differently. So it's just important to be aware of those slight differences. If you have any trouble, just come up here, go click on the iOS simulator, IO, keyboard, and then mess around with these. I sort of if it doesn't work, I just hit Command K and then bang. It usually just works after that. Anyway, so now we have created our input, at least the look of it anyway, and it looks bloody great. Now we want to add one thing at the bottom. See, we have no navigation bar, no nothing, but what if we don't have an account yet? What if we want to sign in? Sorry, what if we want to sign up? What if we want to create an account from scratch? Well, we're going to put something here so that we can navigate to a sign up or register screen. So that's going to be pretty easy. We're just going to put that underneath here. We're going to call this text. That. Yeah, something like that. And when we click on that, we want to call a function with text. So I'll just have to put this down on a different line. It's down a different line here. And next to style, we want to go on press. So when we actually click the text, we want to do something. We're going to give it an arrow function. We don't need to have any curly braces because we're just going to do it in a one-liner. I'm going to go navigation.navigate to a different screen. This is the first, I think this is the first time we're doing this. So we're going to navigate to this screen, one of the other screens that's going to be visible or going to be included when we are initialized but not authenticated. So one of these two, we want to navigate to the other one. We just give it the name that we specified in here. And we can go navigation, which is given to every screen, and we can just navigate to that screen pretty easily. We're going to save that. And then when we click on this, yeah, yeah. So now we're at our sign up view. And we've got a back button, which is all good. Sweet. So we might as well go ahead and create this sign up view as well. And it's going to be very similar. So we've got our sign in here. We'll open up our sign up as well. So one thing we want to do is we want our use layout effect. Copy that. Bring that over here. Make sure we import it. Save that. Got to add our navigation again. Made the same mistake twice. Navigation. Save that. And then we navigate to it. Yep, sweet. And we can ditch this. And we can start adding this as well. So we're going to go style. Box down. Make sure that we import view, and then when we do that, we get all the the IntelliSense, which makes our life a lot easier. Padding horizontal 16. I'm going to create some sign up text that just indicates that this is a sign up screen. Sorry. Cool. So what that looks like, sign up, just big sign up text, nothing special. And now we're going to reuse these same inputs. We're not going to recreate them. So in our sign in, so we created import and we created button, we're going to move them into the common section. So we're going to use these in multiple locations. So I'm going to create one called input.jsx. And we're going to copy everything from, I'm just going to cut that out, go over to input, paste that straight in, export defaults input, and we're going to make sure that we import a bunch of things. We've got view, text import. 1, 2, 3. That should work. And then in our sign in, we're going to import input. I'll copy that. I'm going to bring that over to our save. We're going to bring that into our sign up as well. Then we can input title, and we're going to create our username. We're going to give our first name, our last name, our password that we want to create with this account, and then we're going to want to retype and confirm that password. Capitalize it all, just keep it consistent. Save that. Over here. Hey, nice. And we want to add the button as well. So we want to go to we want to go to our button. We want to cut that. Common. Create new file. Button. JSX. And then same sort of thing where we export default button, and then we import touchable opacity text. So that's it. Come back here, import button, save. And that should work. Let's refresh. Yep, button's working. Now we can copy our button import, go over to sign up, where we're going to use this as well, and sign in. Let's just copy exactly that same thing. Sign in, but this time it's going to be sign up. Save that. Go sign up. Nice. I like it. Looks amazing. And we also want to add that same navigate. We want that same text to basically navigate back. So we're just going to copy that. And just change it a little bit. No need to retype it. Can't be bothered. And then we'll say this, instead of don't have an account, say already have an account. And then we'll call this sign in, and then we'll navigate, we won't navigate back to sign. Just want to go back, and And that's all it should take. So we'll refresh the whole thing, and then we'll go to our sign up, and then no, we don't want to be here. We want to go back to sign in, and then that'll pop us back, and you can see that it's sort of popping on, popping back, which is exactly what we want. And now this is our view. Like these are our you know, our public views, so to speak. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to add some error handling. So at the moment, when we type in here, and we hit sign up, it doesn't do anything. But what we want to do is we want to validate on both the login and also the sign up. We want to provide the ability to display any errors and say highlight the border as red, for example, if values are incorrectly added or they don't conform to, you know, for example, if these two passwords, if they don't match, for example, we want an error to display that. If a username is too short or missing, we want to display that. Same thing, username, password, if they're missing, we want to display that. So we're going to provide a way to add some error handling or some visually appealing error displays. Let's get on that. So we're going to start with sign in. So we're going to create a function. So when we actually sign in, we send the request, we want to call this function. We want to just say on sign in when this function is called. We're going to pass that to our button. But our button doesn't actually handle that yet. We'll have to update it, and we'll have to get it to accept an onPress param, and then onPress is equal to onPress. Save that, and then when we press this button, that's exactly what we want. Now, it's not working here because it only works on the sign in. So now, when that function is, when this function is called, we're going to do some error handling. Make sure that our username and password that we have, that we're taking from the user, passes some initial checks. And we're going to need to add some things to our inputs. To make that happen, let's just clean this up a bit. Now our input, we're going to need to create a state object, const username, set username, name, use state, it will be empty initially, and then password. Password. Cool. And we want our inputs to actually set and update these values. So we're going to pass both username, set username to our username. We're going to send them both. We're going to call this value equals whatever the value is, which is going to be user name. That's going to user name. That. And then our set value. We're going to pass that. We're going to do exactly the same thing for our password, and then we're going to update the actual input object. Update that. Now we're going to go over to our input, and now we've got some new values, new param, sorry. Value and set value. Now we want to actually display whatever value we've set in our parent component, that value, and then when this text changes, we need to trigger this set value function. And it's pretty easy. Changed text it just gives us the actual text, whatever it is now. I'm going to go set value text. Pretty easy. And I'm going to go back here, and then when this on sign in is called, we're going to print out along with our on sign in the values that we have stored and make sure that that's working correctly. We'll go back here, we'll just refresh to make sure that we haven't broken anything. So when we go username, I'm going to type in hello. Oop, that does not seem to be working because when I'm typing it's disappearing straight away. Now what could be causing that? On change, not on changed. Little spelling mistake there. On change text. My bad. Refresh. Now when we start typing, there we go. It works. Sweet. Now we hit sign in. Hello, bro. Sweet. It's doing what we want. We are successfully setting this username and password value on every keystroke, which is exactly what we want. Sweet. Now, wouldn't it be nice if we can add some error handling? I think that would be really, really nice. So what happens, for example, if there's nothing here and I hit sign in? Well, we want to catch that. We want to be able to we want to be able to indicate that this is, something's wrong visually. So we're going to create an error state for that. I'm going to just copy these over. I'm going to call this error username. Sorry. Yeah, we'll put it at the end. Username error. Much nicer. Password error. And then set username error. Copy that. Put that there. Sweet. Now we want to in the same way we pass the value and set value, we want to pass the error. Username error. Seems I made a spelling mistake up here. Yep. So error, username error, and then set error, set username error. And then we'll just add the same thing down here and change the names of these things. Save that. Sweet. Now, when are we going to set the error? And we needed to pass these errors because the error, we're going to display this little title here. If there's an error, we're going to replace this username with username something 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 error. And same thing with the password. If the password is changed, the password has some sort of error, then it's going to say password is blah, 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 blah. Like it's going to say it right there. And we also pass the set error. The reason why we pass that is because once we start typing, we're going to remove that error altogether, and it's going to be set sort of fresh. So first thing we need to do is we need to detect an error. That's the first thing. Once we have an error, then we'll use what we have to style it. See, because at the moment, it receives an error, and it receives a set error, which it will need later. But we're not setting any errors yet. So we'll do that now. So what might we want to detect? We want to check the username. Then we want to check the password. Now we want to basically not continue if we detected some sort of change, some sort of error. So we'll figure out a good way to do that. Now we'll get to our requests later, but for the moment we're going to basically test if it exists or not. If it's a non-null value, that's pretty much all we need to do. So we'll create a value that just says fail username, which is just a boolean, and we'll say it's true if username is a falsy value basically, and then if fail username, if that's true, then we're going to set username error to be some sort of text. Now, if it doesn't exist, we're just going to say username not provided. That seems pretty easy. And we'll basically do exactly the same thing for the password. Fail password. Password. Yep. Cool. Now, you might ask, why didn't we just break out here? Why, if there's an error, why do we need to check here? Like, why do we need to continue at all? And that's because if there's an error with both, we want to display both errors. So we need to basically do all the checks before we do any breaking out. That's why we created this intermediary value. And if any of those values, if any of those fail, so we go fail username or fail password, then we want to return out of this function. And that's it. That's all we need to do for now. Now, to make sure that that's indeed working, we'll update our inputs so that instead of displaying the title, we'll display the title only if there's no error. So we'll say error. If error is, falsy. Sorry, if error is true, then we'll display the error. And if there's no error, then we'll display the title. So reload everything. Now we'll just hit sign in with nothing. So you see, username was not provided. If I provide something here, and then I hit sign in again, we are not resetting. So how can we do that? Okay, one way to do that is once we start typing again, if there's any error, then we will set error to basically empty again. So what that will look like, we reload. So if I create an error and then I start typing, the error is gone. I hit it again, and then as soon as I start typing, this password not provided will reset. That's exactly what we want. Now we also want to change the color. So what we can do here is we can say error. If there is an error, if the error is truthy, which means that it contains a string and not an empty string, or a null value or something like that, which it won't, but so if the error exists, then we'll give it a sort of a red color. Give this give it a something like that. Now we'll reload it. Now we'll hit that. Boom! That's much clearer now. So when we start typing, and then that error disappears. Then we'll delete that. Error's back again. I reckon we should add a border as well. So border radius will go border width. Call that 1. Yeah, we've got a border. That's hideous. Color. So then we'll go border color. If there's an error, we'll say that we want the border color to be that same red, and if it's not, we don't want anything. We'll call it transparent. And then save that. There, nice. And then we start typing, and then it goes away. How nice is that? That looks awesome. Now, if everything's okay, hello bro, that's fine. In this case, everything's fine, so we'll actually make our request, but we will have to add some stuff. We'll have to add some authentication to our database, our API before we do that. So we'll move on and we'll error check our sign in. So we'll do pretty much the same thing. Go to our sign in. We'll go. We've got a few things to do. So we'll just pretty much start from scratch. Let's go up here and we'll go function on sign up console.log and sign up. And sign up. And we will move this over here. We'll create the same sort of thing over here. So we've got username, and then we're going to have first name, set first name. Last name. Then we're going to have password. I didn't need to retype that password. Password, we'll call it password 1, because we're going to have 2 of them. Password 1, password 2. And then we're going to do the same thing for the errors. And we're just going to align this so it looks a bit nicer. We're going to align it. I like to align things. I'm just autistic about that sort of shit. Alright, do the same thing for all the errors. First name. First name. Last name. Last name. Align. You'll be happier if you do that. Password 1 error. Password 2. Password 1 error. 2. 2. And then, as I said, align it. Alrighty, now it's a lot significantly more than before, but just bear with me. And we need to add all of these things like we did before. So it will take us a little bit of time. A space here, and then this is value equals username set value equals set user name, and then we need our error username error, and then set error set username error, and then we can just copy this, and then we can just go through the motions here and update all of these. So make sure we be very careful not to make any mistakes. We should be fine though. And then grab that. Alrighty, that one's, there's a lot more annoying. So on our sign up, now that we've said all that, we've already updated our input, so there's no need to mess with that anymore. Now on our on sign up, we need to actually do our our validation. So we can, let's have that at the bottom. And so if we go check username, check first name, check. Right. So if there's no username, or we want to give a minimum length, so we want the username to be at least if it's less than 5 characters, then we're gonna class that as an error. We want to we need usernames to have a little bit greater length than that. And then we go set username error, and then we'll just say username must be greater or equal to 5 characters. Yeah, it's good enough. And then the first name, we'll do something similar, but we don't really care about the length so much. I mean, theoretically could have like a 1 or 2 character. I know surnames, for example, some people can have like a 2-letter surname. So we won't put restrictions on that. It just has to exist. So it has to be at least 1 character. So we'll go for first name, we'll lose that, and then we'll go first name was not provided. Same thing with the last name. Last name. Now we're going to something very similar. Password 1 has to exist. If it doesn't exist, or its length is less than 8, then we're going to consider that a fail. We want passwords that are at least 8 characters. At least. And then with this one, it'll basically just be if password 1 is not equal, if they don't match, then password 2 is rubbish because it just has to match the first one. Is not equal to password 2. Fail password 2. Passwords don't match. And then if any of them break out of the function, if there was any issue here, then we break out of the function. below that. Hopefully we didn't make any mistakes. We did make a mistake. We need to import use state. Sweet. Now, oh, that is definitely a mistake. Yeah, that's why. See our set username. We're setting the username error on every single situation. That's If you caught that, you will have a place in history, my friend. You're going places. I was distracted. But I made a mistake. I own it. All right, try that again. Sign up. Boom. Right, that makes sense. So, yep. Too short, and we didn't get a retype password because they did match. They were both null, both nothing. So technically that's true, and we can totally leave it in that sort of situation. So we can call this Nick. Nick. Cool dude, and we'll just call this password. Try again. It's got to be at least 5 characters. Nicky? I like Nicky. Nicky's good. Try again. Passwords don't match. Password. Yep. So our validation is working as expected. Now, one more thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the ability to create like hidden passwords. That's something that we will need to pass. So in our input, we can come up here and I'll pass another property. We'll call it secure. We won't call it, this is what it's called when we're going to set it on the text input. It's called secure text entry, and we're going to default that to false. So the majority of the time we're not going to want this, but sometimes we will. So just come up here. And we'll just set that. Now in our sign up, we can come down to our password inputs and we can pass true and true. There we go, so it updated for us automatically. Another thing I want to add, because I'm not a huge fan of it, is I want to remove auto capitalization. Auto capitalize, no. And also autocomplete off. I want to turn that off as well. And I'll just reorder these so that they're alphabetical because I'm tismistic about that. As I said, cool. And then now, see, when I noticed that it auto capitalized things, which I don't necessarily want. So here I'm going to, it's not capitalizing anymore. Excellent. And the main problem with that is the password. So when I start typing the password, if it auto capitalizes, that's where it really gets annoying. So it's working exactly the way we want, and we've got these two absolutely amazing public-facing forms. Now, what we've got to do is we've got to switch over to our API for the first real time. We set it up earlier, but we're now going to actually add some authentication and create some users and all that kind of fun stuff so that we can actually create an account and then we can log in and then we can get a user session and all this kind of stuff. And then once we do that, we can like this. Then we can start filling out our actual like logged in dashboard view, the funnest, most amazing of parts. So that's what we're going to do next. Here, yeah. Before we do that, there's one more thing. See, when we click one of these, our keyboard pops up. Now, if I want to close the keyboard, I click outside. When I click outside, I want my keyboard to dismiss. And I'll show you the same thing here. When I click outside, it doesn't go away. We have to hit the return. And same thing here. But we don't want to do that because we're more sophisticated than that. The way we're going to do that is as I said, very simple. When we click outside, we want it to dismiss all by itself instead of having to hit this button. And React Native provides a component that is going to allow us to do that very simply. We're just going to wrap pretty much our entire app here in an object, and it's called touchable without feedback, and make sure that it's included here, which it is, and we're just going to clean this up while we're here. Yep, make sure that is included. And I'm going to take that other one. I'm going to come all the way down to the end and wrap our entire view. And we're going to select everything and shift it over. Touchable with feedback, we're just going to pass it. We're going to tell it what we want to do. When we press this object, essentially anything outside of our input, we want the keyboard to dismiss. And then keyboard also make sure, yep, it's imported here as well from React Native. And that should be all we need. So now we refresh. We click to open our keyboard, we tap outside, and it goes away. It's that simple. So we'll click on this one, we tap outside, it dismisses without us having to go and hit this annoying button. Just a nice little feature. And we're going to add it to our SignUp view as well. So we're just going to copy that, add to the same place, wrap the whole thing. And touchable, make sure that it is included here. And clean this one up too. Save. We need to import keyboard as well. Keyboard. Save. Refresh everything. Go to our sign up. Tap outside. Excellent. It's exactly what we want. But we've noticed one more problem. When we have the keyboard up, let's just say I click on this one. It's kind of hidden. We don't like that. Let's see what it looks like on Android. Click on that one. That one's okay. It shifts up for us. But iPhone is different. It does not shift up for us. Oops. Now we want the entire thing to shift up. There's a way for us to do that. We are going to wrap everything in something called a keyboard avoiding view, which is another view that is provided by React Native. And that should be imported, keyboard avoiding view, yep. And we're going to wrap our touchable with feedback, everything inside that. I'm going to shift that over. I'm going to save that. Reload. Oh, it's ruined our styles. We're going to have to give that a flex of 1. Flex style flex 1. Save that. Now we're good again. And that's just on sign in. So we're going to have a look at sign in. And when we click this, nothing happens. It doesn't shift up. Our entire view should shift up to avoid the keyboards. So I think we need to pass behavior equals height. So it'll change the height of the keyboard avoiding view in response. Now we reload. Click again, and see the whole thing shifts up so that all of our view is visible. And then we click out. A nice little feature there. So it just gets out of the way of our keyboard, which is something, you know, user-friendly wise, you might want to add that. Same thing here, works very, very well. Excellent. Now we click on this. We haven't done the sign up view yet. So we'll do that now. We will copy our keyboard avoiding view, go over to sign up, wrap our touchable without feedback view. Indent, copy that, make sure we imported it, save, and then there we go. Whole thing shifts up. Does a reasonably good job there. So we'll click on this one. Yeah, the whole thing will shift up. Now, what about click on top one? Huh. That's not good. What's going on here? That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good too. All right. So I think maybe we just need to refresh it. Huh. It's working now. Huh. Okay. Yeah, maybe I didn't reload it. I'm not sure. But it's working now. Go back to sign in. Yeah. Oh. Oh. So, all good. Oh, and also, this should be hidden. We shouldn't be able to see this password. So remember how we did that? Secure text entry. And come down to our password input, secure text entry equals true. And then now we've got the ... We can't see it anymore. Alrighty, excellent. Now our public views are a little bit more user-friendly. Excellent. Okay, now it is time to set up our API so that we can create a user, register, and then we can log in, authenticate, and get a user packet back with our token, our user, username, thumbnail, path, all that stuff. So we're going to close our app in the root here. I'm going to open up the API core. And in here, alongside this core app, if you can call it an app, we're going to create another app. In Django has this concept called an app, which contains all of your relevant files that deal with, you know, your models, your views, your URLs, all that kind of stuff goes in a single app. And we're going to create one app called Chat that is going to contain everything. It's going to contain creating our users. It's going to contain, the WebSocket that we're going to use for our real-time communication. It's going to, in Django Channels, it's going to contain everything all in the one app for the sake of simplicity. In the real world, you might want to separate them. You'll have, your accounts app, and you'll have your messages app, and you'll have, something else. We're just going to put it all in one spot because it's going to be a lot cleaner. Otherwise, we're going to be navigating through, like a complicated structure, and it's just, I considered doing that, and then I decided against it. So how do we create an app? Pretty easy. We are going to need to activate our virtual environment. And the way we do that is from the root. Say we've got our env, we go source env, and then now we've got our environment activated over here, which we can see. And again, you should, depending on what terminal you're using. Then we're going to cd into our API, and we're going to go Django admin start app, and we're just going to call it chat. We list, and we can tree, and we can see it created all this for us. It worked perfectly fine, so we're going to cd back into the root, and this is where we're going to live for the time being. For most of the time, because our make file, we're going to, when we run our server, which we will do in a sec, we've got all these things that we can run from the root, so that's why we're going to stay. Anyway, now I've got our chat object, and let's run it. Let's run our server. So it's pretty easy. We just go make server. And we're going to need to apply our migrations, but we'll get to that in a moment. We're going to set up our chat, add some views and whatnot. We're going to create a new user, a user model. And we're going to use the default user object, but we're going to modify the default user object actually. And it's really easy to show you how you do that. So we're going to import this abstract user here. The abstract user is Django works with a user object that it already has defined. It has a username. It enforces the username must be unique. It uses that username and password combo to authenticate using the built-in Django session authentication, all that sort of stuff. And so we want to use this default user, but we want to make a very small change to it. We want to add a field to it. Very, very small change. We just want to add a thumbnail field to it, which it doesn't have. And to do that, pretty simple, we just subclass this abstract user and we create a new model. So we go class user, abstract user, and we want to create a new field, thumbnail, which we're going to add. We're going to add all this sort of stuff in time. Now we're going to make our own function that's going to define where we're going to upload this thumbnail to. And it's really easy. You can just pass it a function, which we're going to make in a second. And so this function it passes two arguments, the instance and the file name of the file that is uploaded. Now we're going to set a custom path for this. So inside, there's a media folder that Django has. Inside that media folder, and this is where uploaded files, uploaded images, thumbnails, all that sort of stuff will go. It'll be relative to this media root, which we'll configure in a moment. And inside that media root, we want to have a folder called thumbnails, and we want our file, we want to name the actual image with the instance.username, which is going to be unique. Now, if it has an extension, see, it might not have an extension like .png, .jpeg, which would be annoying, but it's a case that we have to deal with. And so what we want to do, basically, if it has an extension, we'll append that extension to this path here. So we'll split it by the dot operator, and then we'll grab the element at the end, to the to the right. And if it doesn't actually have one, so if there is no dot and it can't split, it will just return essentially some sort of like falsy value. So if it's a truthy value, if it contains something, then we're going to append it. And then we'll just return the path that we just created. Easy peasy. And that's our user. Now we can go over here, and we need to quit. We need to quit our server, because what we need to do is we need to cd into the API, and we need to create a super user, which will be how we can administer our website. And it'll be the user that I'll use as me, as I'm testing the chat app. And it's pretty simple to, actually, sorry. First thing we need to do, manage.py, we need to make migrations because we made changes. Actually, I've forgotten to do something. We need to go into core, settings, and then the installed apps, we need to add our chat app. And then we save that, and we come back and we try that again. Ooh, that's not what we want. One more thing we need to do. We need to override the default user model, which we changed. And there's a very important step. Save that, and then that should work this time. And we need to install an additional package. Install, we need to pip install pillow to handle uploading of images. Yes, forgot about a few things there. And then now it should work. Yeah, there, that's what we should see. So it detected the migration, and then when you go make migrations, what it does is it creates this file here, this initial migrations file, which adds a bunch of stuff. All these fields, ID, password, last login, is super user, blah, blah, blah. This all comes from the default user model. And our thumbnail is the only one that we've added. So groups, user permission, that's what I meant when I said that the default user object in Django comes with all this sort of stuff. So that's why we use that abstract user. Okay. Now we can actually migrate. We can update our little test database, which will just be an SQLite database. We're not going to bother setting up a Postgres or anything like that for this. That's will be something that you need to look at when you want to deploy to production, which is not something we're going to cover in this tutorial. Migrate. Nice. And now we need to create a super user. Create super user. And I'm just going to call mine Nick C. Don't worry about an email address. We're not going to concern ourselves with that. And the password, I'm just going to give it a really, really simple password. Just for the sake of testing, I'm going to give all users the same password when I create, when I register. It's just going to be password. Now, it's not going to like that. Way too common, bypass validation, blah, blah, blah. Yep. So we want to basically have, a password that is simpler than we would ordinarily have. And then we can run our make file if we're in the root, we can just, we can run this, or we can just straight up, given that we're already activated, just go Python, manage, run server, right from here. That works too. And now that we've done that, we can go to localhost port 8000, and we don't need this anymore. So we can go localhost 8000, and this is our site. It's working. It's working perfectly well. And we can go to our admin page, and we can log in with our password. Yeah, I'll update that. And this is our admin site, which we will be looking at from time to time. And it's good to just get that sorted out of the way. Okay. Gonna clean this up a bit. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Okay, we created our model. Now we need to create some views. So we're going to create, actually, first thing we need to do is we need to install. We're going to close that. We're going to pip install Django REST Framework, because we're not going to use the standard Django, we're going to use the REST framework. So make sure that's installed, and then rerun server, that's fine. And then from here, we're going to create an API view. We're just going to use a generic view from the Django REST framework. Import API view. It's just a super simple view. SignIn view. We want anyone to be able to hit this. We don't want any sort of authentication to be applied to this view. We want it to be completely open, so we want the public to be able to hit it. And then we're going to send it a post request, and we expect to get the username and password. And if either of those were not provided or they were sent as junk, we're going to basically return a 400 request, bad request. You didn't provide the information that was necessary. If not username or not password, we're going to return a response with a status of 400. Now this response, we're going to need to import that from REST framework.responses. Import response. Now if that is good, if we just did a quick little check there, make sure that it wasn't complete junk that we got, we're going to try and authenticate username, password. Now this authenticate, we're going to need to install that from Django itself. Sweet. Then if the user is not returned, means the authentication was not successful. So it means you're not authorized, or whether you gave invalid credentials, or you just gave the wrong password, or you don't actually have an account at all, or it doesn't matter. We're not going to give any additional information. It's just going to say, oh, no, it didn't work. And then we're going to provide, if it did work, we're going to provide some user data. And we're going to create a function that's going to wrap it all up for us because we're going to reuse it. We're going to use it in multiple places. So there's get auth for user. We're going to create a little function here. Going to provide the user. I'm just going to get to that in a minute, and then we're going to return a response, which is going to be a dictionary. And then this will, one of the good things about the Django, the REST framework is that it converts everything into JSON for you, pretty much. That's, so we're going to provide Python dictionary, and then it's going to be received as like a JSON encoded object. And it does all this for you. This, under the hood, it's really, really good. So we're going to return that. Now we're going to need another package before we continue. So we're going to stop our server. We're going to pip install Django. We're going to install a package called simple JWT. It's from, we want the documentation. So this is an add-on for the Django REST framework that allows us to deal with simple JavaScript web tokens. And it wraps up this functionality for us really, really nicely. So to install, pip install this. We don't need crypto. We don't need to worry about. Just copy this. Install that. Now there's some configuration that we're going to need to set up. So basically, we're just going to grab this. And we need to add it to our settings. Settings, REST framework. So we don't need that. We don't need that. So default authentication class, we're just going to have JavaScript web tokens. We're not going to have anything else. So you could have session authentication as well, and that'll allow you to access the views in the browser if you're logged in as as I am, as a super user. But we're not going to bother with that. We're going to deal with the API directly through our views and through our React Native application. So we can save that, and we can save that. Go to our views, and then now we'll be able to access. Now we're going to be able to import simple JWT .tokens import refresh token. So this is going to allow us to manually create a token when the user logs in. Now we want to do this because we want to simple JWT. It has, so you can see here, token obtain pair. This will create tokens for you. You just you import them. You set a certain URL path, and then if you post, as we will be doing here, username, password to this API token, to this view, it will return something that looks like this. So if you username, David Attenborough, password, whatever your password is, if you send a post request to that link, it'll return the access token and refresh token, and we're going to need this access token to use. Yeah, we're going to need to add it to our authorization to get past the protection. We're also going to install it into our installed apps, which we forgot to do. Install that, so just put it here at the top. And as I was saying, you can use it this way, but as I said, we're not going to return this. We're going to return something a little bit more spicy, something a little bit more interesting, which is the way that I actually like to do it in the real world. So I'm going to tokens, then I'm just going to return a dictionary that contains all the stuff that we want. We're going to create a serializer for the user, which we're going to have to get to in a second. But our tokens actually, first we're just going to return our user. So we're just going to wipe all this out first. We'll get to our tokens in a minute. So we're going to create a user, and then we're going to return a user serializer, and we're just going to pass that user and go .data. Now, this user serializer is something we're going to create right now. So we're going to go from .serializers import user serializer. But we don't have any serializers. So that's what we're going to create now. We're going to create a new file in here called serializers. Now this basically defines the rules that the Django REST Framework will use to turn your model object into encoded JSON, essentially. Serializers.py. We're going to use something called a model serializer, which you can find in the documentation. Go Django REST Framework, like that. REST Framework. This is the documentation. API guide, serializers, and then model serializer. So basically, we create this model serializer, and then we pass it the actual model that we care about, and then it will do the rest. We can specify which fields we want, and then it will return. Like it'll basically, when we create a serializer and hit that .data, it's going to return a JSON serialized object that's going to contain the fields that we specify, and we can specify just one field, multiple. We can add new additional fields. It's going to be really easy to customize, and we're going to be doing a lot of that. We're going to be customizing a lot of stuff. So, but first we're just going to create our user serializer. Serializers.model. We're going to go meta. Pass that user like we just mentioned, and then the fields that we want, we'll just want for now the username, the first name, the last name, and the thumbnail. That's all we want for now. And this app, I'm not sure why I've done that. And that should be all that we need for now, because we're going to refresh this. We're going to actually make a request, and then we're going to print out what we get back in here, which is going to be cool. So we can start actually interacting with it. So to do that, we're going to need to create a new file, URLs, urls.py. There's a lot of steps, but trust me, it'll all come together. Cool. Now, in our main URL, in our core URLs, we're going to need to include that. And then we'll come down here and we'll create a new path. Call this one chat, and so we'll namespace all of our chat URLs. All the URLs that we put in this, it's going to essentially add them. So it's going to append them. So it's going to be chat / SignIn / yeah. So it's just if you have multiple apps, then this would be really, really useful. As I said, we'll only have one because we want to put it all in our chat app for simplicity. But it's, it could be good to see just how it works anyway. The chat app.urls, which is going to go into this folder here and then grab this file. And the way the include works is it grabs everything in this URL patterns list, and basically, as I said, namespaces and appends to this. So we'll save that. And that should be all we need to actually hit our view and return some data. So we can leave that there for now. We're going to have to open up our app and come back to our screen, our sign in screen. And we're going to come back to here and we're going to have to actually make a request. And we're going to print out the data and see what we get back and make sure it's all good. Okay, there's one thing we're going to have to make. We're going to create our own Axios instance. Axios is what we're going to use to make our requests. So there's a package we're going to need to install. So I'm going to create a new terminal. So if you see down here my tabs in the bottom left, I'm using tmux, which is a terminal multiplexer, which basically gives me multiple terminals in the one terminal. If you don't have it, if you've never heard of it before, you'll have to open up like another tab or something like that. Have multiple tabs going. But tmux allows you to do that really, really easily. So I'm going to back out here, go into app, and I'm going to have to install npm install Axios. Sweet, and then go back to our business end. And I'm going to create inside core a new file. I'm going to call this api.js. And inside here, I'm going to create something that's going to be really helpful for us. Axios. Axios. So by creating an Axios instance like this, basically we're going to be able to wrap up some functionality. I'm going to call this base URL, and that's just going to be HTTP localhost on port 8000. That needs to be a dictionary as well. And so when we use this API, we're not going to have to provide the URL every single time. And we're also going to add some headers. Again, just so that we don't have to every time we want to make a request, we don't need to retype this out. This is essentially the main reason why we're doing this. We're only going to be working in application JSON data. Application JSON. So all of our requests will be encoded with JSON by default. We're not going to have to specify that. Ooh, need to add that. And that should be good. Now we're going to export default API. Now I'm going to come up here and we're going to import our API. Yep, sweet. And then when we want to make our request, we're going to go API dot. Sorry. When we want to make a request, we're going to pass some parameters, including the method, which in this case will be post, the URL, which is going to be relative to, sorry, not relative, but yeah, relative. It's gonna essentially be appended to the base URL here. So our login was, or our sign in was chat sign in, and then make sure you remember the trailing slash. Django is super annoying in this way, where if you do it like this, it won't work. It expects the trailing slash, especially since we added the trailing slash here. It expects it. It's an annoying quirk. It's apparently it's a part of the recommended something or other. Is why they give justification for why they do it. I still think it's fucking stupid, but they still do it. Anyway, so make sure you remember that. Make sure that the slash is appended here, and make sure that it is also appended here. If you can't figure it out, trust me, I've wasted eons on this simple, annoying thing. And then we're going to add some data, which is our body, essentially. Username, and our password. And this returns a promise, so we can go then, and our response, and then we can just console log our response and see what we get back. And then if there's a problem, we can print that too. So the error can be multiple things. So we're just going to type out something and we're going to copy and repaste this over and over and over, at least while we're testing. If the error has a response, and where we're taking this from directly is, I'll show you here, Axios catch error docs, something like that. Handling errors, yeah. Yeah, so see here, we're just going to basically copy this outright. So if there's a problem, the response can come in many forms, basically. So I'm going to copy that. Or you could just type it out, that's fine. Basically, this is just a, this would be helpful. So just trust me. So it's in, Axios, HTTP, docs, handling errors, just grab all that. And I'm just going to get rid of these comments. We get it. Or you can just type it out. That works too. And then that's going to basically allow us to print out as much information as we can get regarding the error, because it could be a network error, it could be like a, something else. And here we're going to go so that we can see where it comes from. Sign in. And then we should be able to make our request and see what we get back. Now, we're going to need to run our server, Python manage run server. Oh, responses. That should be response, not responses. So go into our views, responses, get rid of that S. Save, come back here, view, that should be views. So we take one S away and then we add one back here. And that'll update. Yep, that's all good. So we're gonna clear that, clear the errors so it's nice and clean. Run server again. Goody. Okay. Now we can finally send our request. So to do that, make sure we've saved our sign in. So all we're going to do now is when we type in something and we make the request, it's actually going to make the request and hopefully give us back something that we expect to see. So first thing will be my user, really annoying, right. My username, and then my password, which is just going to be password to make it simple, and I'm going to sign in. And we got something back. Let's have a look. Type object is not iterable. What happened? Okay, I think that the reason for that is I did not configure my settings correctly. Yes, I think there needs to be a comma here. And the reason why is because without a comma, if it's only got one element, it's not actually a tuple. So we could change that to a list if we wanted to, but let's try it again. Sign in. And that worked. It worked. Crazy how that tiny little comma was the source of all of our issues. But anyway, so you can see here that it worked. Sign in. It can, it returned a bunch of information, but the amount of information it returned is just insane. It returned lots of information about the request, about its the response URL, all this kind of stuff. We don't want to look at that. We want to change this, and we just want to go response.data. We only care about the data that it returns. Everything else is nonsense. So we're going to reload this and come back here. And I'm just going to type this in again quickly. Sign in again. And look at that. We received the data that we wanted. User, first name, last name. I didn't set a first name or last name for myself because when I created my user, with the create super user, it didn't give me the ability to set my first name and last name, so we'll quickly fix that right now. So we go to our admin site, our groups. We can't see our user because we created a new one, so we're going to have to actually add that first. We'll go to our admin. Save that. And then we can go back and reload. And from, not import. Save that again. Working, reload. There we go. We've got our users. So we can go and check our user. And we can go down here and I can just set my first name, which I'm going to say Nick. And cool. Then we're going to do this again. So anyway, it gave us the information that we wanted. See, Nick, last name, thumbnail, username, all good. Now we're going to add our token along with that information so that we can actually, so that our login packet is actually useful. So we're going to create our tokens, and we're just going to print this tokens so we can see what it actually returns. So do that. And then we need to log in one more time. How do I? It's much easier. Sign in again, that worked. There we go. Okay, so it returned token and object with our token. Let's return the type of that as well. So I don't think it's a dictionary. And then send it again. Tokens. And then send it again. Worked. So it's a refresh token class, which, yeah. So we can get rid of this. So this refresh token class, we need to look at the documentation. Docs. We need to look at the API. Creating tokens manually. Yeah. That's how we can use it. So when we want the access token, we go refresh.access token, and then we want the refresh token because it's two different tokens. We use this to actually refresh. It's a short-lived token. We're going to use both of those. So we're going to just grab this. And we're going to create a tokens field. And we're going to add both of those. I'll add this one. It doesn't really matter. Now, when we hit sign in again, create some room, hit sign in again. What now? Tokens, tokens, tokens. Save. Create some space and do it again. Yeah, alrighty. Now this is what we expect to see. We've got our tokens, we've got our access token, we've got our refresh token, we've got our user object. Nice, 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 nice. The only problem is, look how messy this is. We cannot read this. This is just this is just, there's no way we're going to be looking at this. We need to format this in some way. And that's what we're going to do next. So we're going to close our API for a second. And inside our core, we're going to make a utility function that is going to help us tremendously. Utils.js, and so instead of console.log, we're going to make our own log function. So this arguments, this keyword is something that's available in all functions, and that's if you pass a variable number of parameters. So when we go console.log and we pass A, B, C, whatever, an unknown number, the way that we can access those is just by using this arguments dot length, this object that's available to us, and iterating through those arguments. And this is basic, but we're basically going to make a console.log. It's going to work exactly the same way, except when we have an object, we're going to format it. And we can do this in an interesting way. We're going to use JSON stringifier to do that. And then we're going to have an indentation of 2. And then we're going to proceed with console.logging that out. And so that means that every single parameter is going to be sent to the console.log all by itself. But trust me. Arg, save that. Don't need to import anything. We need to export it. We're going to export default, and we're going to put it in a dictionary because we're going to probably add some additional utility functions to this later on. So we're going to add log. I'll show you how we're going to use that. Then in our SignIn, we're going to import utils like so. Grab utils. And then instead of console.log, we're going to simply put utils.log. And we're going to save that. And then we're going to press our sign in one more time, and we're going to create a little gap for ourselves. Press sign in, and our data is now formatted. Now these tokens are still absurdly long, but at least our data now is formatted in a much nicer way. Cool. Now we have a response token. And see this first name, last name. We're going to update this. We don't want the first name and the last name separate. We want them to be we want to combine that into a single name parameter, a single name field. So to do that, we go over to our serializers, and remember I said before we can customize a lot of things in our serializers. That's exactly what we're going to do here. So we're going to create a new one called name. This will allow us to create a custom field, and to actually compute it, we're going to go def get name. So get underscore and then whatever the name of this thing is. Self object, which is the object that was passed. And we're just going to grab the first name and we're going to make sure it's always capitalized. The last name, we're going to make sure that is always capitalized as well. And we're going to return a combination of the two. Return that, and then we're going to remove these two. I'm going to create a new one, just called name. And we're going to save that, and then should have updated, reload, and then we can hit sign in one more time. Boom, there. Now we've replaced these two, first name, last name, to just name, and that's what we're going to use, because we're never actually going to use the first name or the last name independently, so we're just going to roll it into one. It's just going to make our lives a lot easier. Alrighty then. So now that we've done that, which is a lot, we've done a lot there, we're going to register a view. Sorry, we're going to register a user now. We're going to create that view. And we've already set up a lot of what we needed for that, so we're just going to continue on. And instead of assign in view, now we're going to make a sign up view. So we're just going to copy, this. I'm going to call this sign up view, and we're going to make something very similar. We want to create a new user is equal to what we get back from a sign up serializer that we're going to make now. It's going to deal with our creation and validation of a new user. Request.data. And we're going to create that in a sec. New user dot is valid raise an exception true if there's a problem. Save. And if there's raise exception, this is going to throw like a 400 or something like that. Yeah, I think it'll be a 400 request if it's invalid, so we don't actually have to throw it ourselves. It'll, serializers are really useful in that respect. And then our user data is going to be exactly the same. Both of these are going to be exactly the same. So create a user. If it's all good, we're going to grab an auth packet with a fresh token, all that kind of stuff. And then we're going to return that, the exact same packet that we would get if we logged in. So we're going to create a new user, and we're going to create all of our users. This is going to be a nice little trick for later. All of our users are going to have a name that starts with N, because when we're searching through our list of users next, in the future, we're going to want to just type in N and then start typing and then filter down our users. But we're not going to have a million users. We're just going to have a very small number. And so it's just going to make our lives a lot easier. So either the first name or the last name is going to start with N, no matter what we do. So we're going to create first one. Let's call it Nicole. Sorry, not it. Let's call her Nicole. Nicole G. I'm going to go Nicole Green. And then her password will be password, just like mine is. Password, they'll all be the same. And then when we hit sign up, nothing happens because we have not added our request yet. And we're just going to copy this whole thing here. Copy that. And go over to sign up. And instead of this, we're going to have our request. It's not going to be sign in, it's going to be sign up. It's going to be username and then first name and then first name. Now our first name here is using camel case, but Django will expect snake case, so just be wary of that. And then same thing, last name, and what else? Password 1. Sweet. Sign up. And we need to add a URL. So close down, make some room. Our URLs. Yep, we need to import this sign up view. And I feel like we are forgetting something, our serializer, our sign up serializer. So we're going to import that, and we're going to create it now. And we'll put that one first, because technically you will create a user before you even have a user to return it. So just in chronological order. So when we receive this request, it expects a password. but we don't actually ever want to display that password. So we're going to provide something that's basically going to tell the serializer to never ever show or never ever include the password in any instance, so that, you know, if we return this object and we serialize it and then we return it, you know, via request or something like that later, which we won't, but if, you know, we're just going to make sure that it's never actually going to show, it's going to receive a password, but it's never ever going to show one. So I'll show what that means. I'm just going to add this option here. And so for the password field, we're going to give it a property called write only. And that's going to protect our password. Let's add a little note here. Save that. Now we need to on create. So when we call is validated, when we call save, when we call save, which we do here, user.save, the create method is going to be called. And the validated data, we made sure that we called is validated. We are going to receive that data here. We're going to set them all as lowercase. Tisms. I'm going to create a new user. And we're going to set the, we can't add the password in this way, we need to set password. It's a special way of doing it. And we're going to pick that out. And then we're going to user.save into the database, and we're going to return the user. And that should be all we need to actually create a new user. Now, all that's remaining is for us to actually hit that endpoint, assuming there's no errors. Yeah, we forgot a comma. Yeah, needs a comma behind here because it is a list. Sign in, sign up, sign in, sign up. Click here, all good. Now, when we hit this, we forgot to import our API, which we use down here, and we're also going to need to import our utils for our log function. And now, if we hit it again, yeah, that just worked. We just created Nicole egg. That's funny. Now we're not going to wipe this, because what's going to happen is when we receive this, we're going to jump. We're going to jump into our. We're going to navigate away from this screen. We're going to pop it out of existence, essentially. So we don't need to do any wiping there, but we will. Now, to make sure that user actually was created successfully, we can go to our admin, refresh, and look at that. We've got another user, Nicole Green. Back to our chat. Excellent. So we're successfully creating a user, returning the user packet that we expected, And we can also log in and authenticate a user, which I'm going to do right here by just logging myself in again. This won't work, actually. It's interesting. It's one more thing. So when I hit sign in, it will fail. This is hard to read, but it definitely didn't work. And the reason why is because we are inside the simulator. See, inside the iPhone simulator, when we run, where is it, API? When we go to HTTP localhost 8000, the iPhone simulator will just send you to the local machine, which is what this is running on. But the Android Studio won't do that. It actually has to go to a different address to forward it along to this. So we need to update this code very quickly. So we're going to create, we're going to import the platform component or object from React Native, and we're going to, if the OS is equal to iOS, then we're going to return this URL or this address. If, however, if it's not iOS, then that means that it's Android. Then we're going to need to go to a different address, 10.0.2.2. It's just the way that the Android Studio, the Android simulators work. And so now with that little change, when I create some more room, when I hit sign in again, 400. What's going on here? Something that needs to be added. Okay, one more thing I forgot. So in our core settings, up here, allowed hosts, I'm pretty sure localhost is there by default, but we're going to have to add something. So we're going to add our local host, which it should be there already, but just in case. And then we're also going to have to add our 10.0.2.2. We're going to have to add that address as well, so that it's, because this is like a security thing, so that you can specify you're not even going to bother accepting any request that comes from outside of your own site, for example. It's a security thing. And that should work. And then now we're going to hit it one more time. See, running into these errors is good, because then you know what to do after. Sign in. Boom! Now we can log in and we can create a user very, very well. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to take this data, this packet, and we need to store it in some sort of global store. And that is going to be the next topic. We're going to use a fantastic package called Zustand. And we'll get to that next. Zustand. This package right here, we're going to use this to manage our global state. Now, let's open up our app here. So here we use this use state. This is managing just a local state. It only exists within this app. Now, to manage a global state, there's lots of different solutions. I'm sure people have heard of Redux and things like this. The problem with that is that these things are really complicated. There's lots of moving parts, and we could use something like that, but we're going to use something that is way, way, way better, in my opinion. Great little package. Only found it a little while ago, but it's already basically the only thing that I use now. I basically create a global store. You can see you create a store here. Instead of use state, you create sort of like a hook here. And then when we want to access an element like bears, then we can access it just like this. And we can use we can access any of our values from any other component. We don't have to wrap our app in a context API type of situation. It does away with all that. We don't need to use any of that, trust me. It's going to be super, super easy. So to install it, we're just going to grab this right here, and Yarn, if you're using Yarn, whatever. We're going to go to inside our app folder, make sure it's within the app, not the API, not the root, inside the app, so that we're inside the actual, you can see this package.json node modules. Make sure you can see that. Paste, install that. Sweet. Now we're going to use this state to manage our user object, our user packet that we have just collected here. And we're also going to set the global state to indicate this authenticated here. So we're going to take this away from this local app and we're going to put it into our global state. And that's going to, so we can set that from anywhere. So we can log in, log out, whatever, and it's going to be reflected here. So when we log out from another part of the app, it's going to update this for us cleanly. And we'll see exactly what I mean by that. So we're going to close our API and close and make it a bit nicer. Inside our core, we're going to create a new file, call it global.js. You can call it store or global store or whatever else. I'm just going to call it global so it's very clear exactly what it is. And to create a store, very simple, I'm just going to copy this. Or you can type it out yourself, whatever. And instead of use bare store, I'm going to say use global. And it's not going to get rid of all that. And we're just going to start off with, so we're going to put all of our state inside this one hook. So it's going to grow quite large by the end of this video. And again, we could have split it up into multiple, but just for the sake of this, we're just going to keep it all in one place because I said so. Now, this section, we're going to keep track of our sections. This is going to be our authentication section. And we're going to have two values, default to false, and a user dictionary. We're also going to create two functions. Just like that. So we're going to access this function when we want to log in, and we're going to access this function when we want to log out. And it's going to update these values for us. So we're going to go over back to our app, and we'll just clean this up. Get rid of these. Close those. Go to our app, and we're going to first we're going to need to export. That. And over here we can go import, use global, too easy. And to access our authenticated, we're going to swap this. And it's going to do that. Const authenticated is equal to use global. That's it. It's as simple as that. And we're going to remove that for now. So when we go back over here, it's going to reload because we made a change, and we'll reload our app regardless. And we can go to our global. I'm going to initially set it to true in the same way that we toggled the authenticated on and off when it was in our app, the one we just deleted. And you can see it updates it. We're essentially logged in at this point. Now, when we log in our sign in page, we go here, we get our response data, we get our user. We're going to pull in our const login function, our function that is contained within our global store, and it's in that global store so that it can affect the state within that global store. And this is this is the way that Zustand actually works. If you want to have a little bit more of an in-depth of how this works and how it does what it does, come over here, come to this, come to their GitHub README and go through it in detail. Or if you just want to lay back and just enjoy, then you can follow along with me. use global, import that. And another good thing about this, while we're at it, is that if you only access authenticated here, then when authenticated changes, it will re-render this component. But if you don't access the user or any other properties here, see, we could have like 100 properties. If we just want to be notified, or we want to re-render a component when only one of them changes, then we'll only grab that one element. See, we could grab like multiple elements, and it's going to re-render every single time any one of them changes. And so this allows us to just take a tiny little slice, and it will only re-render that one component. We'll take our login. So login, and our user is our response.data. That's our user. And we're also going to do the same thing in our sign up, because when we sign up and we get our user, we want exactly the same thing to happen. So we're going to grab our login, I'll use global, make sure that's imported. Then our login response data. Same thing down here, login response data. And now what's going to happen is when we will refresh, when we log in now, when we log in or we create a user, when we register a user, it's going to pop us into the login like automatically. This is how we're going to make that transition from logging in, getting our user packet, and then logging into the main dashboard. So quickly. Sign in. Boom! How easy was that? See, now we're logged in. We've got a valid user, we've got a valid user packet, and now we're logged in. Now we've got our user packet, and then that's going to contain our thumbnail, which we're going to update, but we don't actually have any thumbnails yet. We'll get to that. The first thing, now that we're logged in, the first thing we should do is we make our profile page, because on this page, this is going to allow us to actually log out as well. See, we can't log out at the moment, but if we refresh, it's going to pop us out and take us back to the beginning. But first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on our profile page. We're going to get that up and running, and then we're going to be able to log in, log out, pop in, pop out. And then after that, we're going to save our credentials. And then when we refresh, if we have credentials saved, it's going to just log us in straight away. We're not going to have to come to this page. So we're going to deal with that flow now. So next thing we're going to do is make our profile page. Time for the profile page. So we're going to set this to true while we build it out. Over here to our profile page. Now we can get started. Sweet. So we're gonna add a thumbnail. So we've got one here. Just copy that. That was in our home. This image right here. Let's copy that. And let's make that massive. Let's make it 180. 90, color, import image, of course, profile, yeah, it's a big one. Now let's add text, and we're going to add another text, which is going to have our username. Look at that, at give some style. Yep, it's a bit bigger. Now let's update our username styles. Yep, not bad. Now we want to add a logout button. Let's make our logout button. And we're not going to need to pass anything to this. It's just going to be an independent component. Right, now let's put some space between. There we go. And we want to add an icon to make this look a little bit nicer. And that thumbnail is, let's give this a margin bottom 20. Yeah, give a little bit of space there. And yeah, this button, we want to add an icon, like a logout button. Like a Fontawesome icon, sorry. So here, Fontawesome icon, and the actual icon that we want to use, we'll call it right from bracket. Save that. Nice. So this is our logout button. And to use that logout function in our global, I'm going to import that and we're going to call it from here. So I'm going to go const logout equals use global. Make sure it's imported there. State.logout. Then our onPress is going to be logout. Save that. And when we press logout, it should log us out. That's exactly what we wanted to do. So we'll log in again. Logged in, go to our profile page, log out, bang. That's exactly what we want to see. And we'll go back here. Authenticated, we'll default that to false. And we'll reload. Now we can log out. Excellent. Now there's one more thing we want to be able to do with this, with our credentials. Notice when we log in, do it one more time. We log in. That's great. But when we refresh, we're logged out. We want to remain logged in if we're already logged in. We don't have to relog. We don't have to log in every time. More importantly, your user doesn't want to have to relog in every time. So what kind of pattern can we use to solve this particular problem? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use a package, a very nice package called React Native Encrypted Storage. We'll come down here. This beautiful package right here. And there are a few steps that we need to do to actually install it. So first we need to npm install. So come over here to our app, which may or may not still have open, but make sure again that is indeed in your app. npm install. So we're going to use this package so that we can store our credentials in a secure manner. See, if we just store them locally as a part of a normal local storage, that you can use. So anyway, that's not going to be secure. That's very bad. But by using this package, it's going to allow us to store it in the keychain. See, wrap it around shared preferences and keychain to provide secure alternative to async storage. That's exactly why we're using this. So when we stash a variable, if we stash a token, we stash user login, anything like that, it's going to be protected. It's going to be stored in the keychain, which is like an encrypted store that only your app can access. You can't, no one else is going to be able to look at it. So one more thing we need to do. See, we're well above this React Native version. I think it's 0.72, 0.73, something like that. And if you're watching in the future, you should almost certainly be watching. It should almost certainly be well above this. So we're going to npx install. We need a pod install for iOS. So we need to run that as well. Success. And to use it, there's instructions here. If you want to look into a little bit more detail, we're going to basically do pretty much everything that's here. We're going to create our own little mini secure library or a set of functions that we can use to call these secure functions. So we're going to call this, we're going to create a new file here, in core, and call it secure.js. And we're going to create a bunch of different functions. Actually, we'll just rewrite them. So we're going to import our encrypted storage. Not with all this extra garbage. I'm going to not all that. So install that, and then we're going to create an asynchronous function. We're going to use this to set a value. So this is, by wrapping it up in this way, it's just going to make it a lot easier to use. Otherwise, we're going to have to call try or wait. We're gonna have to type out all this each time. It's much easier if we can just go secure.set and then pass our object, and we'll be fine. And we need to stringify our object because we can only store strings. We can't actually store a dictionary in its natural state. And then if there's any sort of error, we're going to log that out so we can see what's going on. We'll make something very similar for get. Get item for key. And this. And then if our data exists, so if it looks for something and it can't find it, it's going to be undefined. So if it's not undefined, we're going to return our past data. And if not, it's just going to return nothing because we don't need to do anything here. And then when we want to remove an item or delete it, we can just call this function. And by creating these functions, it's going to be it's going to be really easy for us. We're never going to have to come back to this again. We're just going to be able to go secure.set, secure.get, secure.remove, whatever. Remove item for key. Remove this. This should be get. And if there's an error, we want to print that out. And then the last one is wipe. So if we want to wipe out everything, we don't need to give it a key. It'll wipe out all of our keys for this application. This, so this is, we don't have to worry about individual keys or anything like that. Done. And then we're just going to export a dictionary of functions so that we can import secure, export default, and then we're going to export set, get, remove, wipe, just like that. And trust me, this is a pattern that I like. So we'll save that, and then we're going to come over to our global, and we're going to update our login function. And we're not just going to pass the user, we're also going to pass the credentials that the user used to log in, and then we're going to stash them securely. So import secure from secure, and then we're just going to go secure.set, give it a key of credentials, and then credentials. That's it. That's all we're going to need to do. And then when we log out, we're going to go secure.wipe. We're just going to wipe out everything. Doesn't matter. We're not going to leave anything left over for when a new user logs in. When we log out, we're just going to wipe everything. And that's what I meant when I said it's going to be that simple to stash our credentials. And now we can set, remember how, we need to update this login function now. So sign in. We're going to pass const credentials. We're just going to create a dictionary here. It's going to be username, password, and then when we log in, we're going to pass that along with it. And one error I just noticed is when we pass our user here, global, we expect a user. We're not passing a user, we're passing the entire packet. So we need to go .user. And we need to do the same thing on our sign up. So we need to come over here, create some credentials, and this is going to be password 1 because we have 2 passwords here. There's no password without a number. And then credentials .user. And that way, we're actually going to stash our credentials. So now every time we log in, we're going to be storing the correct user info. And now you may be asking yourself, why did we do that? We need, Okay, now we've stashed our credentials and we can use them to log in again when the user opens the app for the first time. We're just gonna hit the login endpoint again using stored credentials. And so that way your user will never have to essentially re-log in. Once they're logged in, as long as they're password and username, their credentials are secure, unless they're forced to be changed every 3 months or something like that, whatever scheme you want to use. But we can store them correctly, so we can store them securely using this method. React Native encrypted storage is undefined. Let's reload that. I think we need to rerun our application because we did a pod install, but I'll just check and make sure that there's nothing that we left out. I don't think so. So what we need to do is close, we can leave that open. We just need to go back to our roots and go make run. And that's going to rerun our Metro server. It may not just, it may, sometimes when you install a package, it needs to actually be reloaded fully before it will recognize the package that you just installed. So that will take just a moment. Alrighty, looks good. Sign in and sign up, and we're passing our user, not just our data. Now let's see if we can log in. Easy. Yeah. Okay, now that we've done that, we can replace our initialized with an initialized, whatever, from use global. So we can do some logging in from here, from our use global. We'll create a function that will be called straight away when we open the app for the first time, essentially, or when we open the app. So we're going to create a new section now. Initialization. And with an initialized initially set to false. And we're going to, it's going to be an init function, and it's going to contain async functions, so it itself is going to have to be an asynchronous function. And first we're going to check if there are any credentials. Easy. We could use promises, but I prefer to do it this way. Okay, if credentials returns something truthy, which it will if it returns anything at all, or anything of value, then we're going to re-authenticate. We're going to create an authentication function. Actually, no, we're just going to add some interesting stuff to this function here. So if there are credentials, we want to create a request with our API that we have here. We want to basically create the same, we want to do the same, we want to take all this, our API, and we're going to stick it in here. Now, this is a lot of extra junk, which we don't really want. How about we just get rid of this catch altogether? And then get rid of this. We need to import our API, and then that's going to sign in. Don't need that. And we'll get rid of this for now. So this is going to be our credentials.username, credentials.password, and we're gonna have to put this. We're gonna do an await, so we're gonna have to put this in a try catch. So I'm gonna take this. I'm going to get rid of this as well. I'm going to go const response equals await. And if there's an error, I want to go log that out. And we're going to try and login. So we're going to take this. So if it works, we're going to user equals response.data.user. Now, if it doesn't work, then this will be rubbish. Actually, we're going to make sure that it is a correct response. So we're going to go, if the response.status is not equal to 200, which we expect it to be, then we're going to throw that error. But if not, then we're going to proceed, and we're going to update our user, and then we're going to return, because we don't want to do anything else. But if all that fails, or if that doesn't, if that doesn't reach the return for whatever reason, then our default, actually we're also going to set initialized to true, and then return. And then if that doesn't work for whatever reason, we're going to set initialize to true at the end of this regardless. So no matter what happens, we're going to say, yep, initialize is equal to true. And this is a messy function. This is a, it's not too bad. So now we have that. What we can do is we can go to our app and we can replace our initialized with a new one. Move that. Now our initialized comes from our use global, and it's not being our initialized function is not being set at all. It's not being called, sorry, and we need to call that in here. And we're going to create a use effect that calls only once at the beginning, and then we're going to fetch our initialize or our init function, and we're going to call init inside here. Now, you can see that worked. That did exactly what we wanted, because we were logged in on the iOS simulator, but we're not logged in here. So we'll refresh it again, and same thing should happen. See, it checks for a bit. That's exactly what we want. So we have that nice splash that we created, and it displays for a second, and then while it's trying to figure out if the user has been logged in or not, or whatever, what it should do, and then once it's figured that out, it either displays the login page if you're not logged in, or it jumps you straight into your your home view, your tab view here. And that's great. That's exactly what we want. And now every time we're going to be in here, we're going to have that user object that we can access, so we can fill this with real information. So first we're going to change the name. That's the first thing we're going to do. Get rid of. So we'll come here and we're going to go const user equals use global. User, and then we can user.username, user.name. Should change from, yep, that's exactly what we hope to see. And let's give a little space. Yeah, we should have put margin bottom. So now we have, it gives a little bit of space between these two pieces of text. And now we're logging in, and we're displaying our correct information. Our actual username is being used from here. It's grabbing this piece of information here, this piece of information here, and it's displaying what we expect to see in our profile view. And then we can log out, and then when we refresh, that should have wiped everything. So you should come back here. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is great. Like it's coming together now. Now I know it's been a long slog, and you're tired, and it's been like 4 hours, bro. I get it. It sucks. But stick with it. Stick with me. Put your trust in me, your sovereign, and I will make sure that you have the best time ever. I'll make sure that you'll be glad with yourself if you stick through to the end. Trust me. Now the next thing we've got to do, I'm going to log in again. And our thumbnail, we want to be able to upload some thumbnails. Now, how are we going to do that? So we want to be able to just click on this, and it will basically, it'll go to our photo library, and it'll pick, we'll be able to pick an image. So the way we're going to do that is, so we want to be able to click on this and open the file browser. So how do we do that? We're going to use a great package for that. It's going to be really simple, called React Native Image Picker. We're going to go, we don't need to look at this anymore. React Native Image Picker. There we go. Now we're going to install this. We're going to npm install. We're going to cd into our app. npm install. And we're not going to use this new architecture. We're not going to bother with that. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We're just going to not using the new architecture yet. We're just going to go npx pod install iOS. And just run that. Cool. Now these post-install steps, what do we have to do here? So this is really annoying. If you want to upload your app to the App Store and to the iOS App Store, and you're accessing images or videos, like if you're using the video camera, or accessing files from the Photos app, then you need to specify very clearly exactly why you're doing that. And for Android, doesn't require a camera. I don't think there's any issues with Android, but with iOS, you need to put a really good description in the info plist file. I'll show you how to do that in case anyone is curious. So we need to open up Xcode. And this will just take a second. Open a project or file. We need to find it. So YouTube, real-time chat, app, and then iOS. Open. And so this is the actual iOS project that is contained within your React Native project. So we need to go here, info plist, right here, and then we need to add a key here, and the key was NS photo library usage description, because we're not going to be worrying about capturing an image or video. We're just going to want to pick files from the phone's photo library. And so what was that? That was NS photo library usage description. So we need to add privacy photo library usage description, right there. Photo library usage description, yeah. And here we need to put a really good description as to why we need to use that feature. So we could say thumbnails from their profile pages. No, something like that. That's probably terrible, but this has to be set. Anyway, that's how you do that. And so we don't need Xcode anymore. And we should be able to use everything we need. So we can go back to our app, and our profile image, we're going to create a much better one. A much more, a profile image that we can click and we can open up. We can open up the photo library explorer. So we'll come up to the top. Our image, we're going to also add a little icon as well. So we can save that, and it should have changed nothing, but now we can click it. So we want to add a little edit icon as well. Style our view. Actually, first we'll see how that looks. So we can't really see anything, but we're going to put this, we're going to position this nicely. So first we'll give a background color. There we go. We're going to position this over this corner here. And to do that, we're going to position it absolutely. There we go. But we're going to have it on the bottom right. Bottom 0, right 0. So it's not where we want, and that's because we're going to get rid of this margin bottom. I want to take that away. There we go. It's kind of sitting nicely now. And we're going to put that margin bottom on our button instead. So we create a nice little gap, and we're going to put a border around this yellow, this dark little indicator. There we go. How nice does that look? Okay, and we can also click it. So when we click it, we want it to do something awesome. And that's going to be on press. We are going to create a function here, and we're going to launch. We're going to have to import we don't have the IntelliSense for what we want to import, so we're going to have to go here. We're going to just copy this. Launch camera. We're not going to launch camera. We don't care about that. Just launch image library, and we're going to pass a parameter. Actually, we'll get to that in a moment. That's for another. We'll just pass it an empty object for now, and then our response function that we expect to get. So response, we're just going to print out what we get from that. And this is going to be easy peasy. Good for now. So we'll save that, and then when we click promise rejection, what? It's going. We need to refresh because we did a pod install, so we need to rebuild our app. Silly us. So we go cd back into our root, make run, and that'll just take a few, maybe a minute or two. Alrighty, let's try doing that again. Ew. So we're opening our photo library, so we can select photo. So when we selected a photo there, look what it gave us back. Actually, we want to display that in a much better way. So instead of console.log, we're going to go utils.log. Make sure it's imported there. Save. I'll refresh it. Create a gap. Press again. I'll choose this one. And this is what we get. So we get an object that has an assets key. And then we have file size, height, the URI, which is the location on the device, no doubt. Well, this is the location on my computer. Okay. The file type, the file name, width, etc. So we're able to access an image, which is great. That's exactly what we want. But we don't want this. Like, we're not going to use any of this. We're actually going to grab the image in a base64 encoded form, and we're going to use that to upload, because we're not going to fetch the file, send a block. We're just going to send it using our WebSockets, which we're going to get to in a moment. Then to send data across, the stream to and from, the server and back to the phone, it's going to be a lot easier for us if we just encode that as essentially like a string, because we can only really send bytes or string. If we want to send data, we have to convert it into some sort of form that it will accept, essentially bytes or something like that. And so it's just going to be a lot easier for us if we send it as a base64 encoded string. And to do that, we can just pass an option here that says include base64 true. Include, and then save that. And when I pick again, you should see an additional parameter along here with the file size, height. There'll be another one that we get. So I'll click on that. Might need to refresh. Include base64. Include base64. Save that. Refresh. Because it did not seem to work. Try again. Click here. Pick an image. It didn't work. Refresh. Pick an image. There seems to be a problem. Let's try again. Pick a different image. There we go. Okay. It didn't like the first image for some reason. I have no idea why. But that's okay, because we're not actually going to be using any of these images. Maybe this is a weird file type. I'm not sure. Anyway, the point is, see all this. Scroll all the way up. This is our base64 encoded image. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Let's use this instead. There we go. Okay. So this is our base. Yeah, we've got a new key now. See, before we didn't. Now, so we've got file. That one's different. I'm really not sure what's going on with that first one, but we've got a base64 key here, and that contains all this data, which we are going to use when we upload our thumbnails. So we just need to keep that in mind for now. So basically, we can come here and we can guard against if the user response.did cancel, then we're going to return. So we don't want to continue if the user actually cancelled. But if they didn't, then we're going to get the first file, because you can select multiple files, but we're just going to get whatever the first file is. We're going to go const file equals response.assets, and then the first item there. And then we're just going to console.log. We're not going to log anything. We're gonna do the uploading soon enough. So we'll just leave this here for now because we need to go and get some better images. We need to get some actual profile pictures. See here, these are just random. We don't want to use those. We want to use actual profile pictures. Now, the best way that I found to do this is within the simulator itself to go to a website. So I'm just going to close this app and I'm going to go to Safari. Open up Safari. Within the simulator itself, I just found this to be the best way to do it. And I'm going to go to this. I'm going to just type this into Google, Unsplash free portrait. So there's an amazing site called Unsplash that provides like royalty-free, free for commercial use, everything. See, free for commercial use. Thumbnails. So we can use these thumbnails in our app for learning purposes or for commercial purposes if you want. I mean, I'm using it in this tutorial, but you can. This is the easiest way to get the images that we need. So we're going to click on this link, and we're going to scroll through, and we're going to. So we're going to just hover over it. I'm using the mouse. Click down and go save to photos. Too easy. And then pop out of that, and then find another one. This guy. Hold that down. And I'll go, actually I'll click into it, click on it, with the original, save to photos. And then I'll back out again. It's another really nice photo. Save to photos, back out again. This guy, super hipster. Save to photos. And we'll get about 6. So we've got 4 so far. This guy, unlock. See, we don't want to, this one's like behind sort of like a paywall sort of thing. We don't want that, we just want the free ones. That's sponsored. That's like an ad, I think. This guy looks alright. This one looks nice. And I think we have one more. One more should do it. Yeah, this guy. This guy looks right. And save to photos. Alright, easy peasy. And then now we're doing this inside the simulator so that we have files or photos inside the simulator, which is what we want, because we're going to upload from within our simulator here. And another thing we can do is we can just go to our Photos app. There we go. See, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got new thumbnail images on our simulator, which is great. So we'll close that, and then we'll come back over here, go back to our real-time chat app. We'll click, and nice. Now we can select an image there. And see, there we go, it works. We get our, a full data. And we're going to print this out every time. We're going to, we've got that now. We're going to get to our, we're going to make our WebSocket now so that we can actually send this to the server and we can get a response from it, in real time. Like we're going to use WebSocket so that, instead of HTTP requests, which we have to, we can't receive notifications from the server. At least we can't do that easily. This is going to allow us to, like once we're logged in, all communication is going to take place via a WebSocket. We only use HTTP to authenticate the sort of normal way, which, where we use, web tokens and, JavaScript web tokens, all that sort of stuff. And we're also going to pass our token along with our request to create a WebSocket as well. We're going to have a secure WebSocket. We're gonna have like a WebSocket that's behind like an authentication sort of layer, and if you fail to authenticate, then your WebSocket will fail to be open. And we're going to get to all that sort of fun stuff now. Now that we're at the point where we can actually provide some, we actually want to post something to the server now that isn't just a request. Now we can get started on our WebSocket. We're going to do that next. Django Channels. This is what we're going to use. It's a great package. We're going to use it inside our Django application, and we're going to use it to handle our real-time WebSocket communication. And we're going to fly through it. If you want more information on how Django Channels works, come to the docs, read through it, go through the tutorial, great tutorial, and we're going to get to it. There's another project that we're going to need as well. Get rid of that now. It's a great little package. It doesn't have many stars. We'll go to the web, Django Channels, JWT auth middleware. Only got 12 stars, but it's fantastic. I've used it. I've used it in this project, and it works extremely well for what we need. So shout out to Joshua Hashimoto, legend. So we're going to install a few packages here. We need to activate our virtual environment. Install channels, Daphne, channels Redis. We're going to need a Redis instance, which we're gonna run. We're going to set that up, and also the Django Channels JWT auth middleware. Install all of those. And our server is running. It's all good. We might need to rerun our server, so we'll close it down and we'll just hit rerun again. Now we can get out of our virtual environment here, and we should be clear that. Now we need to open up our core. We'll close our app and we'll just deal with our API for now. Inside of our core settings, we need to add a few things. We need to add Daphne, and there's something I forgot to do, is import our REST framework in our installed apps. Oh, not good. I'm pretty sure that needs to be there, but we'll just put it there now. Nothing broke, so looks like it works anyway. Maybe it was imported here. No idea. Anyway, we'll just just pretend that didn't happen. We need to set some channels configuration. So channels requires its own channels. And that should be all we need there. We also need to configure Daphne. So this is for our web server that we're going to update in a moment. So in our normal application runs this WSGI, which is a synchronous web server, which is what is used by default. Now Django has support for an asynchronous web server, which allows you to do some more interesting things, and using channels is one of them. So we need to tell our application to use this asynchronous web application instead. It's all in the docs. As I said, we're not gonna explain every little detail. We're just gonna fly through, and that should be all that we need for our setting. Actually, one more thing, because we're gonna upload thumbnails in a second. We need to set some thumbnail-related media root stuff. So that, and then we're going to head over to our ASGI file. There's a bunch of things we need here. So this application, we're going to replace that. We need to import. I'm going to rename this. And we're going to save that. And we're just going to stop here for a second because we have replaced our WSGI with our asynchronous web server instead. Now there's something we need to come over here, remove that. Now we're trying to run this again. What's going on here? Chat routing. That's because we try to import something we have not yet created. So I'll just get rid of this. Get rid of that. And then rerun. What the fuck? Why is that? I think I made a spelling mistake. Yep. This should not be capitalized. Ugh. Alright. Now, try that again. No. Spelled it wrong altogether. Auth middleware stack. Try that again. There we go. Okay. Finally. Oh my god. Alright, so something important to note here. See this starting ASGI Daphne server. So if we scroll up, just to the up, we can see starting development server at this address. And then when we come down here, it's now saying starting ASGI Daphne version. That's because the Daphne package or the Daphne web server is now, we've configured it in such a way that when we run server, Daphne hijacks this and it runs something different. So if you see this working here, starting ASGI Daphne version, then it's all working. We're all good. And now we can continue and we can actually implement our WebSocket protocol. Okay, now when we save this, we're going to get a bunch of errors because this chat.routing, there's a file that we're going to create in here. So we're going to create that straight away. Routing. So this consumers file, we need to create that as well. That's going to contain, similar to in Django how we have our views and then we wrap up our functionality in a view, and then it has certain methods that can get called, and then we provide a path, and then we say as view, our view as view. Well, routes and consumers are similar to URLs and views. So you're going to notice some similarities here. So instead of URL patterns, we're going to go WebSocket URL patterns. And we're only going to have one because we only have one endpoint for our WebSocket. And then once that's open, all of our communication will take place over that. And you're going to create a chat consumer. As I said, not going to cover in detail how all this stuff works. That's why I pointed you towards the documentation. It's all in there. And I find it's easier to just see someone fly through it anyway. And then you see how it actually works. And then when you read the documentation after, you go, I remember that. Okay. And so instead of as view, which we would do here, I'm going to say as ASGI, which is where some of the similarities come from. Now we're going to create another file, a consumer, or consumers. Consumers. Now this is sort of like our view, so as I said. So we're going to inherit from this class here, make our chat consumer. And this provides us some functions which are going to override. So this is going to be called when we attempt to connect, when we attempt to make a connection, a WebSocket connection. And we need to call self.accept in order to accept any connection. If you don't call this, then no connection will be accepted at all. It'll just be, it'll try and then go, couldn't connect, whatever. And then we want to disconnect. And we'll pass for now. We're going to come back to these. Silly spelling mistakes. Sweet. Okay. Now it's working again. Now, because we wrapped our WebSocket in this JWT auth middleware stack, this is what's going to allow us to authenticate really, really easily. So when we connect, or when we make a WebSocket connection, we're going to pass our token instead of putting it in the header, but we're not going to do that. We're going to just pass it as a query parameter, as a token equals, and then the token. We're going to pass that in our request to establish our WebSocket connection. And then if it's there and it's present, then this middleware here, it will provide us inside our consumer. It'll do all of this for us. It's really, really easy. A user. And we can extract that user by just saying user self.scope and user. This user will exist if we're authenticated, and it won't, it'll give us a user regardless. If the user is authenticated, then we can guard against not being authenticated, and we can say user.is authenticated. And if a user is not authenticated, we're just going to return. We're not going to accept the request at all. We're just going to say no, not happening. Not happening, bruh. Not on my watch, And that's all we need to do for now. So we'll revisit this. There's a lot more to do in this consumer, but for now we'll just make a connection. So we'll close our API and we'll open up our app again, and our web server is running. It's all good. So we're going to go into our core. Our core and our global. So inside of our use global, this is where we're going to need to update all of our global state, and our WebSocket is going to receive data, and we want it to update its global state automatically, like straight away. So in here is where we're going to keep our WebSocket in here. And we're going to create another section. So I'm going to keep it all nice and organized with our sections. I'll call this one our WebSocket. Make sure we have that. close it as well. So when we connect, first thing we're going to need to do is to fetch our tokens, which we haven't stashed yet, but we will go back and stash them now. So tokens equals await secure.get tokens. And we're just going to utils.log, and we're going to call this our tokens in capitals so we can easily recognize it, and then our tokens. Now we need to call this socket connect function once we're logged in. So where can we put that? We're going to put it inside of our home, because our home screen is, we're only going to be navigated here, or we're going to be navigated here once we're logged in. So once that happens, we want to run a use effect in here. And we need to grab those. We can go const socket connect equals use global, make sure it's installed, make sure it's imported there. State equal state arrow state dot socket connect. Also, we want socket disconnect or socket close as well. When this is run for the first time, we want to go socket connect, and then we want to return a function that is going to be called when this component closes. And that's how we accomplish that. Let's save that. And yeah, we need to install, we need to import use effect, make sure it's there. Save that. Yep. And tokens are undefined because we don't actually have any tokens yet. And this was only visible in this one. Actually, you know what? So we can figure out where this log comes from, we're going to add one thing to our utils while we're here. We're going to import platform, and then whenever we log something at all, we're going to display whether it's coming from iOS or whether it's coming from somewhere else. Or whether it's coming from iOS or Android. We're just going to print the OS. So we're just going to pop that in there, save that, and then when it reruns, see, now we've got iOS tokens, iOS undefined. So this is going to help us later when we want to know where did it, you know, because we're printing our output from both simulators in the one terminal, we need to know which came from where. So we hadn't needed that until now, but now we will. So that we can get rid of that, and we need to save our we need to actually save our token. So when we log in here, we want to pass pass the credentials, the user. Now we also want to pass the token. Again, we didn't need that before, but now we do. Tokens, and then we're not just going to stash the credentials, we're also going to stash the tokens. And then by the time the user logs in and navigates, the token's are already going to be there. So we're going to set the tokens, and nothing else needs to change. We're going to need to add that here as well, I think. In our initialize, if we get a response, which is going to be down here, we're going to get our tokens, and then we're going to stash them here as well. We've got to make sure we do that too. Otherwise, we've got to make sure we do it in both, because we're logging in here, but in a slightly different way. So we just need to make sure we stash our tokens, and we don't need to worry about the credentials because we've already got the credentials here. But we do need to replace the token because the token is most likely expired. Cool. And now we should be able to, yep, sweet. So now when we refresh, we'll refresh again. Refreshing. Sweet. So now our tokens are there. We're able to grab our tokens from the secured cache. Now, so we have them here. So we can continue on now. And we want to create a socket. It's pretty easy. Interpolate a string. We're going to have to figure out what our address is the way that we did before in our API, this address here. So what we're going to do, we're going to export our address, and then when we come in here, we're going to use that address here. So if we're, depending on which simulator we're in, we need a different address for that. And then we go to chat, which was our routing. Routing, our /chat. This is where all of our WebSocket consumers are going to be. Well, we only have one. This is where our WebSocket consumer is going to be. So we need to hit that. And remember, this is not HTTP. This is a different protocol. And we need to add as a query parameter, like we said, our token, our access token, not our fresh token. And then we need to interpolate that. And we can go tokens dot token access, not token. Token.access. And then we need to set up some callbacks. So we go socket. So when a socket is open or successfully open, we're gonna so we can see what's happening, and we can get rid of these tokens now because we confirmed that worked. So on open, on message, on error, and on close. And then we need to set the state. Grab this. Socket is socket. So this socket becomes this socket. And then we save that. We need to change these names. Save that. And then we should address. Yeah, we've got to import this address here. So sweet, because we exported it, so now it knows where what's going on. So on error, on close. So that means it tried to connect and it failed instantly. So let's refresh that again. So we're sending it. It's all good. It's receiving. No, that's signing in. It's not receiving anything. So we're going to log out in our consumer. Get rid of these. Inside our consumer, user is authenticated. We're going to let's print out our user. If it's an anonymous user, that means that it's not authenticating. So save that and we can refresh. Let's see what we get here. Nothing. So it doesn't seem to be hitting it at all. So maybe we have an error somewhere. We may very well. Why? Why isn't that working? Let's try again. An error on close. Well, what is the error? Okay. On error. E. Let's print out E. The error.message. Print that out. Network error. Close that. Let's try and rerun. Okay, some sort of DNS issue that I've never seen before. How fun. So to get around that, I think what we might be able to do is go to our API, and then instead of localhost, we'll just use 127.0.0.1 instead. We'll try that. And then we're going to have to add that to our settings. Our allowed hosts. Sweet. And then we'll try again. Still didn't work. Okay, that didn't help at all. Let's rerun the app altogether. Take a minute or two. Okay, refresh. Something happened to Android there, I'm not sure what. There we go. And I've never seen this error before, so I'm not sure what it must be. Let's try again. Ah, that's why. What an annoying thing. Okay, so to solve that, we're going to remove HTTP from the address itself. Ugh, can't believe I didn't catch that. And then I'm going to put this back to localhost. And then I'm going to come back to settings and change this back to localhost. Sorry about this. Should have caught this earlier. Save that. Now try again. Okay, on open. It looks like we're getting somewhere. But we had an error here. Exception inside application. Nixie. Okay, that worked. Okay. Now let's remove that. Let's refresh this. Okay. That's fine. Got that sorted. We've got this working. Now in our consumer, printing our user, the print is authenticated. And then we will try again. On open, on close. Now we're getting an error here. Is authenticated equals true. So when I accept, it doesn't like that. Why is that? Connect call failed. Ah, that's why. So the reason why this failed is because we need a, this gave it away. We need to set up our Redis server. So Mac Redis, install Redis on Mac OS. It's pretty easy. Brew install Redis. So yeah, we need to set up a Redis server, so we'll just close that for now. Actually, we need a new tab here. Go back to the root. We need to install our Redis server. That's why. Yeah, foolish me. We're not actually using it yet, but it expects it to be there. That's why it's complaining. Sweet. Yep. So I already had it, so I wasn't worried about that. Now we want to add something to our make file, Redis. But when we run Redis, we just want to be able to call this because we need to have this running in the background alongside our server. So I'm going to run our server here. This works with Redis when we're using Django Channels, and we'll see exactly why in the future. But all we need to do is we need to go Redis -server, and that's all we need to do. Save that, and we go back to a different open terminal, and then we can just go make Redis. And now we have a Redis server running. And we're going to need to keep this open just like we have our server open, where they both need to be running. Now, if you're more familiar with Redis, you can run this in the background so you don't have a logout here. But while we're testing, we're gonna see what it displays, because whenever it adds something, removes something, does any sort of operation, we should be able to see that here. And we'll go back to our normal server here and rerun again. It's open and it's not closing. Sweet. So now we've got here Nick, true, WebSocket, yeah. So you can see you got HTTP requests and then you've got WebSocket requests, all being displayed in the same window. Okay, that was painful. Now we're going to continue on. Now the reason we needed Redis is because when we connect, when we accept, we want to add ourselves to a group. Now, a group is a concept in Django Channels where we can create a group and let's just say 2 friends in a chat. We can create a group and we can add both of those friends to the one chat, or 3 or 4 or as many people as we want. And whenever I broadcast a message to that group, everyone who is connected with the group is going to receive it. The way we're going to do this is that every user is going to be attached to a group that group's name is going to be just the username of that group. That group's name is just going to be the username of that specific user. And the reason why we're going to do this is because let's just say that I'm logged in on my phone, but I'm also logged in on a tab on my computer. I'm also logged in at work. I'm also logged in somewhere else. I want all of these to be logged into the one group. I want all of these to be attached to the one group. And so when someone sends me a message, broadcasts a message to me, they're going to broadcast it to my group, and then every single one of my, open devices or open accounts at the time is going to receive the message simultaneously. And so that's why we're going to use this concept. And it's all in the documentation. It recommends you use groups even when you don't necessarily need to do that for exactly this reason, if you're logged in on multiple devices. So we're going to continue on and we're going to grab the username of the user, and we're going to use that as the group. And we're just going to keep it handy here. So this function, this connect function, is running asynchronously, and we want to call a synchronous function. And there's some annoyances when it comes to that. We need to bridge asynchronous to synchronous, and the way that we do this, we call this function, which we're going to need to import. Import that, and then when we want to add a user to a group from the connect, we're going to need to do this in an annoying way. Channel layer. Okay, so every time you log in, you have a unique channel name. And so we want to add this unique channel name to a group with this username. And that's how we're going to achieve what we just mentioned before. And then I'll just make it clear. Cool. So that's how we're connecting, and this is just some of the setup that we need to do. We won't really need to worry about this too much because we're going to set up a few functions that we're just going to be able to call whenever we want to do something. Whenever we receive something, it's going to call a certain function, and whenever we're going to send or broadcast to an entire group, we're going to have a function that does that, and we're going to hide all this nonsense. And then when we disconnect, we're going to remove our channel name from that group. And so we can just copy this. And then instead of group add, it'll be group discard. And that's all we need to do to add ourselves to a group. Now, we need to set up a way to actually receive events from the app. So the app is going to push events to the server, and the server is going to have the ability to push events to the app as well. It's a bidirectional communication. That's why we're using this, whereas as opposed to HTTP requests where we actually have to reach out and ask the server for something. The server can't go, oh, I've got something for you, and then send it to you. We have to reach out first. We don't want that. This is how we're getting around. And so we're going to create a little section here. I'm going to call it handle requests. And there's going to be lots of different requests that come from the server. Sorry, there's going to be lots of requests that come from the app, and this function, which we are overriding, is just called receive. And it receives text data. Remember before I said that we can't send a blob when we want to send a thumbnail or anything like that? We can only send like data, like essentially like text data. And it's always going to be JSON encoded string, essentially, and then we're going to be able to take that JSON encoded string and we're going to be able to turn it back into a dictionary or a Python dictionary. And we're going to print this out in a sort of pretty way. And then this is going to print it out nicely for us. And we're going to need to import JSON. And that's all we need to do now to receive data. So now that we can receive something, we're going to go back to our app, and when we select a thumbnail that we want to send, we want to upload, we're going to post that. Essentially, we're going to send that via the WebSocket to the server, and then the server is going to store it, do what it does with it, and then we're going to send a response back after that. So we're going to go to our profile, and then here is where the magic's going to happen. So we want to, there's a function that we're going to add to our global. Upload our thumbnail, use global, make sure it's should already be imported. Upload thumbnail, and then when we have our file, we're just going to pass it like that, and that's it. That's all we're going to do here. Pretty simple. And so we're going to receive that object, and we'll go over here, and we're going to have to create that function. We'll create a new section for the thumbnail. And the reason why we're creating this particular function inside of our use global is so that we have access to the socket and all that sort of stuff. And this is going to be the file. And we're going to grab our socket. We're going to call a function called get socket. Now this get function is going to have to come from up here. See, Zustand provides not just a set so that we can set like this, but also a get so that we can get other parameters inside of a function like this. So it's all in the documentation, it's all there. Let's provide that get there, and then we can go get socket, and then we can grab this active socket, which it will be an active socket if we're able to call this function from profile. And then we're going to go socket.send JSON, and then we're going to want to stringify an object. And again, remember I said we can only send text. We can't send, it has to be represented as text. And we're going to tell it from where it came from, because we're going to send lots of these functions. We're going to be able to send lots of different data to the server. We need to tell it where exactly it's coming from, and we're going to do that by specifying a source, like where it originated from. I'm just going to say it's a thumbnail, and we're going to add the base64 encoded image, file.base64, and the file name. Get away. The file name, just so we have a file name. It's capital here. It's annoying, but that's the data that it gives us, and we'll see it in a second when we go to print it out. Actually, let's leave this out for now. We'll leave that out for now, so that when we send it for the first time, and we print it out here, it's not going to, the base64 is not going to massively swamp our entire thing. So back to our profile. That looks good. Now we will refresh this just to make sure that there's nothing, it's going to mess us up. Go to our profile. That, and then we want to pick, I like this one. Yeah, and so that worked. That gave us, that's all of our data that we expected. Now, I made a spelling mistake. Silly me. In our consumer, it shouldn't be index, it should be indent. Sorry about that. And then that should fix itself. Close the gap. And then we'll do the same thing again. Pick an image. That worked again. And then it should print something. No. Let's try again. Back here and go make server. So we'll rerun our server. Something seems to have happened. And we'll go to our profile and we will not print this out anymore because we're confident that we're getting what we expect. In our consumer, we want to print out, our user, and then on receive, we should be receiving. Let's refresh. And the user should be connecting. So all right, it's working again. Now we're going to go back and click here, select the image. There we go. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. We're receiving the data that we sent, the source, global, source, thumbnail, and then the file name, which is exactly what we're receiving here. So in our consumer, this receive function is called whenever we receive any sort of data at all. And this is only one function that's called. So this is why we need to specify some additional information along with it, like the source, so that we can figure out where, what this message is. And so we basically are sending each other, we're sending dictionaries, and we can put anything that we desire inside those dictionaries. Now that we have all that, we can include our image data, and then we can upload that, and we'll get to that next. Okay. Refresh, open, sweet. Now we can remove this log out. We don't, this print out, we don't need to see that anymore. Global. Here, this. Sweet. Okay, and now we're going to include our thumbnail, our base64 data. So we refresh that, and this is gonna fill up our entire window here when we select an image, but we'll do that and just make sure we are receiving it. This one. Yeah, see, that's our image data sent as base64 encoded image. Exactly what we expect to see. Goody, goody. Now we're going to close our app. We're going to go to our API because we're going to go to our consumer, and we're going to create. Now we don't have Python doesn't have switch statements, which is what we would like here, but so we're going to have to make something a bit similar because we're going to get lots of different types of requests. We're going to have to sort out where they're going to go right here. So just for now, we're just going to put the first one. We're going to extract the source. if the data source is our thumbnail, then we're going to put all this function, we're going to put the functionality for each different request into its own function, just for you know, organization purposes. So when we receive a thumbnail request, we're just going to pass the whole data structure there. And we're going to want to grab the user, because we're going to be updating the user's thumbnail, and we already have the user. We don't have to do a get or anything like that. We have that user in our scope. So we'll go from there, and we need to convert our base64 encoded data into a file that Django will accept. We're going to have to import these. We need to update the file field on our user model, which we did ages ago. So we need to set that file to this field. An update. We need to import our user serializer. And we do have that. Just grab it from right here. Import that. And now it's been updated, but we need to send it back. So how are we going to do that? So remember I said before that WebSockets allow a bidirectional communication in both directions. So I can send an event from the server to the phone, and the phone can send an event from the phone to the server. And we're going to, when we receive a thumbnail request, which is basically a post of a new thumbnail file, but there are, you know, get, post, patch, these things don't exist in WebSocket world for our purposes, but that's the same thing as what it's doing. It's posting some data to us. So now we want to broadcast this change back to our group, and so we're going to create a function called send group, and we're going to send the group that we're going to send it to is going to be the user name of this consumer, which is set up here. When we connect, it's only being sent to us. It's not being broadcast to anyone else. We'll get to that later when we get to messages, where I want to send a message to, you know, my friend. I'm not going to broadcast it to my own group. I'm going to broadcast it to someone else's group. So we'll get to that soon. And we're going to provide, similar to the source that we provided when we sent something to the server, we're going to provide a source as well when we send something back, so that the phone or the app is going to know what exactly it's receiving. And because, you know, we only have one endpoint kind of thing, we need to come up with a different way of doing it. And we're going to also include our data. And that's all. So we're going to create these functions that are going to just broadcast everything that we want. And to broadcast or to send to group is a synchronous function, and we're in asynchronous code right now, so we need to bridge in the same way that we do here. And we just grab that. That's the same thing. Async to sync. Our channel layout, and we're going to go, instead of group add, group send, and it's going to be to our group name, and we're going to reuse this function a lot, and I'll explain why in a moment. And then our response data. Now the way Django Channels works is when I call this function here, group send, when I send to a group, the type parameter, this needs to be a dictionary, my data here, and then I'll have a type, and that type will, whatever this is here, it will call a function inside this consumer with that same name. So basically, all this is going to call a function called broadcast group right here. So it's going to call this function here, but it's only going to be called on the consumers that are attached to this particular group. So at the moment, we're just calling it to ourselves, but later we're going to call someone else's group. So this is, as I said, I'm not going to go too deep into it. It's all in the documentation, go through the tutorial, explains everything. I'm just trying to fly through it and give you enough so that when you read the documentation, you'll be like, oh, that's what he was talking, that's what he was, raving on about. I'm trying to provide enough for you to find your chi on your own. And then from this, we're going to go self.send. Now this is where it's actually going to send the data back to the app. So when send group, it's just sending it to the group, and this self.send function actually send the data along the WebSocket wire. I'm sure it's complicated. It's unfamiliar. I have no doubt about that. And that's why I created this sort of system, is so that we didn't have to, I just wrapped all this up into one function called send group, and then I just send what I need to send, and it just does it, right? So it'll just send it to the group and all the users attached to that group without sort of all this fuss. I just found that running this was much easier than constructing all of this each time, because then you need multiple functions. Yeah, it was an absolute mess. So I tried to keep it as simple as possible. Actually, I'm going to rename all this stuff and call it data because it makes more sense to me. And so this data is always going to contain our type, which is always going to be this, always going to be broadcast group no matter what. It's going to contain a source, which is our where it originated from, which the app is going to need to know, so it knows what to do with the data, and it's going to contain a data. That's all it's going to be. And so before we actually send it, we're only going to send source and data. This type, the only reason this type exists is for this construction, so that basically when we call it, it's going to broadcast it to the correct group. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go data.pop our type. And then now our data, our return data, is just going to be our source and our data. And that's the only thing that the user, the app, will ever receive. It will never receive anything other than this. So I just wanted to make that very, very clear. And if you go through the documentation on channels and you want to know how it works in more depth, this will jump out at you. I have no doubt about that. Well, I hope, And then we save that, and that should work. I'm sure I made a spelling mistake. Nothing visible yet. And so now we are receiving a thumbnail request. We're updating the database, and then we are broadcasting it back to ourselves and a new user object, and we're going to take that user object and we're going to put it into our global store, and we're also going to, and that's going to automatically update our thumbnails in the top corner here. It's going to update this one, and it's going to update this one. So it's going to happen instantly, and it's going to be amazing. Socket close. Oh yeah, so the socket closed a couple of times because we saved this file, and then it reran this, and then it, trust me. And then we rerun this again, and then it'll on open, and then it won't close. See, we're open, we're good. No problem. So we need to go to our global and we need to receive. So on message is where we're going to receive. So we're just going to receive data initially. So we want to get rid of this. So we're just receiving text data. So we saw before, just before we send it, we're dumping it to adjacent, we're stringifying it. And then once we receive it, we're unstringifying it, we're passing it back into a dictionary. And we're receiving an event here. We're going to log it out. I'm going to in a pretty way, so we can always see all the data that we receive. Always, it's going to be very useful for us. And we're going to have lots of different responses. So we could make a switch statement, but it's going to get very, very long and very clunky. And so I am going to make it cleaner, just going to do it this way. Trust me. Yeah, trust me. It'll be much cleaner than doing it. I actually had it originally as a switch statement. It just took up so much, so much of the page that I was like, oh my god, I need a better way of doing it. And so we're going to have a dictionary of functions. So we're going to map functions to keys, and then we're going to get the function, depending on the source. And remember, we said that the source was the thumbnail. And so you can see that we're going to have a pattern here. Whenever we receive something, it's going to be receive underscore thumbnail. And then whenever we get something back from the server, it's always going to be response underscore, well, not underscore, response something. And then if the response is nothing, so if we try and access an object key that isn't there, or in a switch statement form, it would be, default nothing, then we're going to basically we're going to say there's an error. I'm going to print out a nice little error for us here, and it will just tell us if we spell the source wrong or something like that. Return and break away. We don't want to do anything else, so we're essentially guarding against that. And then we're going to call our response function, and this just cleans it up a lot. Okay, and then outside of our use global up here, because we don't need to access them inside of our use global, we could put them in there and we could go get. Yeah, we could put them in there and go, we could use our get dot and then get it like that if it was inside, but we don't need to put it inside. We don't need to muddy it. We can just drop it outside. We're going to have a whole section. And we'll take this here, we'll make a section that's outside. And that's why we're passing in set and get. And what we're receiving is just our user. So all we need to do, very, very simple, is we're just going to update our user. User equals data. And that's all we need to do for the moment. Now, it's not actually going to display anything yet, unfortunately, because if we go to our image, we're just setting the profile image as our asset profile image that we've got here. So nothing's going to happen yet. So the way we're going to handle that is we're going to, in our utils, we're going to make a new function called thumbnail. And we're going to pass a URL of some sort. And if the URL is null, which the thumbnail for a user could be null, it may not have been set yet at all, in that case, we're going to return this profile image. We're going to return that. And we're going to import that here. And we're going to have to, it's going to be out, assets, profile.png. And then we're going to return that. If not, address, we're going to have to import the address, which was this without the HTTP or anything like that. And then our URL. And that's it. And we're going to place this here. So now we've got, now our utils is going to have an additional function. So we'll save that, come back to our profile, and we'll get rid of this altogether. And in our source, we'll go utils import thumbnail user.thumbnail. And we don't have our user yet, so we'll have to grab that from our global user, and that should be it. That should work now. Let's give it a crack. Oh, it's an error. Read-only file system media. We might have to make a media folder. So disconnect from that, and then in our API, from here, from the root, we just go make dir API media, and we'll rerun. And we'll try again. We're going to reload because our socket closed, so we'll reload. It's open, profile, an image. There's one thing we definitely do need to do on our URLs. We need to add the ability for our. We need to be able to serve our media files from this application when it hits the media URL, the media root, and all that sort of stuff. We import the settings. Static, we're going to need to import static as well. Rerun. Try again. Nope. Read only. Ah, that's why. Should be media URL. Now, yep, it's reloaded. Try this again. Select thumbnail. There we go. How good does that look? Oh, looks amazing. And now we're going to add this one as well. So we're going to create a thumbnail object. We're going to create a common object. So come to our app, go to our source, common. In here, we're going to create a new file. Call it thumbnail. And we're basically just going to wrap up this thing. And we'll close some of this rubbish. Save that. Move image. Import thumbnail, and then it's just going to be URL equals user.thumbnail, and the size was 180. Save that. Shouldn't have changed. Yep, pretty sure that's still good. And we're going to take this thumbnail and we're going to go to our home. And here, this image here, we're going to wipe that out, replace it with our new thumbnail. And we need to make sure it's imported like that. And we need to grab our user. User, got it there, and this was 28. Save that, and now we've got it up here as well. How good! And then if we reload everything, log back into our app, we've got our little thumbnail up there, go to our profile page, and it's all working. It's all sweet. Okay, that was a mission, and we can see that it's to fetch our thumbnail, it's doing a HTTP request to get that. So that's why we had to add the settings, URLs. That's why we had to add this, so that it would serve when we go /media, that it would actually grab our file, so /media/thumbnails. It'll grab our file from here, media. This media thumbnails, this is where our files live. So it's been uploaded to our API. Now in the real world, you would probably want to use S3, Django storages, something like this. You wouldn't, I mean, unless you were game, you probably wouldn't want to store your media files on your server itself. You'd want to farm that out to some sort of service, but in development, this is the way, this is enough for us, you know what I mean? Like we're just focusing on the WebSocket channels type of stuff. And if you want me to make a tutorial all about that, S3, yada yada yada, let me know in the comments. How good does that look? Now we're going to get to our search. We're going to search for users. We're going to search for our friends. We've got 2 users here. We're going to create a few more. We're going to give them some thumbnails, and then we're going to start searching through them, and then we're going to be able to send them a request, and then we're going to be able to accept their request, and then we'll be able to send messages to and from. Now, we've made it so far now. Stick with it. It's all starting to come together now. Now is the easy part. We don't have to install any new packages. We don't have to do any more setup. We can just write a little bit of Django and write the rest of our responses and our receive functions in our consumer. We're going to write out a couple more of these. It's probably about 10 different ones we're going to write out, and that's pretty much it. And it's all going to come together. It's all going to be incredible. So stick around for that. Alrighty, we're going to log out as me, and we had another user, Nicole G. We're going to log in as her, and all users have a password of password while we are testing. Login as Nicole. Something has happened. Let's log out. Let's log back in. Let's refresh. Let's log out. Let's look for our everywhere we are accessing an access token. Only here, only in one spot. Pretty sure that was fine. Where we should be looking is in login. Oh, sorry, sign in. So there seems to be something wrong here. We're not passing our tokens to our login function when we should be. Silly, silly, silly. And so the way to get around that, or to update that, I think we just forgot to do it earlier. Yep. Silly Billy. So we're going to go response.data.tokens. We're going to pass that third value to our tokens. See, this one here. And we're going to make sure that we have the same for sign up, because we're going to do some signing up in a moment. We can save that, and then it should all work now. Now we'll log out, log back in. There we go. It worked. So we don't have that error anymore. Okay, so we're going to upload Nicole's thumbnail. I'm going to pick this one. Sweet. So now Nicole has a thumbnail. Now we have another problem. Type. Incoming message has no type attribute. And something wrong with the server, probably in our consumer. Let's look for type. Type. Let's see if it'll give us a line number of some sort. Just realized there's something else that we need to add. We need to close our socket. I'm not sure if this is gonna do it, but it'll get us one step closer. Now we're going to upload a different one. That worked. And no error. Not sure. No idea why that worked. Okay. It has been a while since it has been at least 24 hours since I was here. So maybe that was something to do with it. Anyway, it's working now, so we can keep going. So annoying. So we can log out as Nicole, and then we can sign up. We need to create a few more users. And at the very beginning, I said we were going to create new users that have an N in their name, and that's going to help when we start searching. We start typing the word. I mean, you can pick any letter. I just use N because my name starts with N. And it could be the first name, last name, or the username because that's what we're going to search. So I'm going to create some random names. And just give a password. Let's give Ben an extra N. Sweet. Ben Nelly. What a cool name. This looks like a Ben. Sweet. Now we're going to create Johnny N. Call this guy Johnny. And Nelson. Password. Sign up. Add a thumbnail straight away. And this guy, Johnny. Log out. And then two more. We'll go Nina Bradford. Nina B. And this looks like a Nina. And one more. We'll call it Nola. Nola Nuggets. Nolan. Password. Nola Nuggets. And yeah. Okay. Sweet. Now we go to our login, our admin, we log in, make sure we're logged in here into our users, and we can see we've got all these different users now. Nicole Green, Johnny Nelson, all good. And they all have an N in their name, which, as I said, it's going to be important in the next step when we start searching. So hang on for that. And we'll do that next. Time to search. Okay, when we click on our little magnifying glass here, nothing happens yet. We want to navigate to a search screen when we do that. And this is, should be accessible from every page, which we want. We want to be able to search. So we'll add that now. This is where we click. And we'll make sure that we have our search screen by looking at our app. Yep, home search messages. Yep, we added that earlier. Go to home and clean some of this up. Now when we click this, actually we'll wrap this up. On search, That should do it. So when we click on our search, we're navigated to our search page. Yeah! Okay, now we can start building that out. So we're going to build out an input, a text input. So we're going to be able to search for users. Like that. We have an error. Oh yeah, cool. So we need to add a state for our query. Save that. Check. Use state. You need to import that. There we go. What's going on here? Good. Now, we might need a wrap. Yep. Not quite. I need to push this back over. Yep. There we go. Now we have a nice little search bar in its own little section. And then when we start typing, it's going to list users down here, which it's not doing currently, but it will. So we'll clean this up. And we're going to create some dummy data for the moment. Actually, we're going to create a search list, or the results from a search list. But we're just going to hard code it and build out a view, and then we're going to actually fetch that data from the database. So we're going to update the database. So we'll just call this search list, and we'll just call it null. Because when it's null, we're going to assume that it's empty. And we've got to create an empty. So there's an object called an empty, which is very useful. It's a pattern I use all the time. I'm going to provide an icon We're going to make this in a second. And then if we have nothing, then we're just going to say just an empty view. Empty, yeah. So when we go into our common, create a new file, call it empty.jsx. Now this is something I like to display whenever a list is empty, and you'll see what this looks like in a sec. It's a very good. I mean, it's a great pattern. I think it's, you know, I basically put, like, it's one of my go-to default common objects that I create in pretty much every project. You know, similar to, like, you know, a button or an input, something like that. It's as vital as that. Save that. Reload. Import out empty. Okay. I forgot to add the size. Silly me. 90. There we go. And now our message is not displaying. Why is that? Message. Message. Why isn't my message being displayed? What the hell? What? Let's wipe that out. I think we need to give this a flex of 1. There we go. Yeah. These don't extend all the way to the end unless you give them a flex of 1, and then they hide our text as we just saw. So I can undo that. Yep. And then just undo. There. Back to where we were. Nice. Okay, so we're not going to display this when it's, sorry, messed up. Okay. This one is going to be displayed here when our search list.length is equal to 0. That's when we're going to display that one. When it's null, we're going to display something different. We're going to tell people to search for their friends. There we go. So when we start searching, it's going to change, which it doesn't yet because we're not hitting the database, but when our search list isn't null, it's empty, then we're going to get whatever we were searching for, it's going to be displayed here. So no users are found for blah, 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 blah. And then when we actually have users in the list, which we'll add now, we're going to need to give some users that have a few different, we're going to make this later in the database, but for now we'll just fill it with some fake stuff. They're going to have a thumbnail, which we'll just set to null for now. They're going to have a name. They're going to have a username. And they're also going to have a status. And we'll see why they're going to have that in a moment. There are going to be four different statuses. So we'll make 4 different users with each of those statuses. So the first one's going to be pending them. And the reason we're making these statuses is because if we've requested to join a user, or if they've requested us to join them, or if we're already friends with them, we want to see the status of that pop up in the list straight away. And we'll see exactly what that looks like. And then it's going to be connected, and then not connected. If it's not connected, it means that these top 3 means that there's been some activity already. This means that we're free to try and connect, or free to try and send a request to that user. Something else. Silly red, silly blue. And then there should be nothing there because we need to create a list, a flat list. Make sure flat list is imported here as it was if you let IntelliSense do it, like so. And then here, and then it should import it for you. Should be very familiar with that sort of stuff by now. Item username, so item. So we need to make sure that our usernames are unique. So silly N, silly A, silly B, silly C. And we don't have a search row yet, so we'll make that. pass a user. Make sure our thumbnail is imported. See what that looks like. Yay. Now we're going to add the rest of it. Make sure text is imported. Let's put this in a view. And we'll have the username as well. So we'll just copy this text here, so no need to retype it. And the color will change, and it's not bold, and there's no margin. Username. There we go. Starting to come together. And we also are going to add our search button. Now, button at the bottom, this button is going to be different depending on our status, which we placed here. So we'll create a new one. A new object, pass the user as well, pass it on, and up here. So if our user is already connected, we want to just indicate that with a Fontawesome icon, just a nice little tick. See, this one, silly red, is connected. So we have a nice little tick, and we can't do anything once we're already connected. There's no need to continue on. Now, if it's not, we are going to create a little switch statement here that's going to build up the type of button that we're going to produce. So the text is going to be the text of the action that we want to perform when we press the button. We want the button to be disabled in some cases. If you've already sent a request to that person and we're waiting, it's pending them, then we don't want to do anything. So that's the only time it'll be true. And we want an action. So what do we do when this button is pressed? we'll do nothing for now, and then we break. And we want 2 more of these. And then a default. So when pending them, we're waiting for them to accept our request. I'm going to say pending, disabled is true, and on press, we want to do nothing. So we're not going to add an action here at all. So we're just going to leave that as nothing. And then here, pending me, that means that they have sent me a request and I'm waiting, and they're waiting for me to accept. It's not going to be disabled, and we're going to get to the action in a moment. Once we have that data, we can create our button. There we go. Now we have some buttons. This one can't be pressed, which we don't want. We want to be able to accept right here in the list. And must have spelt pending me. Must have spelled this one wrong. Pending me. Pending me. Going on here? Pending them, pending me. Accept, that one's not wrong. No connection, I think it's not connected. Yeah, that's going to be no connection. No connection. So that, there we go. And so when there's nothing, there's no activity whatsoever, we're going to be able to connect. When someone sent a request to us, which we will be able to see next, after we've done our search, we're going to build out this requests page. We're going to be able to see any requests we have right here and right here. But we can also, and we'll be able to accept from our requests page, but we'll also be able to accept from this list wherever we see this user. And they're waiting for us, we'll be able to go bang, accept. And pending, that means we're waiting for them to accept. So in their requests page, it'll be visible, but not in ours. And this is our list. And now we need to hook it up to our API. So when we start typing, we're actually going to fetch what we're after. So we need to make, in our global, put our thumbnail section. I'm going to make a new section for searching. So thumbnail, call it search. And we need to make our search list that we had before. We need to put it in here because data is going to flow from the database via our socket here, and we need to update it, and we want it to be reflected in our search as we're typing. So not upload search, we want to go search users, and we'll give it our query string. And if there's no query, okay, only if we have a query are we going to do all this, because if we don't have a query, if we hit delete, so if we go like this, we start typing, and then we come back to this point, we don't want to send a search of nothing to the database. We just want to empty it, and we'll see what that looks like. So we'll query, and then here we're going to call this one search, and we're going to just pass our query, and we don't need anything else. And we're just going to set our search list to null if there's no query. We need to add a little comma there. So this is our search list now. So we can come back to our search here, and instead of our search list that we have here, we are going to just comment that out for now. And we need to grab our search list from our global. Make sure that's imported. Save, should still work. Yep, it's null, it's what we expected. So it's displaying our empty search for friends because there was nothing there. And then when we want to search for our users, we're going to have to put that in a use effect. So we're going to search this search users, which is our function. We need a use effect here. We want it to change whenever query changes. Or we want it to be triggered whenever query changes, sorry. And we just need to go search users and pass our query, and that's all. And then when it's called initially and it's got nothing in it, or when we hit delete, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to go, no, search list is empty. Nothing to do here, nothing to see here. And I think if we start typing, it will send it to the database and we should be able to see that. So we'll come over here and we'll refresh this, make sure we're connected to our socket correctly. Go over to search, and we should see some things over here. When we start typing, we're going to start searching for a user. We'll just type NABC, and yeah, this just needed a second to refresh. But we're receiving a search with our characters. That's exactly what we wanted to see. So now we need to go over to the database side, and we need to implement all of this search stuff. So get rid of our empty, get rid of our home. We'll keep search and global open. When you go to our consumers, and when we receive, we want to search for our users. It's the search type. You can elif it here. We want to call self.receive search. Pass our data. Now we need to create this function. So data. Now we need to build this out. And there's going to be some interesting code in this one. If you've ever worked with Django, we're going to do a pretty decently complicated query, because we need to fetch the status of every user, and we're going to do it in a way that is efficient database-wise. Now, there's more code than we might like, but I'll try and explain it best I can as we go. So we need to grab our query. User, have we imported our user? I don't think we have. Put our user. We also need to import something that's going to allow us to make more interesting queries. Our queue object. Queue, just like that. And then, so this is going to allow us to search for if our term starts with, so if our username, if our first name, or if our last name, if any of those fields start with our query term, we're going to count that as, we're going to include it. So we're going to, first one is going to be username, and I starts with, so this is going to do a case insensitive search for our query, and then adding this queue allows us to put this OR operator here, and so we'll be able to do the first name as well, and also the last name. So this is, and we'll get rid of that last one. And so this is going to allow us, this is why I said that we wanted all of our users to start with N, so that when I start typing the word N, or the letter N, when I start searching, it's going to pick every single user, and then once I start typing additional characters, it's going to filter down from there. It's just going to help us visually see what's going on. Now we want to exclude, so this is Django's query builder. So when we go filter, we're creating some, this is going to build up some SQL. And then when we add additional functions on the end here, like exclude, it's going to add additional SQL. It's going to build up the final SQL that it's going to send. And it does this in like a lazy fashion. So it doesn't actually make any requests until you actually hit the database. So it's sort of building up the query for us, and it's hiding a lot of details from us, but it's trying to sort of build it in the most efficient way that we can. So we want to exclude ourselves. We don't want ourselves to be returned in this request at all. Now the really interesting part is we're going to annotate. We're going to annotate this query with additional information. So we're going to basically give each user additional keys. And we're doing it this way because it's going to be really efficient, because otherwise we have this problem. It's called the N+1 database problem. If you want to look that up, I think I might have, I think I have database N+1 problem. There we go, you can just read it here. I found this a little while ago, it's pretty good. Basically, it prevents us from, you can look through this in your own time, but basically it prevents us from having to hit the database multiple times. If we have to grab a list of items and then we need some additional information, which we do, we need to know, the status of the pending them, the pending me, and whether or not they're connected. So we want to be able to hit the database and add additional information all in the one query. It's going to do this efficiently, or as efficiently as it can. And so we're not going to have to hit the database multiple times. We're just going to send one query. It's going to contain all the information we need, and it's going to return additional keys that the model itself doesn't necessarily have. And trust me, it's going to be kind of ugly, but it's going to produce a much better query than we would if we were like looping through, like if we grab the users and then we looped through and then we go, okay, for this user, grab all this information. For the next user, grab all this information. Terrible, terrible way of doing it. So this is why we do it this way. And you can read more about Annotate on the Django documentation. They have a section on it. As I said, I'm not going to hold your hand. We're just going to pump through it. So we need to know if a connection, which is an object that we need to create this. This is a model that we haven't created yet. Actually, you know what? We'll get to that in a minute. We won't worry about that for now. We'll just pause that, and we will serialize them and return them, and then we'll display them, and then we'll come back to this annotate in a second. So we want to serialize the results. So we're going to create this search serializer in a second. Users and many equals true, so we expect it to be more than one. This is a list, and we'll create that in a second. We need to send this. We need to send the search results back. So remember how we did that before? This send group down here. And it's a search, and the data is our serialized data. Exactly the same as this one, except for this time. So we can save that, and then we need to go to our serializers, and we need to make a new serializer down here. I'm going to call it our, as we already did call it, our search serializer. It remembers. And we're just going to subclass our user serializer. Now, the reason why we're going to do that is so that we have access to this function, this getName function. We're not going to rewrite that function. We're going to have it by importing like this. And we're going to create a status. And we need to implement our getStatus function. And we'll just return nothing for the we'll just return no connection for now. But we will come back and update this in a moment. So we'll save that. And our consumer should be fine. Let's see, no problems. Reload. Over to our search. Now, moment of truth. Just type the one character, N. And we got a problem, which of course we do. We didn't import our search serializer. So we go over to our consumer, and then from here we'll import our search serializer. Save that. Refresh our app. And back to our search, type N. That's great. That's awesome. That worked exactly how we want it. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. So we've got 6 users and one of them is us. So we expected to get 5 users back. And this is exactly what we wanted to get back here. Our user, thumbnail, status, none of them are connected though. So we want to display that, but we have no response global. Come up to the top. We have no response search function. So we're going to implement that now. That's why it said, past source search not found, because we haven't implemented that yet. So come down to our socket, and then we create a new entry in our responses called search, response search. And we need to create that function up here, up the top in this socket receive section. Response search, set get data. It's pretty simple, actually. It's almost the same as this. So we can just copy that, and we just need to. This data here is our search list, data search list. This is exactly what we want straight away. So we can refresh. We'll refresh again just for good measure. And when we start typing now, yeah, there we go. Our users are being displayed, but our thumbnail is not. Why is that? Let's see what's going on there. In our search row, our thumbnail is user.thumbnail. Go to our profile. We pass our user.thumbnail. So why isn't it working in our search? We pass our user.thumbnail as well. It's not displaying. Right here, go to our profile. Ours is working. So why isn't anyone else's? Yeah, should be working. Let's close our server and rerun it. Refresh. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to console.log our URL undefined. That's why. So our thumbnail. User.thumbnail. So in our search row, let's our URL, and I used path. That's why. How silly of me. There we go. Much better. All right, I'm going to delete that. Delete this. So again, how awesome is that? That looks sick. Okay, so now we've got our users. They've all got thumbnails. We're looking good. All right, so now we want to be able to connect with our users. And see, this is why we start with N, which they all have an N, and we start typing, and then they progressively filter down. And I just pick the names specifically so that when I type in NIC, it will filter down in this way. And so if you pick different names, maybe you get lucky, maybe it'll filter down nicely like that, maybe not. But if you pick the same ones I did, then you'll be able to filter down nicely like that, and it updates dynamically. It's pretty fast. Yeah, pretty good. So now we want to be able to hit connect, and actually I'm going to, over here, I'm going to log in as me over here, so we can finally see, we can finally use both of them now. So I'll log in here, and I can go to my, so this is me. So logged in as two different users here now, and I can, obviously I can search here as well. And I can, yeah, it's all the same. So in my requests, the way it's going to work is it's all real time. So it happen every, you don't have to reload lists or anything like that. So when I search over here for a particular user, we've got me, and then when I hit connect, it's going to update here, but it's going to display here instantly because it's going to post a message. It's going to go to the server, and the server's going to be like, hey, you, I've got a new request for you. And then it's all, I did not use the term real time for nothing. Like, that's exactly what it's going to be. It's going to happen instantly, and, this is the whole point of doing this type of socket, way of doing things. Obviously, it's going to be helpful for us when we get into messages and things like that, but this is the first case. This is the first case of a message being sent from the server to me from some other action that someone else has triggered. So a request has been sent to me by another user. They've done something, and then the server's like, bang, here's your request, boy. And then we're gonna get to that next. Okay, so. All right, it's time for making requests. So we're going to want to go to our search. So when we hit that connect button here, we want to trigger a function that we're going to put in our global, but we'll fetch it from here first. We'll fetch it here. We'll call it request connect. Now, it's not there yet. We're going to have to go and create it, but we're going to set it all up here first. When there's no connection, this is here. This is where we want to connect. So this onPress will just be an anonymous function, and we'll pass it the user.username. So username is unique. We could use user ID, but we're just going to use username. Save that. And then when we hit connect, we've got to make our function first. So we'll come down to the bottom and we'll create a new section. We'll just take our old section, make a new one, and call it requests. And we're going to have a list of requests that is going to be displayed here on this first tab. Same sort of pattern. We'll set it to null if it's gonna, if it hasn't been loaded yet, then it'll be null. And we'll replace this. Request connect, and we'll pass a username. And we'll just remove all that. So all this is going to do is just send a socket request, which is exactly what we do here. So we just copy this, we grab the socket, and then the source is going to be request.connect. Now we're going to have more than one function that is request related. That's why we're going to prefix it here. We're going to have like a dot. So we're going to be the other one we're going to do is when we accept a request. So we're going to have request.connect and request.accept. So we're just going to deal with connect for now, and then we're just going to pass the username like that, and we'll refresh. Shouldn't have any errors now. But we do. Cannot read property request connect. Request connect. Why request connect, request connect. Use state. Use global. And it's imported. That's a little mistake. Refresh. Mistakes are, if you want to be a programmer, mistakes are going to be your one and only friend. So get used to them. Sweet. All right, now when we hit connect, it should pop up here. So we hit connect, and it received our request.connect. This is our server here. Now it's not doing anything with this source, so that's what we're going to do next. We can close our app for now, and then we just look at our API, and we go to our consumers, and yep, in receive. So I'm going to make another one here. So we'll just copy this and make a new one. Give it a helpful comment. We want to make a friend request, and it's request.connect. And our naming convention will keep the same as this other stuff. We'll make this function. So we're going to grab the username that was passed. We're going to fetch the user associated with it. Just in case the user is not found, it shouldn't be, but we'll need to handle this in some sort of clever way. But we'll just print it out for now if there's some sort of error. Now we need to create a new model. We need to create a new object. We're going to call it a connection. So in our models, we've got a user here, but we need some additional data, some additional structure to store a connection between one user and another. Now, lots of different ways that we could go about this. I've picked a pretty simple, pretty straightforward way of doing it, and we're going to implement that right now. It's going to create a new model called connection. It's going to have a sender, which is going to be a user, a foreign key to a user. To a user object, we need to give it a related name. And an onDelete rule. And we also need a receiver. Now we're going to have a Boolean that's going to tell us whether the connection has been accepted or not. And 2 dates. So one for when it's updated and one for when it's created, which are pretty standard things to add to pretty much any model. But we're actually going to make use of them, which we'll see later on. They're going to help us when we order things. And we'll update the string that is displayed in our admin, which we will be looking at in a moment. So when we look at the admin, we're going to be able to see, this user sent a request to this user, so it'll be very clear for us. Save that, and then we're going to need to import that models connection, and then we come back to our receive request connect, and we can create our connection. Now, we never ever want to create multiple. We only ever want one connection. So this is going to allow us to avoid creating duplicates. So the sender is always going to be us, and we have our user, which is in the scope of dictionary, user, and then the receiver is always the receiver that we passed here. Save that, and then we need to serialize. So we're going to have to create a serializer here. We're going to create a request serializer. And we'll make that now. So we'll go over to our serializers. And it's going to create a new one, which we'll just create from scratch. We'll come back and update our search serializer at the end of this, but so stay tuned for that. A request serializer. The serializers model serializer. And this is a great little trick that Django REST Framework allows us to do. We can just add this user serializer instead of having to create like a serializer method field or anything like that for our sender. We just create a sender here, and it's going to create it's going to create, this is basically going to be a dictionary with the contents of user serializer, and it's going to allow us to create like this. This is going to be like a nested object inside of our request serializer. It's going to be really useful. We'll have a look at its structure when we see it. We're going to print it out here, and we're going to see what's going on. It's going to make a lot of sense. And again, the point of this tutorial is so that you can see some of these concepts in action, not necessarily to explain every single detail. The kind of thing that I'm going for is for you to see how these things work in some of their glory, and then you can see what some of the possibilities are, and then you can go and figure the rest out for yourself. Instead of starting from first principles and reading through the documentation first and then going and build something, I find that to be the worst possible way of doing anything. I do not learn very well that way. I need to see it. I need to see, the interesting stuff happening. I need to see it in action before I even bother, like, going through the documentation. Like, the documentation should just be like the way. I mean, for me anyway, you should just be going through that when you're trying to find something specific, some specific reference. But to learn how to make something interesting from reading the documentation, I find that more difficult than most. And so we can't have it. All right, and we need to make sure we import our connection here. And that should be good. Go to our consumers. We're going to need to import our request serializer. And then we need to we're going to send this back to ourselves, which is nothing that we haven't done before. We did the same thing here, send it back to ourselves. So we're just going to go to sender. See, we are the sender, so we're going to send it back to ourselves. And self.send group. And then that's going to be the connection dot sender, which is us, our username. And then it's going to be a request connect, which is same here. When we go receive search, we send it back to the search. So receive, this is going to be so we know where it came from. And then our serialized dot data. And that's it. Well, it's not yet because we need to send it back to the person we're sending it to. So this is the first time that, as I said, this user. So I'm going to hit connect here, and then this user, me, is going to receive it here, and it's going to be displayed in our request instantly. And it's also going to update this as well. Our button, our connect button, is going to be changed to a different state, and blah, 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 blah. So now we just send it. That same data object back. Put some space see what's going on. Yep. Okay, and that should be everything that we need to do in this elif. Make sure there's an elif there. And that should be, we need to migrate our change here, our connection. So this is going to be, yep, doesn't like that at all. There's a little spelling mistake there as well. In our models, plus, Mr. Plus here. If you caught that, you're going places. Save. Yep, that worked, but if we do anything now without migrating, it's not going to like that. So to do that, we're going to need to activate our virtual environment. cd into our API, Python manage make migrations. Yep, detected, all good. Then we want to migrate. Excellent. And then we'll make, oh, no, wrong one, make server. Yep, it's running again. And that'll work, but when we receive it, we're not doing anything yet. Or when we get our response, sorry, we're not doing anything yet. Here, I'm gonna create a new response. Request connect. And I like to, order things. Okay, now this is going to be a pretty juicy function. So we want to get our user, who is us, because we're going to need to know, is this being sent, like, is this a request that we made? Like, are we the sender or are we the receiver? So we need to figure out that, because if we are the sender, we want to update this button. If we are the receiver, we want to update this list. So yeah, we need to account for those two situations. So we'll grab the user, which we can grab by just going get, this get function that we passed here, and then getting our user, which is our user packet, whatever. Okay, now we're going to have two different sections here. So this is going to be our connection here. So we can even change the name of that to connection so it's a little bit clearer. And then we'll go if user.username is equal to connection.sender.username. If we are the sender, then we'll do something. If not, then we will okay. So now we're going to fill this out. So if I was the one that sent it, we want to update the search list. So we'll grab that. So we want to deconstruct whatever was in it here, because we need, in order to get it to re-render, we can't just grab the list like this and then add an item to it, because then when we add this search list back, when we do a set state, it's not going to recognize it as a different object. It's going to think it's the same object, and so it won't actually do anything. So this is the reason why we need to just add this little extra step here. We need to grab the index of the item in the search list. So we're just going to have to do a quick little search for that. And JavaScript provides us with easy way to do that. So just a function here. And then if we'll just do a little check to make sure that the search index actually found something, if it is greater or equal to 0. If it's not, it should be -1, I believe. And then now we'll update the status search list, search index. We want to update the status to pending them. We're waiting for them to accept our request. And then we can set state, and then we can update our search list. Our search list. There. And that's all we need to do for this user. And so if we save that, socket opened again, that's cool. Now, search for a user. When I hit connect, it should update the database and then come back here, and then it will update this button. That's what it should do if there's no errors. Connect, we have an error. Yeah, spelling mistake. This is in line 78, my consumers. 78, connection, no C, missing C, connection. Okay, save that, refresh the app. Another error, another friend. So, and I hit that again. Another error. Another spelling mistake on 82. Should be fixed. All right, another friend, try again. And now, yes. Oh, mama. Okay, so that worked. And because it's pending now, when I click it again, it should be disabled, which is exactly what we did here. So when it's pending them, it's disabled. And it's got a different color and different style. This is what we did before. So that's exactly what we want. Now, eventually, we're going to do a little extra work, and then it's going to display here. But this is all we expected to see for now. We didn't expect it to up because we haven't updated this yet. But we wanted, this is our response that we got that was only sent to us, the sender. It was not sent to the other user yet. We'll get to that. And so see what I meant here when we've got our sender, we've got our receiver, and we've got our main dictionary, ID, sender, receiver, and then we've got a little nested object here, which is the actual user. That is exactly what I was talking about when I said in our serializers, we've got our sender, we've got our receiver, and it's really easy to have nested sort of objects like this. If we already have a serializer created for that object, we just go sender equals that serializer, and then bang, it'll just, and we have to name it here as well. And then it will add everything else for us. We don't have to do anything. And so it's a nice little trick. And I find it, I read about this in the documentation and I was like, I don't get it. But once I saw it, I was like, I get it. So this is, again, why we're doing it this way, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now that's cool. So we want to look at the database now. Go here, refresh. We're going to have to add our connections to our admin section. So we go here to in our API, our admin, and we want to import our connection. And then we want to register the connection in the admin section as well. Save that. It's updated, and then we refresh, and now we've got our connections as well. Down here we should have one. Yep, Nola N to Nick C. Down here, and then it's just one user to another, and it's not yet accepted. So we're just confirming that everything worked. So what we want to do now is we want to fetch when we refresh. I'll refresh the app. And just wait for this one to hurry up. So this requests list is not being loaded yet. We need to load that. When we enter the app for the first time, we want to load this requests list from the database. So we need to send a signal as soon as we enter on open here. We want to tell the database to send us straight away the request list. It's going to be really easy. So we've already got the socket. So we're just going to go socket.send JSON .stringify, and then we can add whatever we want. And we're just going to say source. We're not going to pass any arguments at all. It's going to say source request.list. We want to just fetch. We want to straight away, as soon as the socket opens on open, we want to send it a signal immediately. One of these. We want to tell it basically to give us the request list immediately before we do anything else. So that's good. Make sure that's saved. Come over here, and we're going to make one more, and we'll copy this request connect, and I'll have to keep them. That's not alphabetical. I'm going to take that. I'm going to rearrange these. This is going to be elif make friend requests. This is going to be if request.connect, and this is going to be get requests list request.list receive request list, and now it's RST alphabetical now. And make sure there's no errors here with this if L. And then now we're going to implement our request list function. So come down here, the second one. And it should be pretty simple. I'm going to grab our user, which is us, or the requesting user. So all of the requests that have not yet been accepted. Request serializer. All of our connections, and then we're gonna, because this is a list, we're gonna have many equals true. And that should be it. Save that. Don't see any errors. Save that. And no. Refresh this, and then our Android should receive a requests list. Our iOS did too. So you've got iOS request list, but of course there are no requests for that user, so there was nothing to see there. But our Android did receive a user. So our Android, this one, as soon as we open the request, socket open, we expected to see that. Android socket open, straight away receives this request list, and it's got one request here, which is exactly what we hoped to see. And this past source, we haven't made our response yet to handle it, but we will now. So we're going to go back to our use global, and we're going to make a new function here, request list, requests list, or whatever. Let's do the singular. Request list. And our data here is just the requests list, so we can call it that. And it's going to be, one of these, really simple. Request list, request list. That's it. Now it's not displaying anything yet, but we'll get to that by going to our probably close our API now and go to our requests. We're going to build out our requests list now that we've got some data to actually show. Okay, so if there's no, actually we'll go, first we'll go to our global and we'll just comment this out for a second. This response request list, we'll just comment that out. And then we'll come over here and we'll fetch our request list from our use global. Make sure it's imported. Now, if our request list is null, meaning it's loading, that's what that means, because it hasn't been set with a list that is either empty or contains something, then we're going to display an activity indicator. Activity indicator is something that's provided by React Native, and select it with the IntelliSense and then make sure it's imported here. And then we're going to give a style of flex 1 so that it reaches all the way to the top. Then when we save that and reload, save that. Why is that not changing? Request list is equal to null. Let's make sure that it is indeed equal to null. It's not request, it's requests. Yeah, it's our request list, not requests. Save that. Yeah, there we go. And see, because it's null, we're just loading now. So this is what's happening until it gets some data back from the server. So that's working as we expect. That's good. Back to our requests. And so it's null, it's never being set because we commented it out. And we'll go back to our requests and then we'll uncomment this out. And then it should load for a second and then, well, less, is pretty much instantly. And now we have our requests back again. But this will be replaced with either an empty, one of our empties, or row items that we can, accept requests from. So empty, we've got empty there. make sure empty is imported. So that. And now this user, Nola, has no request. So this is what Nola will see straight away. Now we expect to see one request here that we have, which we are going to add now. Show the list. So it's going to be a view. And X1, just wrap our flat list in a view. Flat list, make sure it's imported. Our data is just our request list. Our render item is something we're going to create. And then we need to create a new component called request row. And the message that we're going to give it a message. So we're going to give it. So we're going to import our. We're going to make. We're going to make another common object that we already have. So in our search, when we start typing, see this cell item? We're basically going to make a common item that's going to be our row cell item. And we're going to take that from our search. So search, we made one already. Search row, which is just this thing here. So we'll create a new component. We'll call it cell.jsx. And then we'll pass the child nodes that we want to display inside this component. A view, which will let, I don't like how it does this. And the view is we're going to take that from, close this. From our search, we're going to export our cell. To cut that. Save that. And then we're going to come back here and we're just going to go cell. It should have imported that for us. So now our search row is inside this cell, and it did import it. It imported it for us. Now inside our requests, we're also going to go cell, and now we can keep going with that. So we're going to have our thumbnail, and we'll pass our URL, which is going to be our item.sender.thumbnail. Our size, that's just going to be the same as our search, which was 76. We'll take this as well. And then inside, actually we can just take a lot more than that. We can take these two texts, text and text, because we want them to basically look the same. And then it's going to be item.sender.name. We're going to have a message here. So we're going to create a message. Something like that. And if we have other things pop up in our request notifications, you know, this area, then maybe we can have a different message, but we're not going to do that for now. And then we also want to add the time, or how long ago it was sent, something like that. Just to make it look nice and complete, we'll just give it 7 minutes ago for now. We'll add that later. And then the text. Soften the color. And make it a bit smaller. Save that. And we have a problem. View does not exist. We import view. We don't need to save area view anymore. We can just utilize that. And there we go. Look at that. So now, let's refresh just again. And now, no requests for this user, which we expect, and there should be one right here. This user has requested to connect with us, which is exactly what we hoped. We want users, we want friends. You know what I mean? We want people to be able to request to connect with us, and this is exactly what we get here. And we also want to be able to accept their connection, so we need to add a button here. And we'll create a new button. New component up here. We're going to grab a function from our global, which is going to allow us to accept that request. Save that. Now we need to go to our global and make that function. So this request connect, we're also going to have one called request accept, and then you pass the username. And it's going to be almost identical, except we're going to pass this, the source, as request.accept. Now, well, this should reload, and then now we have a nice little button there, which is sending this. It's exactly what we want. This is being received by the server, but the server is not handling it yet or sending anything back, so we can hit this as, you know, to our heart's content. And there's something else we're going to do as well while we're here. Yeah, so yeah, hit it a couple times, it worked. Now we're gonna add the part where it's going to show up. So when we go here, and we hit connect, it's going to update here. But we're sort of halfway we're halfway through it at the moment. So what we want to do is we want to remove this connection that we already made. Delete that. Delete. So go to our connections, make sure we've got 0 connections. And we'll refresh, and then this will disappear. And then we should have exactly the same thing here. Nothing. So that's what we want. And we're going to go to our global, use global, and we're going to implement this part here, so that when we add a user, it's going to update here. Now that we've built out our list, which is what we need to do first. So now we're going to update this part. So we want to get our request list. And we need to do the same thing that we did before, where we deconstruct like this. We want to make sure that this user, we don't have a request from this user already in the list. So we're going to do very similar to the other one. We're going to search index. But this time we're hoping not to find it. So we want to make sure that it is not a valid index, which means it didn't find anything. And then, if that's the case, then we can add it to the front of the list. So to do that, of our request list, we want it to be at the top because it's the most recent. It just happens. So we unshift. That's how we can add to the front of the array our connection. And then we can set our request list, and then we save that. And now when we make a request, it should update here instantly, because we go to our consumer. Consumers, when we receive a connect request, we send it back to the user who sent it, which updates their search list, which updates this, which we already did, we already saw. But when we refresh the list, this went away because there's one more thing we're going to do to make that work. So when we hit connect here, it should update here and say pending, and it should update a row in this list now. Boom! Ooh! Yeah, so it just updated it in real time straight away as soon as we hit. Let's do it again because it was so divine. So we'll go to our connections and we'll go here, we'll delete that connection, refresh everything. Just because it was so central to see, we want to see it again. We want to see it again. Did I not delete that? Oh yeah. Confirm delete. Reload again. Start searching. It's empty, and then yeah. Okay, so we're able to send a request to our user in real time instantly. Now we're almost done now. Oh, we've got to accept, but we'll get to that. So when I go out of this list, there's one annoying thing that we still got to do. When I start typing again, see how it's not saying pending anymore. But we don't want to be able to connect again. We want the status to be updated in here. And the way we've got to do that is in our serializer. It's not returning the correct. It's always saying that it's not connected, but even though we are connected now. So the way that we do that is something that we paused on earlier in our consumers. Here, we were going to annotate some data. So we'll re-add that now. So we're going to annotate a field called pending them. So we want to know, is there a connection where the sender is us, or this user? So is there a connection that we have already sent to this user, basically, is what we're trying to filter for with this one. So the receiver, is this something called the outer ref, and pass the ID of the outer ref, which is basically the item in the list, because this is returning a list. So basically whatever item we're considering, or whatever item the database is considering at that time, because it's going to do the figure out for multiple users for us. And then where accepted is equal to false. So do we have any pending connections, basically, that were sent by are there any pending connections that I sent to this user? That's basically what it's asking. Now we're going to make a few more. We're going to create another one called pending me, and it's very similar. So similar, in fact, we're just going to copy this whole thing here. But instead, the sender is going to be the outer ref. Copy that. And then the receiver is going to be me. So are there any requests that this user has sent to me? So, and I want to be able to accept the request right then and there in that list. And then the last one, are we connected? That basically is going to look for, again, I was going to copy this whole thing, exists a connection, object of filter, and we're going to use our queue. We'll get rid of all this. Our queue object, which we should have queue up here. Yeah, it works. So we're going to do an or. I'm going to say sender is equal to me, or the person who's asking, user, and the receiver is equal to the outer ref, or the object currently under consideration in this list, because we're going to look through to each one, outer ref, and we're going to have to import outer ref and exists. We're going to have to get to that in 1 second. ID. Okay, so is that true, or, and we're going to reverse them, or just swap this receiver and then this sender. Basically, is there a connection that I sent to them or a connection that they sent to me? Or vice versa, whatever. And then also, where accepted is equal to true. And then that's going to get any connection that we already have with this particular user that's already been accepted. Let's save that. And then, of course, there's a, yep. So this can't be on a different line. It's got to be immediately following. Yeah, that looks okay for now. And so what that's going to do is that in this serializer, in this get status, I'm going to have access to these additional keys for each item. So, it's going to have for the user, it's going to have the username, it's going to have the first name, it's going to have, whether they're a staff member, all this stuff that the user gives us. But we're also going to have these 3 keys for every single user, which is going to allow us to access them right here. That means we're going to be able to add some stuff here that just says if the obj, which is the user, this user object with this annotated data, if pending them. And this is just, so the exists, this exists gives us it's basically a true or false. Does it exist or not? That's basically what we're asking it. If it's true, we're going to return pending them. And if not, we're going to check again. We're going to try again for pending me. And then if that's good, then we're going to return pending me. If not, if we're already connected, then it's going to return connected. And if all of those fail, then we're going to say there is no connection. So we save that, come back to our consumers, we're going to have to import exists and also outer ref. So we'll have to come up to the top and we go here, exists and outer ref. Save that. And now we'll refresh this whole thing. Now we've got this user here in the list. Now when we look in our search list, hopefully we'll see the correct status displayed. And we do. That's exactly what we hope to see. And all these others, they'll work as well once we accept and all this kind of stuff. The only thing left to do now is to accept the request from this user. That's all we need to do now. And to further show that it should work, I'll search for NOLA here and see, and so it says connect, but for the request that I've already been sent, it says accept here. So I can accept it here or I can accept it here. So that's the last thing we've got to do. I hit accept there and then request accept. So that's one more thing we've got to do, and then we will be connected to that user. We'll have a connection. So in our in our consumer, we are going to copy this to the top so that it's in alphabetical. Add an L. Accept friend request. Accept. Now we need to make this function decent sized function. So when we accept, we pass the username, so we're going to grab that. We need to grab the connection object. Try and grab that, and if it can't find it, it'll, when we're using get, if it can't find it, it should throw an error, which we'll catch here. And then we'll just print an error, if there is one for now. We'll come back to that, maybe. And then we want to update the connection. If it gets to this point, it found what it was looking for. Accepted. True. Save that. We'll serialize it. And then we'll send it back to, we'll send it to both users. We'll let both users know that a user has accepted a request. to the receiver. And that's all for now. Save that. And then when we accept, we want to receive that request. So we come here, we make a new response. Request accept. Similar to when we connect, we're going to grab the user. Actually, we don't need that else. This is the connection. ID of it. So in this connection object, we included IDs, which allows us to quickly check here. And if there is an item, if it's a valid index, then we want to remove. And then update. Save that. Refresh. Now, when we accept, it should remove itself from this list here. Nope. Didn't. Accept. Sorry, receiver, not the sender. So it accepted, and we can tell that we accepted it by searching for a user, and we can see we've got a tick here. Now in the future, when we go to our friends, it'll be displayed here as well, but we haven't done that yet. So we have accepted. Now we want to remove, we want to unaccept. So just toggle that and then come back here, refresh. And it should appear here again. And then when we accept, it should disappear before our eyes. Hit accept, boom, it worked. Awesome. Now we also want to update the search list. So we want, if I've got this search list open and the user accepts, I want this to update before my eyes as well. So to do that, we will go here again and we will unaccept again, hit save, come back and refresh everything. And then I'll search again. So this pending, we want this pending to update before our eyes when we hit accept. So this is where the real-timeness, really starts to shine. So to do that, we're going to add some additional functionality here, and we want it to happen to whether I'm the sender, the receiver, doesn't matter. If I've got my search list open, I want that to be updated regardless. So like I might accept from my search list, so this is going to take care of all that as well. So if the search list is null, then we don't want to do anything. Because when we try and deconstruct it, we'll probably get an error. So that's why we just want to guard against that. Now, no matter which case it was, if we found a user in our search list, then we want to update its status to connected. Our search list, our search index, if it's valid, status equals connected now. And this will just update it instantly. Whenever we refresh the search list, it'll fetch it from the database and it'll be totally fine. So we updated that, and we're going to update our search list. Search list. Yeah. Search list. Okay, now assuming we didn't make any errors, which we are fond of doing, then we should be able to accept here. So if I go here, I should be able to accept here, and it will update here, and it should update here as well. Moment of truth. Use reducer. What the hell? Yeah. It should be user. It always autocorrects use reducer whenever I try and type user. So annoying. So now we need to unaccept because it worked on the database side. Unaccept, save, reload. And start searching already. Okay. Now, moment of truth, time, take 1 million. Okay. Search list doesn't exist. Search. $47. Search list doesn't exist. Spelling errors. That should be search list, camel case. Yep. Save again. Okay. Unaccept. Save. reload. Moment of truth take 1001. Spelling mistake again. Here. That was so annoying. Oh my god. Alright. Here, unaccept, save, refresh. But if you want to get good at anything, you have to basically, you know, do it over and 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 over again. Like, that's just how you get good at anything. So every time we mess up, we gain. We win. Now, it should work now. Moment of truth, 1002. How good is that? That looks freaking sick. Oh, all right. Now we are searching for our users. We're sending requests. We're accepting them right then and there. And then now some of the true real-time, ness, for lack of a better term, is starting to shine through, and it's bloody awesome, right? So next, we're going to get to our friend list. Now that we have some friends, now that we're no longer, lonely, we can display our friends, and then we can send them messages and yada, 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 etc. We can get to the really, really cool stuff, right? So hang in for that next. Alrighty, so now what we want to do is, because we've accepted our friend, we're friends now. When we go to our our friends, our inbox, our center tab, we want to see the friends that we're connected with, and then this is where we're going to be able to click on the user, and then we're going to jump into their message view. So we're going to make this list first, and we've got one friend, so we can fetch back a list. Yeah, so we've got one friend in the list, which is all we need. So we go to our friends screen, and we're going to build this out. And we need a friends list, similar to we had a requests list or request list. And we'll just set it to be empty for the moment, so that we're going to do something very similar. We're going to clean this up. We're going to go to our requests, and we're just going to copy this whole thing from our requests. It's going to be super similar, and replace all that, and change our friend list, and our friend row. And we're going to make that friend row up here. And just return an empty cell for now. Make sure it's imported. And just some junk for the moment. Save that. We need to import a few things. First, the activity indicator, and we'll let IntelliSense do it for us. Same thing with empty up here, and view and flat list. Again, IntelliSense. Save that. Sweet. And no requests, which is what we expect to see, but we're going to change this because it's just displaying here, it's empty, but we're going to change the icons. We're going to display the same as our tab, the inbox. No messages yet, Sweet. So we've got no requests and then no messages yet, which is what we want. Now we're going to fetch that list of users. So we confirm that that works. That's fine. And we're going to go use global, and we're going to fetch a function. We're going to put this friend list in our use global the same way that we had our requests. Save that and go to our global. We're going to have a new section for our friends, which is going to be a pretty simple one. It's just only going to have, that. Save that. And it should be displaying a permanent loading. Yeah, because we haven't fetched anything yet. So in the same way, now socket, as soon as we connect, we send this, we want to get our request list. We also want to get our friend list. Friend.list. Just like that. And then we'll refresh. And then as soon as that loads and connects, we should be able to see that here. See? We want the request list and also the friend list for both of them. That's what we want. So now we need to go to our API and we need to implement that in our consumers. And it'll be at the top to keep things alphabetical. Make this function. So we need to know which user, which we have access to. We want to get that connection, that user. Or the connections. So we want to figure out if this user is either the sender or the receiver. If this user is either the sender or the receiver of this connection. So whether we sent the request or they sent the request, they accepted it or we accepted it, doesn't matter. We're going to fetch all users using this all. And only the ones that have been accepted. Cool. And we need to serialize. And we're going to make a new serializer called friend serializer. And it's a list, so many equals true, and then we send it back to ourselves. The source is friend.list. They've done this a few times now, should know it backwards. Save that, and our friend serializer, we're going to create that, so make sure we import it from our serializers and then go over to our serializers. And a new model serializer. Connection model, and the fields that we're after, we want the ID, we want the friend in question, not us, the other user. So if we were the requester, if we were the sender, we want to return the receiver, and if we were the receiver, we want to return the sender. I'm just going to call this friend, and we'll have to create a function to return that. We want a preview of the most recent message as well, and we want the time. So we want to know, when this connection last had some activity, whether it was accepted or whether a message was sent, anything like that. We're gonna work some magic with that in a moment. And so we're gonna need to make a new serializer method field for our friend. Yay, we have a friend. And also for our preview. And also for our updated. Actually, no, we don't need it. Our updated will be fine for now. We're gonna have to do some extra stuff later, but I don't want to overwhelm you. We just want to get friend, and we're pretty close to the end now. We're definitely more than 80% of the way through, I think, and it's all coming together now. So if we are the sender, we're going to need to add some additional context. So we come back to our consumers, and here in our friend serializer, we're going to have to add a little piece of information. We're going to pass in our user. We're going to pass in some additional context to our serializer, which we can do. And it's pretty easy to do. We just go context equals, and we can pass a dictionary with some extra goodies in it. And so we can just say user, because that's all we want to pass, our user. And we'll make some room. We'll clean this up. So we're just passing our user here as some extra info. And then we save that, and then we can access our user in here. So we can just go self.context user. And if our user is equal to the connection.sender, then we're going to return, we've already got our user serializer, we're just going to return that same thing. It's going to be obj.receiver.data. And that's it. Well, that's it for the sender. Now we've got to do the the converse or the inverse or whatever. If I'm the receiver, and we'll make that an L if I am the receiver, then I want to return the sender. And then we'll put an else down here, and if there's a problem, we'll just print out an error, just so that we can see something's going on. Now our preview, we don't have any messages yet, so we're not going to be able to return an actual preview of an actual message. So we're just going to return just a string. That should be sufficient for the time being, just so we can display our list. And we'll save that. We'll go over to our server, make sure that it's running. It doesn't look like there's any errors. Now we'll reload this, and then when we load, we should get our serializer with our friend. Oh, looks like we have an error. We do have an error. Okay, connections. Name connections is not defined. Line 81. 81, connections. Connections. Save. If you caught that, send me your resume. Cool. friend list, it returned nothing. That's odd. So this is the message that we received. And we should have a friend. In our data, it should contain something, but it does not. So we've made a mistake here. First of all, that should be an L if. But that shouldn't be our issue. We'll rerun it anyway. It's empty, shouldn't be empty. So when it runs this function, we're just going to print out our connections to make sure that we are receiving something. And we'll make it stand out. Let's print our list of connections. And we'll rerun. And we're looking for that. Oh, wait. So it's not returning anything. We'll go to our connections. We've got a connection here. Accepted is true. And we're logged in as the right user. So why is this not working? I think I know why. It's because I typed it out incorrectly. So this queue, the reason we used a queue is, special query object, is so that we could do this OR. So this is what we needed to do, not the rubbish that I just did. Okay. So refresh that. There we go. Okay, this is the data that we expected to get here. This is our friend list, which only has one object in it. And it's what we expected to see. So if one user sees Nick, the next user sees Nola. Okay, so we've got that working. Now we're going to go to our global, and then we're going to create a new response function, and we're going to update our friend list once we receive it. Response friend list, and go up to the top, make a new function. And should be as simple gets. It's just going to be set friend list, done. And then now, when it loads, we should have one item in our So key extractor that we took from our request list is still using that old one, which we don't want that. We're going to use the connection ID instead. So we go to our friends down the bottom here. This item is actually our serialized friend. So item ID, which will be unique. Use that, refresh. And look at this. Yep, we've got one item in our friend list, which is what we expected. And should have one here too. Yep. So now our inbox, our friend list, our chat list, whatever you want to call it, has one item in it. So now we're going to build out this row item. And come to our friends, and then we're just going to build out friend row. replace this. Should be able to take our requests row, basically be able to take pretty much all of this, and save us some time. Copy that whole thing, and then we just got to change what we need to change. We need to import thumbnail, make sure that's imported, and then this is not going to be sender thumbnail, it's going to be friend thumbnail. This is all going to be the same. Our text styles are the same, but instead of sender, again, it's going to be friend. And then our little preview message, that's going to be our item.preview. And this time thing here, we're going to just put 7 minutes ago for now. We're going to format that in a second. And this request accept, we can ditch that. We don't want that. Ugh. We can ditch that. Save that, and should be good. Look at that. That's our friend now. Really cool preview. That's the preview that we expected to see. Come back here again. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so we want to change this really cool preview, and also we want to format our time so that we have some, we have a time that looks, awesome. So first, our preview. We don't want to say a really cool preview. No, we don't want that. We just want to say, go to our serializers. If there's nothing, which there isn't anything yet, we're just going to say new connection. We're going to, once we add messages, we're going to come back and we're going to basically add the most recent message as the preview. But if there's nothing, we're going to say new connection. And refresh that. That should work straight away. Sweet. Now this time, we're gonna format our time and make it look really, really nice. So we're gonna delete that, and we're going to create a function called format time and pass our item.updated. I'm going to come up the top, and we're just going to make a utility function that we're going to use. We might use it elsewhere as well. If so, we'll drop it, we'll put it in our utils or something, but for now we'll just, just make it here. Now, if our date, so we're passing it a date or a date time object, what we expect is a date time object. Oh, it's actually a date string. We need to turn it into a date, again. But if it's nothing, if it's not, if it's null, essentially, then we don't want to return anything. Well, we don't want to try and process this string because it will just, it won't work or whatever. So it should never be that, but we'll just put like a dash for, for now. And we need to get the current time, new date, which is just, now. And we're gonna get the number of seconds and I'm pretty sure that's in milliseconds, so divide by that much. And if it's only been seconds since we, since the last activity happened, then we don't want to display a certain number of seconds or anything like that. We're just going to say now. Ugh. And like so. So if s is less than 60, then we're going to return now. Basically saying it's happened so recently, we might as well just say that it happened, now. And then if it was minutes ago, that means that s is less than 60 seconds times 60 minutes, And if obviously if it's seconds, it'll never reach here. If it's minutes, and then we'll be as we go seconds, minutes, hours, blah blah blah, we'll be eliminating as we go. And then so for minutes, we need to compute the number of minutes. Divided by 60, and then we will return a formatted string. It'll be m minutes, m go. Now save that, and we'll put a default, just in case it says something like that. Now we'll refresh, and it should say minutes ago because it's only been minutes. Huh. Wow. That's odd. Hasn't been that long. Oh no, yeah, we did it like yesterday. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's why. Well, in the last video, which for me was yesterday. Anyway. All right, so for minutes, then we're going to continue on. We're going to add years. And so I'm sure you can see the pattern forming. So 60 times 60 times, sorry, not years, hours. And so if it was less than a day, right, so if it was less than 24 hours, then we're going to do the same thing here, but hours. And it's going to be divided by 60 times 60. And it's going to be H. Save that. It's been longer than hours, it looks like. And next one, we'll do days. And then it's going to be multiplied by 7. So if it's less than a week, D, and then divided by a day. Save that. Yep, 1 day ago. So yeah, as I said, it was been, I've got a hectic schedule, okay? And then we're going to do weeks. And then we won't bother with months, we'll just do years after that. And if it's been like 7 years, well, okay. We don't need any more, like a better, more granularity than that. Weeks times 4 weeks, yeah, good enough. Times 7. And then we'll add one for years as well. But we won't even bother doing that. We'll just return it. So we're not going to do more than years. Got things to do, bro. Years, y, and that'll be times, times 4 times 12. Actually, it should be times 7 days times 3, 65 days. Yeah. So it's, that should make more sense. Anyway, and then 1 day ago. And now we've got our time. Awesome. Now when we click on this user here, we want to go into our messages view. And it's from our messages view that we're going to be able to send some messages. So we need to make this clickable. And so we're going to wrap our friend row in a touchable opacity. Replaced our cell. Yeah. Oops. Grab that without wiping out our cell. And then go up here. Shift it over. And then we're going to have to pass something annoying. We're going to have to pass our navigation as well, because we're going to, on press, we're going to create an anonymous function that is going to navigation.navigate to messages, and we're going to pass this item, which is going to be the connection, and then it's going, when our messages screen loads, it's going to fetch the messages for that particular user, and it's only ever going to store one at a time. So save that, and we've got a messages screen here already. Yep. So I'm going to have to pass that navigation. I'm going to have to pull it out here. Save that. Then when we click on our user here, this is our messages. Yay! Okay, now we're going to build out this screen. So save our friends, close down everything else, clean it, make it nice and clean. And now our messages screen. Now this one is going to be pretty involved. This is our last screen, actually, that we need to make. And we're going to have like a keyboard. We're going to have like a messages, like an input. We're going to have message bubbles. We're going to have a little message typing bubble, like an animated bubble. When this user here is typing, it's going to be like a little bubble here, as you would expect in normal messages. And so the home stretch, last screen. Let's do it. So we're going to create a safe area view so that it's going to not add anything where this notch is supposed to go. That's one of the main reasons. So we're going to keep our safe area view, and we're going to give it a flex of 1. And another thing we're going to do, we're going to update. We're going to build out a nice message header. So similar to this, how we've got we've got our. This is us in our main tab view header. We're going to make one for the user that we're talking to right now. So we're going to have that user and that user's name right at the top. We're going to make a nice little header. So to do that, we're going to update we're going to set our navigation options, and we're going to pass a new title, a new navigation title altogether. So we're going to update the header before we do anything else. So this is going to be, we're going to use a use layout effect. And make sure it's imported there. And in here, we'll use our navigation, which we need navigation set options, our header title, which we can just pass a function that returns a component, like so, and then we're going to call it messages or message header. We're going to pass our friend. So we need to access our friend. Now we passed ourselves. I'll just open up friends again. When we navigated here, we passed this item, which I don't know if we've done before. So we passed this item, which is our friend, which is this. This is our friend object, where it's got it's our connection object, and it's got the friend that we're connected to, the preview, blah, blah, blah. We're going to be able to use this right here, and we're going to display that. We're going to display their name and their thumbnail in our header. And so we've passed it to this screen, to our messages screen, and we can access it like so. We can go const, we can grab our friend by going, we need to import something, deconstruct something else, our route, which is something that all screens have access to, our route.params, because we passed some params, dot friend, because we passed that params that we passed is just a dictionary, so we can access our friend here. So we can pass our friend, all good, all good. And then we're going to go and create that message header. And we pass the friend and build it out. Import that. Our URL is our friend thumbnail. And it's a little bit smaller than our other ones. We have 30 pixels, 30 units, whatever. And then some text. And just their name. Save that. And go into our, there we go. So we can see the user, instead of that, messages, text, now we've got thumbnail, a picture of the user and their name up in this header now. And we can navigate to and from, and we can go to our other one here. And when we go in here, now we've got that same user. So it's, it's working as we expect. All good. We'll change this color here to a dark. Looks like the default color on Android is different. Yeah, so they're both the same color now. It's a bit light. Yeah, see, this one's light and this one's a bit darker. So it's just default colors on different simulators, environments, whatever. It's different is different, whatever. Now we're going to add our text inputs. So the way we're going to do it is we're going to have one area that is where our messages are going to go, and that's going to flex the whole way, and then we're going to have a messages input that's going to be pushed down by that flex. And I'll see what we mean by that. So we'll create a view, and we will give it some style so that we can see it. Flex of 1, border width, we'll give it 6, and border color red. Save that. So we can see it very clearly what's happening. Now we're going to add a message input, and this is an object we're going to have to create. So we'll make that here. Make sure that's imported. Text input, and then we need a button, and it's going to be a Fontawesome. Make sure that's imported. Save that, and let's see what it looks like. Nice. So when we click on that, it'll pop up. That's awesome. And then nothing happens. So we want to. So when we click on our view, when we just click it, we want this to dismiss. So we're going to use a trick that we learned from our sign in and sign up. We're going to get a touchable without feedback object component. Make sure it's imported, and I'm going to wrap our view, and then hopefully that will allow us to call on press. We need our keyboard dot dismiss. Save that. Then when we click here, our keyboard will disappear. So when we click there, it works. When we click that, it disappears. And it shouldn't make a difference when we... No, it does. Huh. When we scroll. When we have items in here and we scroll, I don't think it will be a problem. But for now, anyway. And then we try this one. Now we need to switch to our keyboard. See, we have a problem. When we use Android, it pops up for us nicely. When we close, it's all good. But on iOS, we have a problem. It completely covers our text input. Uh-oh, how are we going to solve that? We are going to do some trickery. Not some trickery, but some, we're going to use an object that is available to us specifically for iOS. Now, this is it's kind of ugly piece of code, but I mean, what choice do we have? So we're gonna need to know which platform we're on. If it is equal to iOS, then we're gonna return both. But if it's on iOS, we need to wrap it in something called an input accessory view. And then we save that. And then now, when we hit, now it rises with it. But we still have a problem because the bottom of our message view is hidden, as you can see, just by this, our little message area. So we're gonna have to fix that as well. So to do that, we're gonna come to our view here, and we're just gonna set a margin on the bottom to be condition on whatever platform we're on. So if it's on iOS, then we want it to be 60, which is how tall our So our text input is 50 plus 10, which makes 60, so a height of 60. So we want it to be that tall. And then if it's not iOS, we want it to be 0. So we hit save, and then that should fix our problem. So we go Android, it works, no problem. We get iOS, and still there. How annoying. Yeah, that's actually okay, because of when we create our flat list that's going to display our messages, that is going to be aware of this keyboard, and so it's not going to be a problem. But as you can see, there are differences between iOS and Android, which create some problems, and they created quite a few headaches. I am not going to lie, but this is working how we want it for now. So we can send some messages and we can load some messages. That's what we're going to get to next. So we want to be able to type a message. That's the first thing we're going to do. So we're going to create a state, the message, And we're going to need to pass this to our message inputs. So our message and our set message. And we'll just copy these, place them there, and also our on send. So the function that we call when we hit send. So we're going to console log our message on send. So grab our on send, and we're going to pass that. We'll come up to our message input, and we need to grab all of those. So our touchable opacity on press is on send, and our value is our message, and our on change text is our set message. Sweet. So now we go to our, that's fine. Use state. Let IntelliSense do it for us. Save. Look good. Go to our messages, user, come here, and just start typing something. And then hit send. And it grabs exactly what we want. Now, but we don't want to just send it like this. Well, because I'll show you why. Let's just say we have lots of spaces, lots of junk, and then we hit send. We want to trim it. We want to clean it up so that you can't have multiple spaces and stuff like that. We want to trim extra white space, extra garbage. So in our on send, we're going to clean it first. And I'm going to give it a regular expression. So we're going to replace white space with just a single space, and then we're going to trim at the end of that. So cut off white space on the edges. And then we can print that out as well. So we'll print out a cleaned. And then now when we hit this, see, we've got the first one is all, got heaps of junk, and then this next one is nice and cleaned. Goodie! And then if our cleaned.length is equal to 0, then we're just going to return. We're not going to do anything here. Yeah, we'll get that. Let's have some feedback here. And then we can go message send. And we can send our cleaned message. But we also need to pass the connection ID. So we know, which connection this message is going to be a part of. And we pass that as well. We can see here, so this is our friend list, these are connections, and this ID is our connection ID. So we can grab that too. And naming it explicitly so that there's no confusion as to what it is, and that's the ID. We save that, and then now we need to make this function. It's going to be in our use global. Create a new section for messages. And then to send a message, we're just going to copy this because it's going to be very similar. It's going to be, our source is going to be message send, and we're going to pass our connection ID and our message. Save that. And we're also going to set message to be empty after that. Once we send our message, we're going to clear the text input. So we're going to test this out. The server should receive our message, and then we're going to import our use global, that one, and then go to our message and some sort of message. Hit. It removed from here. It's on send is called, and it should be received on our server, which it is, which is good. So now we need to go to our server and implement. We need to add a message model. So we need to add a new model, and we need to handle this, message being sent. So we'll do that now. So to our API now, consumers, and then we need to make a new handle function. Put it here. Message has been sent. Message send. We need to grab the user, that's sending it, the connection ID, and the message, or the text, the message text. And it was called message. Now we need to grab that connection object first to make sure that that actually even exists. Get that. And if it can't be found, or if it, something goes wrong, we'll print out a nice little message. Okay, so at this point, we're going to have our valid connection. And then from there, we need to create a message. So we need to create a new object. And, well, we need to create a new model. So we need to go to our models. And we need to create a new one of these. And we're going to call it message. And it's going to have a foreign key to a connection. Messages. A user that sent the message, user type. The text of the message, and created, which is going to be the same thing as this. And we want to display something reasonable in our admin section, should we want to look at it. Cool. Now we need to migrate that. We make sure you need to make sure you activate your virtual environment. So if you haven't, it's source and bin activate, cd into your API, Python manage make migrations. Detected it, all good. And then Python manage make Python manage migrate. cd back into the root, and we can deactivate if we want, and go make server, and that'll run our server again. Goodie. Now we have our model. We go to our consumers. We need to import our model. Message, come back to our message send, and we're going to create a message. That's where we needed our connection. Message text, and that's our message created. Sweet. And now we're going to send the message back to ourselves first. Actually, no. We're not going to do any of that yet. We are just going to send the message, and that's it. We're going to hit save, and we're going to get a list of our messages first, and then we'll circle back to getting the real-time updates. Let's go to our connection, and then we should be able to send a message straight away. We have an error. That's supposed to be a dictionary, not a function. If you caught that, clever dog. Rerun. Looks like it worked. Let's get rid of this OI thing. And we'll go to our admin, and we'll add our messages so that we can see them in our admin as well. Our message. Save that. Come over to our admin. Reload this. And then we've got our messages here. And then we've got one message. Nola sent a message, and that message went to me. And we'll send another one. So we'll get our messages again. Oh, there's some sort of error. What happened here? Let's reload that. Not sure what's happened. worked. Yeah. Let's reload here. Hello, best friend. So now we have 3 messages that we can fetch. And we want to fetch messages when we jump in. We want to fetch them straight away, and we want to display all the messages that are there. So close our admin, close our models. We won't need that anymore. And we're going to go to our global, and we're going to make a new function here. It's going to be called message list. And it's going to have the connection ID, and we're going to pass also a page, because we're going to have lots of messages in the future, and we're going to paginate them. So we're going to pass the page, but for now it'll just be the first page. It would be, won't need to worry about it for now. List, the connection ID, and also the page. And we're going to need a messages list, or a message list. No, we can't, because this is the same. Has the same name, so we're going to have to call it messages, just because we've got a clash there. Cool. And then when we call this function, we also want to, if it's the first page, which means it's the, basically when page is equal to 0, that means that we've just opened this user's messages for the first time, and it's like a totally refreshed thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to wipe out messages list. So anything it had before, we're just going to make sure that it's now it's an empty, like it's initially empty. So what this is going to do is it's going to wipe, if there's anyone else's messages there, we're going to wipe them out so that we don't see any of that in the few seconds while it's loading. And trust me. So messages list, and then we're going to go to our messages again, and we need to import this. Message list, and then in a use effect, not layout effect, just a normal use effect. When we load, we'll want to go messages, message list. We'll then pass that connection ID, and the default page is 0, so we don't need to pass anything else. We always want it to be 0 here. And we want to pass that. Make sure we pass that there too. And so we're going to be asking for our messages list, and then we're going to get it. So oops. I'm going to have to rerun my, this accidentally terminated this process, so I'll just have to close that, and I have to go to my, here again, and I'm just going to run make. And it's going to rebuild my simulators, and it's going to rerun my metro and everything. Ugh, don't want that. I want that to be over here. So my new metro, and that's going to take a few minutes. Alrighty. Sweet as. So we want to be calling our friend list, which we did right here. Yeah, that works fine. So now we need to go, so as soon as we entered, we called our friend list, which was this one here. So it's received by the server. So now we need to go and implement that function. So in our consumers, we've sent a message. Now we want to list our messages and also make sure to elif that there. Message list. Save that, and then I'm going to make that function here. Message list. Okay. Need the user. Grab the connection, so we can basically do exactly the same thing we did here. Save some space here. So get our connection, and then if it does not exist, blah blah blah. And then we want to get our messages. Just get them all for now. We won't worry about sort of like homemade pagination. We'll get to that. And now we want to serialize our messages. Serialize messages. We need to create a message serializer. We will in a second. Pass our messages, and we're going to need to pass our user context again. We did that here. See this user context that we sent to our friend serializer? We're going to pass exactly that same thing as well. And many equals true. So the reason why we didn't just write serialized and we added this message is because we're going to serialize a message. I'm going to have it serialize our messages, but also we're going to send back our friend as well, and that's going to be important for us later on. So we're going to create this serializer first, and so we can import it. So we'll clean this up. Save. Go to our serializers. So we're going to return pretty much everything, but we're going to add an additional field that we're going to create. And we want to know if the message belongs to us, as in the user that is logged in, or if it belongs to the other user, our friend. So we're going to need to know that so that when we're displaying our bubble, our message bubbles, and so it's just going to be a Boolean context from the user that we gave ourselves. If it is equal to the message user that sent it, then it's just going to be true. So that's all we need to do for that. We need to make sure we imported our message model. Did there. Now we have all of our serializers. We're not going to need to create any more serializers now. We are going to come back and update this preview though, but we're not going to need to create any new serializers. So we're on the well and truly on the home stretch now. So we can close that. And we need to serialize our friend as well. So we need to figure out who the recipient is, or our friend. So we're going to and that's just going to help us. Basically, it's going to, we're going to copy paste this over and over and over, and it's going to get the other person who is not us, and then we're going to serialize our friend. Recipient, and we're going to return an object that's going to have our messages, serialized messages dot data, and also our friend. Data, and then I'm going to send that back to the requestor. Or the person who just opened their messages screen. And then just that data. Save that. Then reload. And we'll open up our messages. We've got an error. Context user. Context user. Why don't we have access to that? Serializers. Self.context user. Self.context user. Did we pass it? Message serializer context user. What? It doesn't make any sense. Let's print out context. Reload everything. Key error user. So it should have the user. What's the hell? Context user. I don't understand what is going on in get friend. Ah, okay, I was looking in the wrong spot. So it's supposed to be here in my friend serializer. So I don't want my friend serializer, it's my user serializer. Ugh. Let's try again. Yep. So this is what we wanted. All of our messages, and then the friend. See, same friend. So we want the, you know, we want a packet of the actual user that this is associated with as well, along with the messages. So that's why we did it that way. So now we're going to actually make our bubbles, our message bubbles, so we can see what's going on. So we need to go to our global and we need to make a response function. Message list. Done this a million times before. And so our messages list, we're going to add or append to this list because we expect it to be empty if when we request the list down here, if it's the first page, we set it to nothing so that when up the top here, when we get some data, we're going to get whatever's in the message list, too many S's, and then we're going to go data.messages. We're going to spread that out. And then that way we're going to be able to add page after page after page, this way. And we're not going to do anything with the friend that we fetched just yet. We will though. Now that we have our messages list, we can go to our message screen and we can add a flat list. We can also clean this up. Message list. Let's grab our messages list. Probably could have named that better, but whatever. So we're going to create a flat list here. Flat list. Messages list. We're going to invert it because we want our messages to go in the reverse direction, which we'll see in a minute. And we need the key extractor. Yeah. Render item. Item index we're going to need. Message bubble. And we're going to pass the index, the actual message item, which is the item, and the friend. So the friend we already had from here. So just pass that to friend. And close off our flat list. Now we need a message bubble. We need to create that. Come up here. So what do we have? We have the index, the message, and the friend. So if the message is me, then there's one bubble we want to show. If it's me, and then if it's them, we want to show a different one. Because, you know, our messages are going to be on one side and theirs are going to be on the other. Pass the text, message.text, and same thing with this one. But with them, we're going to pass the friend as well, because we're going to display their thumbnail. And it's going to look incredible. So now we need to make these two. We're so close now. So friend, I'm going to wrap this one. The thumbnail, we want to add that as well. We should have installed already. URL is equal to the friend.thumbnail. The size 42. The answer to life, everything, blah 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 blah. And then we need one down here to squash everything. We have an error. Yeah, this. Yeah. So our bubble me, we're going to add that one too. So hopefully it's a little bit simpler. And we'll just copy. We'll do a straight copy. Copy the whole thing. And we'll lose the thumbnail. We won't want that. We'll take the flex from the bottom and put it at the top. Change the color. Almost everything else will remain similar. Margin right. Change this color. And save that. Hopefully there's no errors. Hey, look at that. So we've got some okay. So we want, when we hit that, we want this to pop up as well. And so see, I'm pretty sure on Android, we're not going to have that problem at all. So we click this, because it shifts it up all by itself. See, how good does that look? We've got our user, little thumbnail there, little friend. Yeah. So on Android, that's annoying. Yeah, when we swipe up, yeah. So I think what I'm gonna have to do, I'll keep it there for now. So to solve this problem, so that it doesn't hide my text on iOS, I'm gonna have to come down here to my flat list, and I have to add something. I'm gonna add two things. First is I'm gonna add a content style, a container style. That's just gonna, it's something we probably don't actually won't worry about. We're not going to see that until we have a few more messages, but that's going to help us. And then this automatically adjust content, automatically adjusts keyboard insets. Set that to true. And then there we go. So now our text is it's keyboard aware. So when our keyboard comes up, all that text comes up as well. This was a pain in the ass to figure out. And on Android, it's totally fine. Like, there's no issue with it. It already works perfectly well. Oh yeah, that's so okay. So our padding top was added to our bottom. So this is why we have a nice little gap here now. A nice little gap. Awesome. That's really annoying. So we can't scroll on this one, but we can scroll on this one without it closing. If we click here, it goes down. So I think that when there's a few more messages over here, we will be able to scroll without it closing on us like that. So it's just an annoying little quirk, it seems. Alrighty, so we're displaying our messages. So we can get rid of this red, ugly border width, border color. We just wipe those out. And now we've got an actual message, list here. And I feel like we want some padding over this side. Let's add something like that. Bubble of our friend, let's add padding left. Let's make it 12. Let's make it 16. There we go, a little more centered. And then on us, we'll go padding right. We'll give that 12 as well. And then it's not on the edge so much. Looks a little bit nicer. Alrighty, so now that we can fetch our messages, now what we want is when we send a message. So when I send a message like this, we want it to update in this list and update in this list as well. So we want it to be be real time. We want it to be live, and then after at the very end we're going to add like a typing bubble. So when I'm like bang 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 bang, you can have like a little typing bubble that's like boop 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 boop. So that's going to be really, really cool. But for the first thing we want to do is we want to be able to send, and then we want it to update in both of our message views. So we're going to do that now. So we're going to go to our consumers, and in our message send, we're going to add some extra stuff at the end of this one. I'm going to add to it. So we're going to send new message back to sender. And also the friend, or the one responsible, send that back as well, which is us. And then again, create an object like this. Just going to say message. And then message.send, and then our data. And we're going to need the other one. We're going to send the other one too. So we're just going to copy this whole thing here. And we're going to need this get recipient. And I'm just going to put this here at the top. Send new message back to receiver. And then this user is going to be the recipient. No, sorry. No. Made a mistake. So we're going to put our, get our recipient. We're going to fix that up. We're going to come back up here. And then our friend is going to be the recipient that we send back to ourselves. We are not our own friend. The recipient is our friend because we're sending it to ourselves, or the person who sent the message. So we need the recipient to be serialized here. Sorry, a little mistake there. Silly me. And then once we send it back to the person who, well, not back, when we send the message to the receiver, then this time this user is going to be the recipient. This time it's us here, and this time it's the recipient. And then because it's the recipient, the serialized friend is us. I know it can get confusing. Sorry about this. And then this should be fine. This should be fine. And then we're going to send it to the recipient dot username. And then I know this is getting a little bit confusing, but we're sending it to the recipient here. We're sending it back to ourselves here. So this function is getting a bit kind of, yucky, but this is all we need here for sending messages. Now we can go over to our global and we can receive that. So we're going to need to create a new response function. Message send. Save that. And then we need to come up here and our messages list, we'll just copy this one. Message send. So it's, it's the response for when a message is sent. So we're gonna grab this. And similar to before, we're going to add it to the front. So the messages list, and we're going to spread the new one, data.message singular, to the front of this new message list. And then we're going to add that. And then that is all that it's going to take to display our message. Now, there's a lot more we need to do when we get to typing bubbles and whatnot. But this should refresh. When we send a message, it should update instantly. So we'll go here, and then we'll log in. We'll open our messages on the other user. Now, when I go over here, we'll send it from here instead. Hey, something like that. And then send it. Errors. I should not have spread this. It's not. It's a single object. It's not a spreadable thing. All right, we'll try again. Refresh. It definitely worked. Yeah. iOS is sort of, does some funny things sometimes, but what can you do? Okay, now I'm going to send hey there. Huh. Messages list. It looks like none of us received that message. So let's see why that is. Response message send. So we had, let's look here, this is me. We'll wipe this out. It looks, do we even receive that? No. So serializers, remove this. That's the first thing. Save that, get rid of it. Now in our message send, message send, message send. This is what we should be receiving when a message is sent, but we didn't receive anything. Okay, let's try again. And we'll keep close attention here of what's happening. So we'll just go into this one. We should see our list, yep, and then we'll send something. Okay, there we go. Okay, it worked. Okay, I don't know why. I'm not sure what the hell happened there. But if something doesn't work, refresh, try again. As I said, try a million times, like making a million mistakes and then trying it again and then making a change, blah, blah, blah. That's how you learn. So that worked there. Let's see if it works here as well. We loaded that, it's what we expected. Now let's just send something like that. Yay, look at that. Okay, so it works. We have some real-time communication between those two users now. So I'm gonna, yo, something like that, and then send, and it updates here, which, awesome. It's awesome stuff. So we've still got a few things to do before it's, fully complete. For example, we want to display the most recent message, and also, we want to display the most recent message and also the time here. So we want to update this friend list item. And we're not just going to update it so whenever it refreshes, we're going to update it so that, like, let's just say that, I'm here and I send a message, go, something like that. It's going to update here straight away. So it's going to be like, it's going to update there, the time's going to update, it's going to update in this list in real time. And to do that, we already have everything that we need, I believe. So we just need to go to global, and then in our message send, there's some extra code we're going to add up here. So we're going to get the username of the friend that we passed. And some bunch of stuff we're going to do. Let's make this a bit clearer. Cool. So we're going to get our friend list. do a check, make sure that it found a valid index. And also one more thing we're gonna add here. Now this messages username is something we're going to have to add, which we will do now. And we already have everything we need, so we're just going to break out of that if that, if the user name is not equal to the username of the person who's actually logged in right now, or the chat window is open right now. So we're going to add something. We're going to add that here. Messages username is going to be null, and when we open it for the first time, we're going to wipe that as well. And then where we're going to set it is in our messages list. So when we, whenever we get data for the messages list, we're going to say, okay, this data belongs to this user's username. Now this is going to come in handy later on as well. When we start typing a bubble, we only want the bubble to start popping up or animating when we're, for the user that it's supposed to go to. You know what I mean? Like we need to distinguish between like the bubble signal is being sent for this user or is for that user. And if we're in that chat, then we can show the bubble. If we're not, then we can't. Username is going to be data.friend.username. Save that. And then refresh. Hopefully we didn't break anything. And then I'm going to go into my chat here, and then I'm going to go into my friend list here, and then it says new connection. Yeah, we're going to update the preview. We'll do that in a minute, but we should see whatever we type here should be updated to there, and so should the time, hopefully. So type Apple. Yeah, Apple now. So that did what we wanted. That's great. Now the proper preview we want to display. So if I go here, Apple now, so it worked on both. So that works now. But when I refresh, the preview will be incorrect. That's not what we want. So here It's still grabbing new connection and it's still using this really old time. We don't want that. So we're going to make some interesting changes to fix that preview. And if we go to our serializers, you can see here we've got our new connection. That's what we're going to update now. So get rid of our global, go to our consumers. We're going to go to our friend list, this little one here. We're going to add some interesting stuff. So we need to create a query that's going to get the last message. And we're not going to execute the query yet. And I'll show you, we want to use the outer ref and annotate like we did before. So that's how we're going to get the latest text or the latest message attached to this connection along with the timestamp of that latest message or nothing. And then we're going to annotate that data. We're going to annotate our friend serializer. We're going to annotate that, and then we're going to be able to access that data in here in the preview, and also for our updated as well. So we're going to be able to basically, if it's found a preview in the database, we're going to return the preview. But if not, we're going to return this instead. And same, if we return something if we find a latest message, then we're going to return the timestamp of that. If not, we're just going to return the timestamp of the connection itself. And so this is a kind of a interesting query here. So we're going to get the latest message subquery. And then for the latest one, we're just going to do that. And then now we're going to be able to use this when we go annotate, and we're going to say latest underscore text. That's going to be equal to latest message dot values. So it's constructing this query for us. It's not actually running this query yet. It's once connections is fed to serializers, that's where it's going to actually run. Or actually, yeah, once this connections is going to run, and it's going to execute all this in turn. It's going to grab the text, so it's telling it that we just want the text from this query. We don't care about any of the other values. And then we also want the latest created. And we want to order by. This is another interesting object we're going to use here. We want to coalesce, and basically turn into one, or combine the latest created and the updated. We're going to coalesce those two fields. See, one's in the annotated and one is actually on the model, into one. So basically, if this is nothing, it's going to use this. But if this exists, it's going to use that one. So, and run that as well. Yep. And we need to import coalesce from our Django DB models.functions, import coalesce, and everything else remains the same. So we need to update our serializer, but before we do that, we'll reload and we'll just make sure we didn't break anything. We probably did. No, that looks pretty, it looks fine to me. Yeah. And then just check this one. Yep, that looks fine. So then we're going to go into our serializer. I'm going to update that here. So the preview, we're just going to say if the object has, or if it doesn't have an attribute, obj called latest text, if it does not have the attribute, it means that it couldn't find it, or it didn't have any, it's going to return new connection. That's just what it's going to say. But if it does have that attribute, it's going to return latest text. So we'll save that and then reload it. And then now, instead of new connection, it should say whatever the last, what's going on here? OBJ, yeah, that should be OBJ, not data. Save that and refresh. Yep, we've got the right preview, but not the right updated, not the right timestamp. So we'll add that now. And we're going to make a new one of these. See, we didn't have any of the stuff we needed before, but now we do. And then we're going to go def get updated. Actually, we're going to just return latest text, and then we will get rid of this for now. I just want to test something first to make sure that that has attribute way of doing things is actually going to work properly. So what we're going to do is come to our admin, go over to our messages, and we're going to select all of them and delete all of the messages. So we're just going to wipe it clean. And then we're going to refresh. And then we're going to load our friend list. Preview is null. Yep, so we didn't need to, so it has the attribute. So we didn't need, didn't need to do that. So basically I'm going to go if obj.latest text, if it's not latest text, then I want to return new connection. Save that, refresh. New connection, sweet. Now we'll keep going with our updated, and we will grab a date. The date will be obj.latest created, or if that's null or nothing, just the connections updated. The connection, yeah. So it's either going to be the latest message or the last time the connection itself was updated, which will be the time that it was accepted. And then we return date. Now this is important. ISO format. So I'm going to do that, and then reload. Yep, still working. Now we're going to send a message, and we'll go to our friend list and watch that happen in real time. And then a new message, hey. Sweet. So that worked. Now when we reload and it fetches it for the first time, it should have the preview there as well. As it does. How good is that? That works. That's what we wanted. It's awesome. Okay, so now how about we add some additional friends? How about we do that? So I'm going to type here, and I'm going to ask Ben to connect and Nina to connect. And then I'm going to log out, and I'm going to log in as Ben NNN with the password that I set, same for every user, which was, and then I want to accept. Sweet. How good was that? So all this is working perfectly well. But when I come back to my friends list, oh, my new friend has not appeared yet. And also when I log out, and my other friend Nina, which I forgot, Nina B. So I log in as Nina B. Password. I can accept. So we're friends, but nothing is happening. This should be updating. My new friend should be, added to this list instantly as soon as that happens. But it's not happening. So that's what we're going to add next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Nina and Ben, and I'm going to unaccept. So I'm going to go to my connections. Nina, accept equals false. Update that. Same thing with Ben. And then when I refresh, I've got this request again that I have not yet accepted. So I'm going to add the code that is going to, okay, I've got a new friend, Ben. Okay, awesome. And it's ordering correctly. So watch what will happen now, actually, if I come here and then I type something else. This should be at the top now. Yeah, that's exactly what we expect, because this is a few seconds behind. So it reordered. If you need to rewind and watch that, it reordered it so that the most recent is always at the top, which is exactly what we expect to see. But the next thing I'm going to do is I want to be able to accept this, and then a new friend is going to be revealed in my friends list instantly. That's what I'm going to do now. And it's actually not going to be too difficult. I'm going to go to my global, and I create a new response function. Now this is going to be a different one, because this is not going to be a response from something that we did. This is strictly going to be a response from something that someone else has done. So we're not going to call anything first. It's going to be friend new. Friend new. Save that. Come all the way up to the top and copy friend list and make a new one of those. And then just update it. It's the easiest way. And then we're going to receive a friend. And we're going to update our friend list. We're going to add the friend to the very first item, because it's going to be the most recent, so it's going to be the first. And then we're going to get our friend list, and then that's it. Save that. And then whenever we receive this friend new response, or a message that is posted from the server to us, it's going to update our friend list before our eyes. Now we need to go to our consumers, and in our friend accept, or request accept, we need to add something here, so that we need to add, we need to post and notify a user. Send accepted request to user, send accepted request to user. Yep, and we also need to post a new friend at the same time. We could put it all in here, but I like to keep each individual message to be specific. I don't want to complicate each one. I want them to be sort of more independent. But that's just me. That's just what floats my boat. So And it shouldn't actually be too difficult. So we're going to so the first one we're going to send to the sender, the person who actually sent the request. And then we've got the connection up here, so we're going to encode that connection. And then we're going to add some context because our friend serializer needs some context. So see, it needs to know, who's who. So it's in, because it's got the sender, the receiver, it needs to know which is which. And so separate these a bit. Connection, and then the context, the user. For the first one, that's going to be sender, that's me. And then with that, I'm going to send to group. Okay, and now to the receiver. Receiver. And that should be all. So it's just this section here inside of our request accept. That should be all that we need. And room here because it's getting a bit crowded. 3 lines between each function. So that as we're going up and down, it's a little easier to see, where the break is. Cool. And then where were we? Our request accept. As I said, I would break these up a little bit, more neatly, but as I said, for the sake of the tutorial and not having a bajillion files, but we're really starting to grow, but we're right at the end now, so this isn't going to get any more complicated than it already is, except for maybe one function. So we'll save that, and then go to our friend lists. We're going to have to refresh because our socket closed. Now this is our friends, and we're waiting for Nina up here. See, on iOS we are Nola, and then on Android we are Nina up here. Nina. So when we accept Nola's request, Nina should pop up right here if nothing broke. Oh, something broke. Connection has no attribute latest text. So we did need to check for an attribute. Okay. It's a little... So just here, okay, so what we're going to do, if has attribute, if not has attribute, then we're just going to send new connection. Okay, I had this problem before. That's really weird. It accepted. That's not what we want. We want to... It accepted and then it crashed. Okay, so we're going to unaccept Nina, save. Then when we load, we'll need to accept again. But we want to see, we want to see it update the list before our eyes. That's what we want. So we've got 8 minutes and then 9 minutes. This is, it's good. That's not right. we'll go back to this. So when I accept, another error. Yeah, this one. Okay, so it doesn't have an attribute. Okay, so I'm going to have it like this as well. Latest created. If it doesn't have that at all, then date is going to be that. Else, date is going to be latest created. Okay. Okay, that should work now. So we're going to need to go to Nina and then unaccept again, save, refresh. Socket close. iOS on close. What? OBJ. Save, and then refresh again. Date. Okay. Okay, that should work now. Okay. Moment of truth. Okay, that worked, but something happened here. Spelling mistake. Receiver. Yeah, there's an extra E there. Ugh. All right. Every time we fail, it makes us better. Receiver. Yep. Okay. One more time. Nina, unaccept, save, refresh. Okay. Moment of truth times, take bajillion. Yeah, okay, that worked on both. Nice, so now Nina is our friend, and it updated straight away. It's all good. It's excellent. Now, I did notice one thing just then, which we're going to fix right now. So I'm going to unaccept Nina again, so we can see our error. You may have caught this. It's in the, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But in this request list, I realized that this 7 minute has been constant. This is not the actual right time. This is, an error. So this created, we want to use that in the same way that we used, where's that? In our friend list, this format time function. We want to take this, just cut that, say, oh, probably shouldn't save, but not until it's secured elsewhere. We're going to just drop it in here, into our utils, because we're going to use that somewhere else. So we save that, put it in our utils, and we go to our requests, and this time here, nope, we don't want that. We want to comment out that time, and then we want to go line here, format, we want to go to utils dot utils, make sure it's imported, dot format time, and it's going to be item.created. Should work. And then we also need to go back to our friends list. And format time, we're going to need to go utils. Utils.format time for that to work. Okay. Now, yeah, we go. See, 16 minutes now. So it updated. So that's just fixed that quick little, oversight. Now, just to make sure it all worked, going to accept Nola's request again, and it worked. Excelente. All right, we're almost there. Almost there. Now I'm going to go into Nola. Sorry, Nina, I should say. And I'm going to send my first message. And then over here, see, Nola sent me a message. And then now we can talk to each other. Sweet. Now I think there's only one more thing that we actually need to do for our app. Can't believe it. And that is our message bubble. So when I start typing like this, I want a message bubble to pop up and start animating, the way that I'm sure everyone's seen on, pretty much any app that they use. It's sort of like the typing indicator. We're going to add that because our app is awesome. And we want to make it even more awesome with a little typing animation. So that's going to be the final, crowning, or one of the final crowning, achievements of our app. And we're going to do that now. So we're going to update our we're going to go to our messages, I should say, and we're going to close down some of this rubbish. In our messages, our bubble friend, we're going to update. So our bubble me, that's fine. So this one here, that's totally fine. But this one, we're going to add something special. Okay, so inside the message bubble here, we're going to actually first thing. So our list of messages in our data list, we're going to add an item. I'm just going to spread this off here, spread this over here, and then we're going to add a dictionary or an object that just has an ID of -1. It's always going to add an additional item to the first element, always, and it's going to help us in a second. We'll see why we're doing this. Why on earth would you do it like that? So when we have our message bubble, now we wanted the index because if the index is 0, it's the first item. And if that's the case, we're always going to be a message bubble friend, so one of our friends bubble, but it's going to have a typing indicator that we're going to pass to it as well. So I'm going to, how can we do this? We're going to have a state called show typing. I'm just going to set it to true for now. And then index is 0, and, well, not and, but if it's 0, then we want to possibly show the typing bubble, and if not, if we want to show it, then we will. If we don't, then we'll just show nothing. And so if show typing is true, then we will return this, but with one caveat. Actually, we don't need to send the text, but we do need to send typing equals true. Now, it's created an extra little bubble here. Now we're going to fill this bubble with an animation, but we're only going to show it when we get a signal from the server that says that it should show the typing, like the typing indicator has been triggered for this user for in the last 10 seconds or something like that. So we're going to modify our message bubble here for that friend, and text we're going to set a default it to be an empty string, and then typing we're going to default that to be false, because only the first one is ever going to have this thing. And so up here we're going to go typing. If it's typing, then we're going to do one thing, and if it's anything else, then we're just going to display the text. Very simple. We'll indent this. Now in here, we're going to create a view and style it. Just going to set the flex direction to row. And inside, we're going to create 3 message typing animations with an offset of 0, and this offset is going to be related to the timing of their animation. So 1, 2, because we don't want them all to be, we want them to be slightly out of sync with each other, and we'll see what that means in a sec. So we need to create these. Yeah, let's put it right here. Function message typing animation, and then we passed it an offset. And we're going to animate this, but for now we'll just return a view and we'll style it. It's just going to be a dot. Ugh. There we go. Starting to look pretty good. All right, and we want to animate these so that they bob up and down. So we'll set up some animations, and that's not too difficult to do, but it did take me a while to figure it all out. First time I did it, not this app, but the first time I ever used animations. User ref animated from React Native, make sure that's installed, dot value 0 current. And we want to create a use effect so the total length of the animation, the length of the bump as it bobs up and down, So to create an animation, we're going to loop it forever, and then animated dot, and it's going to be a sequence of 2 animations that go up and down. Animated sequence, and it's going to be a list. Actually, it's going to be combined with some delays as well. So animated animated dot delay bump times offset. Now this is why we passed the offset in the first place. Easing from React Native, make sure it's installed. .linear, use native driver, say true, and that's it. Then we'll copy that over and then animate the value back to 0, and everything else stays the same. And then we take this delay, we need another one of those, add at the back, and then it's going to be the total time minus bump times 2 minus bump times offset. And we'll see this in action in a moment. We're going to go animation start. So we want to start it to begin straight away. And then we want to pass an anonymous function to be called when this component closes, animation.stop. And there's one thing we're going to add here, translate y. And then we can add another style here, transform, and this is how you can do animations in React Native, translate Y. Now this will work, except for one thing we've got to do, is we need to change this view to an animated view. And we hit save, and of course there's a problem. Use ref. Okay, we've got to use ref. Save that. Should work now. And there's our little animated bubble. Look at that. Go to our users, go here. And we can see our animated bubble doing its thing. Now we're only going to show this conditionally. We're not going to show this all the time. So this is only going to be shown when, when we get a signal from the server that a user is typing. Now we're going to have to trigger that when we start typing from 1. So I start typing over here. I need to trigger that, and just send it to the server, and then send it back here, and then go bang, I'm typing. And then for the next 10 seconds or so, we need to show this little bubble. So we'll go and do that. So we want to do that here. So I'm going to grab another function. We're just going to call it message type. Message type. And then on send, we're going to create another one called on type. We're going to replace this set message. Yeah. So we can, where is it? This set message we can replace with on type, because we've duplicated that functionality nicely. And then we're going to go message type, and we're going to pass the friend, which we have, friend username. So we're going to type for that username. So we have the friend up here. So, and then we need to add that to our global. So we need to come all the way back down here. Message type, so we'll copy message send, and we'll just double that over. Message type, and then we're passing the user name for the friend, and then changes the message type, username, and a username. Now we don't need to pass anything else because we're going to know who the user is. So we know who sends this to the server because we have access to that via the key, via the token, and this username is going to be who we're typing to. So we can save that. We need to go to our consumers, and I think there's only one more that we need to add. And then we're done. Then we're done with it. Yep, message. User is typing message. So message type. Come down here, nice spot. Now we don't need to do anything with the database with this one. This is going to be the easiest one we've had so far. So it's going to user, we're going to get the user from the scope. The recipient username from data. Pass that username, remember. And then we're going to create a data object to send back to the recipient. And the user name it's going to receive, we're going to send the username we're going to send back is going to be the original sender. It's going to be user.username. So we receive one person's username, and then we send that. The username that sent it, or the user that sent it, is going to have their username sent to the recipient. Yeah, mouthful. Send group, and then it's going to be to the recipient username. It's going to be message.type and then data. And that's definitely the easiest one that we've done so far. Save that. And in our global, we need to receive that. And then type. So you can see how, once this starts to really add up, it becomes a lot cleaner. This, a switch statement would be, off the chart, like off the page. And it was, that's why I changed it. Don't question me. Message, yeah. And it's going to be pretty simple as well. Function response message type set get data. Then we're going to, if the username that we are, if the chat is not open, or the chat is open and we're talking to a different user, then we don't care about the typing at all. So we're just going to break out of it if that's the case. So if data.username is not equal to get.messages username, we will just return. We don't want to do anything there. But if not, so if it is, in other words, state, we want to update messages typing, which we will have to create. Just create a new date as of now. And that's all we need to do. Now we need to go back to our messages section, messages typing, and that'll be null. And we're going to set that to null here as well, because we want it to be fresh always when we load a new one. And then that's going to be set. whenever a user starts typing and we're looking at their chat. So in our message bubble, there's something we need to add. So we need to get that messages typing from our use global. And we need, how do we do this? So if it starts typing, then we want to set like a timeout, and we want to continuously check and see if set typing is out of time. So if it starts timing, we want to set this to true, and then we want to continuously check to make sure that it, and basically unset it when it's run out of time. And we'll see how we do that. So if the index is not equal to 0, then we'll do nothing. We don't want to do anything here. But if not, we'll continue. Messages typing is equal to null, which it will be initially. Then set show typing is going to be false. We don't want to show anything. And then we'll return out of it. Now, if not, then it obviously is not false. So we're going to set typing to true. And then we're going to continuously check. Set interval. Now, say 10,000 milliseconds, 10 seconds. And we'll check that interval every second. And then when this disappears or whatever, we want to make sure that we wipe out that interval. We don't want that running in the background like that. And this is going to update whenever messages typing updates. And we'll set this to false initially. And that should do it. So when we start typing, this should, and it's to the right user, this should update, and then messages typing, and then it should get set to true, and then it will continuously check until it's no longer valid or out of time or whatever, and then we'll set it to false. So I think, unless we made a mistake somewhere, refresh everything. This looks good. Now we're going to need both users for this. So Jello. Now here's the moment of truth times a million. Wow, it actually works. Except for whatever this is. Use effect received a final argument. Yeah, so it only lasted for 10 seconds. Now I'll do it again. Okay, hang on. Let's try again. I'm not sure what's going on there. Ah, this has got to be in a list. Save that. That's my bad. What the hell? Go to my friends list, go into Nina's chat, ready to type, open up Nola, See, I'm typing. Ooh, and I've got a little bubble, and then I'm going to stop typing. And then watch this bubble go away. It seems to be out of sync there. That's fine. Should go away. Yeah, all right. It works. And then I'm gonna hit send. Hit send. That worked. Now, when I receive, I want to also set typing to be false so that bubble disappears straight away. That's one little tweak. Yeah. So we'll go to global. And we'll go to message send response, and then here we're going to go messages typing is null. So I'm going to wipe that out. Now we'll try again. Nina is typing. Gonna hit send. There we go. It works exactly the way that we want. Ugh, incredible. So it's working. Like this is the dream. Like this is exactly what we set out to achieve, and we have achieved it. Even if it took us longer than we thought, you know, that's the game, baby. So so good. And that is what we wanted. So we've got a real-time app. Yeah? We've got messages, we've got requests, we've got uploading thumbnails, we've got, you know, the real-time action, we've got the bubbles, we've got, you know, the message bubble, we've got everything, you know, we've got a detailed debug here. This is everything that we wanted to do when we were building you know, a fun little project like this. So, you know, I hope that you play around with it, you enjoyed it. I hope that you come back and, you know, watch another tutorial of mine. You know, we'll see how it goes. And please, in the comments, let me know if you liked it, if you didn't like it, you know, what you want to see next, what type of tutorials, what type of languages, you know, whether it's C, Python, JavaScript, whatever your heart's, you know, C++, whatever your heart desires, you know, I'm keen to do it all right? So, you know, stay safe, hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for watching. Yeah, there's one thing I forgot, and that is not that one, this one. Now, we don't have enough messages yet for pagination, so we'll add a few more messages here. So it's not working, it's looking amazing. And just add a few. And just take a second. Cool. Okay, so now we can scroll. And if we scroll this one, yeah, sweet, we can scroll, that's fine. So I'll add a few more, just fill it up, you know, good. With just heaps of just junk. And now when we scroll, we can see that when we jump in, it's loading everything all at once. It's loading all of our messages. See how long this is? Yikes, we don't want to load all of them at once. We want to paginate them. I can't scroll when it's closed. That's annoying. Right, we'll fix that too. So first we'll paginate. We'll go to our consumers and our message list, message send list. So we saw how we passed this page earlier. It was a while ago. So we're going to use that page now, and we're going to add it onto here, and we're going to set a page size as well. Page size. We'll call it, we'll just say it's 8 for now. Small number. And then we're going to slice, so we're going to say page times page size. Page size plus 1 times page size. That's all we're going to need to do for that. And then when we load this next, again, it's only going to load. We disconnected from our socket, so we're going to reload. And then when we load our messages now, it's loading all of them. So why? What's going on with that? Well, all right. Yeah. Okay. So we refreshed because something went wrong. We refreshed. We open it again, and then it's loading everything again. That doesn't make any sense. That shouldn't be doing that. Why is it doing that? Ah, that's why. Because that should be page plus 1, not page size. Yeah, okay, that was silly. So we'll reload again. And then go to load Nina. And see it's only loading 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. The first 8 of the page. And so we want to go to our messages, our message screen. And I think we're going to get rid of this touchable with feedback, because I think it's ruining something. So yeah, so we can't scroll when we have the touchable with feedback, which is annoying. So we'll sacrifice that. We will shift that over. Sweet. Now, when we scroll up like this, we want, if we have more items, we want to trigger a function to load the next page of the list. And to do that, we can add a function here called onEndReached. onEndReached, and we give it an anonymous function, and we can say if messages next, which is something we're going to set, if that value is truthy, which means this is going to contain the next page, and if there's no next page, then it's going to be false. And then we can go messages list. We can pass our connection ID, which we have, and we can pass our messages next, which is going to be this. And we're going to import that. We're going to have to import that from use global. We haven't created it yet, but we will do that now. And we'll put that next. Next. Cool. Then we go to our global, and then go all the way down to the bottom to our messages section. And here we're going to create another one along with another value here. And it was messages next. And it's going to be null. Same thing here. Messages next. Save that. And when we receive our response messages list, we want to set that there. And that's our messages list, and we want to set that as data.next. Now we're not passing next to this data object. When we get our messages list, which we can look at here, friend list, this should be messages list. We've got our data is messages and our friend. Now we want to add, we also want to get the next page if it exists. We're going to add that too. And to do that, we're going to have to update our consumers in our messages list where we have our data here. There's another query that we're going to run. We're going to so this is you're going to create a query that's just going to ask the database to just return the count, the number of messages. Connection, and then get the count. And then here we can just add next is going to be, so if we're going to create like a ternary, so we're going to go page plus 1. So the current page, which we already have here, which will be 0 by default, and 1, 2, 3, 4, anything else if this is the next, after the first page, it's going to be whatever. It's going to increment that page if messages count is greater than page plus 1 times the page size. So if the messages count, if there's more messages than the current pages that we already have, then we want to return the next page. So else none. And it's a bit long. We want to try and not have this too long, but we'll be fine. Yeah. Actually, we can put this next. We can't call it next. Call it next page. Put it here. Next page equals this long thing. Now it's the same length. Ugh. Yeah, it's cleaner anyway. So we'll keep that, and then that's the next page, and then we can save that. Save our global. Make sure we have that as well, and then our message screen. It's going to grab that messages next, which we are setting when we get the the list, and then when we call this list, we call this list for every page. So this is always gonna give us what we want. Either it's going to have the value of the next page, or it's going to be none. And if it's none, then in our message screen, when we hit this, when we reach the end, when we scroll to the top, normally it will be when we scroll to the bottom, but because it's inverted, it's when we scroll to the top. If this is truthy, then we are going to load the next page. That's exactly what that does. And that should work. So I'm going to reload. and going to Nina. Messages list is not a function. Yeah, it's because it should be message list, not messages list. Is that right? Yep. Yeah. Terrible. I should definitely not have named them like that. That is just rife with, that is just error prone as it gets. So, don't, do as I say, not as I do. All right, and so we can keep scrolling to the top. We've got an error here. What's going on? Keys should be unique. Okay, what's going on there? So, I'm going to change our page size to 3, just so that I can really see what's going on. And we're going to go to Nina's chat. There we go. Okay, see how it loaded really rapidly. Keys, same key 28. 29, 30, 31. Yeah, so it's all these. Yeah, so it's fetching that page multiple times. Okay, there's some sort of error. Now, to figure out what's going on with that, I'm going to here, page in capitals so I can really see what's going on. And then I'm going to go what the current page is, and then the next page is. I might be making an error here somewhere. It should be fine. Okay. But yeah, so when we load, we're going to see what the page is, and that should make it that should be a lot clearer for us. But we'll see. And this is going to print out here in our server, not here. So we're going to Nina's. Okay. Spelling mistake. This should be a comma. Save. Refresh that. Nina. Yep. Let's see what. That should be fine, but we'll look here. It seems to be fetching the same page more than once. Receive 6, receive 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. So it's asking for page 1 twice. That doesn't make any sense. So ask for page 1. Let's change the page size. It might be happening because the number that it's requesting is so small that it requests 3 and then it requests 3 and then it requests 3 again before it even gets to the top. That might be what's going on here. So I'm going to change the page size to 10 and then refresh. To Nina again. Yeah, so it requests the same page more than once. Why is it doing that? Let's look at our message list. Page 0. If it's page 0, then do that. Okay, so message list. That's the current page, that's the next page. Receives that. That's the next page. Why is it requesting the first page twice? Let's change it again to 15. Refresh that. Wait for this. Yep. Jello. So that's why we're getting this problem, is because it's requesting the same thing more than once. Next null, next null. Okay, let's find out how often this on and reached is being called. So I think that might have something to do with it. Go to Nina. Yeah. I hate how it dumps out all this crap. So yeah, on end reach is being called multiple times. That is our problem right there. So how do we block that? So one way we might be able to do it is when we go here, we could add this condition here where we're going to wipe out next no matter what, so that it will be null. Because it could have something to do with its reloading multiple times, because we are taking so many of these. So when any one of these changes, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, what we're going to do is we are going to wipe out this whenever we request the next list, and it's not going to be set again until up here with our message list. So when this gets set again, this is going to have way more items and fill up the list. And so we shouldn't get this, like, double, triple, whammy type of problem. Hopefully, but we'll see. Never encountered this problem before. Super annoying. Okay. Looks good. So we're not getting that issue anymore. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, now let's change it back, our page size, change that back to, let's change it to 5, so that we're going to have lots of different pages to load. I'm not sure how many, there's at least there's more than 15 messages because we had 2 pages. So wait for this one because it muddies up our console. And then we go into Nina again. And then it loaded 3 lots, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it loaded that many. And so as we scroll up, it loaded some more, and then it loaded some more. Yeah. So, and we don't have that issue anymore where we have the rapid fire sort of thing. So now we're paginating our messages. How cool is that? That was annoying. I'll admit it freely. So now we can clean this, we can get rid of this. We don't want to print that anymore. And we can go to our messages and we can get rid of this as well, since we fixed that problem. Now, yeah, socket closed. Yeah. Reload. And so I did notice one last problem, and that is Ben doesn't have a new connection message. You see here it's null. His preview is null. Preview should never be null. It should, if it's null, it should be new connection. So we're going to change that, and then that is the last thing that I've been able to spot. Okay, so if it's not that, so if it doesn't have it, it's not going to work. That's fine. And then call this default. Return default. And then I'm going to say that or default. If it's if it's null or whatever, then it's going to be default, and that should do it. There we go, new connection. And these ones, look here as well. Yeah, that was the last one, yeah. So it's totally empty. We should have a better message, but we're not going to do that because we have to draw a line somewhere. We have to stop somewhere, and this looks like a fantastic place to do it. And how nice does this look? It looks amazing. So we've solved that problem. We've got our pagination, and we start scrolling, and then it loads for us. We'll change that just before we go to, instead of 5, it will call it 15, which is going to be plenty. It's going to reach to the top. Reload. Nina. Yep. Scroll, loads them all. Yeah, so we can see this is 2 pages. It loaded 2 pages there. Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. I am so happy with how this turned out, and I hope you guys are too. I hope you learned something, valuable. I said, I hope you tell me whatever you think. If you like it, you don't like it, anything you want to say, blah 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 blah. All criticism is welcome. Yeah. See you next time.